So for Falcons AP Bren, the question here is that are they gonna get the Black Easy's hero as early as possible? But we don't know yet with this Edith because I think EXP lane is gonna be crucial for this game because I've read that if Cram is playing really well, there's a high chance that YRG will win the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? With Graham and Falcons AP Brand, they understand that you know what, let's just pick up the Edith, flex it, and you're a Giants. You mentioned Graham, they will secure a hero for Graham. That is that Terizla, though, that Roger flex, quote unquote, has been open, right? With that Hayabusa picked up.
Yeah, that's true. So I think for Falcons AP Brand, they also want to get heroes like the Kufra could be one. But we also have to take note that they are one of those teams that actually uses Jushin. So we might see it again for Falcons AP Brand. Even the Minotaur actually could be picked here by FCAP, which is also a signature hero for Ogwen. But it might be too early for them. We're not really sure because Valentina is still opened for Udo Red Giants.
That's definitely a possibility for them to pick up, but they go with the Nolan here. So they understand that the Udo Red Giants could possibly start eliminating these assassins in the second phase of the ban, so they pick one up for themselves. But again, right, assassins, they're very susceptible to crowd control. They're very susceptible to heroes like the Tigreal, like the Ruby, that up until this point has actually been left open.
Maybe that's going to be the target ban, right, from both teams. The Ruby, the Kufras, maybe. So let's see here. Udara Giants, you mentioned earlier how the Valentina might work as well. I like that option. And you mentioned the Tigreal. Eliminated here instantly from the side of Falcons AP Bren. The Udara Giants, though, what are they going for, right? Do you want to secure a hero for Stormy for the 4th pick?
They can because after this ban, they could actually ban out Faramis and then secure a hero, but it's gonna be Falcons AP Bren picking first before the Red Giants. So maybe they could limit the heroes of or they can force this Edith to be on the EXP lane or the pos 5. They could go to that trajectory. Hence, they are banning a Minotaur so that for Falcons AP Bren, we are limited with the options of taking other tanky heroes. So let's have Edith here as the pos 5. So Falcons AP Bren, they could actually ban another tank and secure their tank against YRG.
If they do want to go for a cheeky play here in the second phase, they can try go for a ban on Valentina to force that Faramis ban, but it looks like the Cho was the choice.
Okay, so now looking at it, they could actually go for another tanky, or they could go for a Kufra and then Faramis for Falcons AP Bren. Could be a good option for them. Nice counter against that shadow kill. Even negate the penalty zone from YRG. So this could be a nice ban for the Red Giants, but they still can get the Valentina.
Yeah.
So probably a Ruby, something like that. More the AoEs.
Let's see though, Udo Red Giants, Falcons AP Bren, a lot of options still on the board for that first pick on the second phase. They can definitely go for the Kufra, if not ban. They can definitely go for the Faramis, but it seems like Udo Red Giants, they are, you know what, let's not deal with NetherRealm for the first game.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking, right? I thought that maybe that they wanted to force a Valentina Faramis ban to leave open a hero like Ruby for them to pick up themselves. And it looks like there is still a possibility that they can do that, right? I think the Ruby does very great against the Hayabusa. It's a really great stopper now that the Cho was also banned out. That's definitely an option that they can take because they do want to take that and pick that up before they allow the Udara Giants to pick up a roamer for themselves. But it looks like Falcons AP Brand, they prioritize the Vexana more than that stopper that would be required against this Hayabusa.
Yeah, so the innovation here for Falcons AP Bren is let's not show as to where this Edith will go.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an EXP lane upper hand factor for Falcons AP Bren because again, they want to limit here the potential of Cram. Even though for Udo Red Giants, they also have this idea that they can also place the Terizla as the pos 5, but we don't really see that much from them. So yeah, it's gonna be Valentina. So we will see Eternal Guards probably for this game, and they get the Kufra. This is a nice hero for the Red Giants against the Nolan, even even a Moscow. So with the burst that they can do, there's probably a lot of rotations as early as possible for you, the Red Giants.
I mean, piloted by Yums as well.
Yep.
Expect an early Thunderbell as well from this guy. So yeah, Falcons AP Bren, the reason why the Vexana is, yeah, they need peel, they understand. Sure, they have the Edith and potentially another sustainable hero here, and it is going to be the glue, but with the Eternal's Guard, right? It adds more peel towards his composition.
This is a nice hero from Falcons AP Bren. Although I was thinking that they are really towards that skill-centric lineup, skill-dependent. So whenever the skills has been used, if it's not effective for them, then probably there's no good output or outcome from them. So execution might be hard for Falcons AP Bren, and for you, the Red Giants, it's a lot easier for them to make plays.
Okay, we'll see. For game number 1 in this best of 5, both of these compositions have been set in stone. Another thing that I really wanted to highlight is this Roger, right? This Roger will be piloted by Innocent, one of his power heroes, so definitely keep an eye out for that. But that's going to be it for me. I'm going to throw it over to you guys to bring us into the portal.
Thank you so much, Eterna. And let's see here, first game of the lower brackets. You do Red Giants, Falcons AP Bren. Who will strike first in the best of 5?
A lot of respect from the potential threat from YRG. We have 4 players actually starting on that purple buff for Caldeezy, and that is also because they want to make things faster for them. They want the effectivity on this Nolan to be effective as early as possible. So looking at the emblems, okay, so it's more in burst. We have a Warcry from the Hayabusa. Expect more pokes as early as possible from YRG. Ooh, a lot of intensity at the bottom lane as early as now.
Yeah, early aggression towards the EXP laners, and that's a spell already wasted as well for Cram, right? Before the turtle. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, imagine, right? Glue and Vexana, that combination itself during a 5v5 fight. It's already so nasty if you're Glum top.
The zoning potential that they can bring against YRG. So now we could probably see that for YRG, they're just taking things slow. I mean, again, the previous game that they had, they just waited Falcons AP Bren to commit errors. So it's a nice adjustment actually for YRG that they are also focusing on the EXP lane. This is going to be crucial because this is also where the turtle will spawn in 20 seconds now.
Both teams here, no first blood just yet. There is no Red Giants invading early in the jungles of Falcons AP Bren. They have toned that game down, seems like. And, well, for the marksman, for the most part, laning-wise, right? Moskov going up against Roger. Yeah, it's technically a skill matchup. It's just a matter of clear. But Super Marco has the better trade for now. Let's see here for the first shuttle who has that advantage.
Yeah, more on the pokes probably in this turtle objective. And we could see Cram, by the way, on that tough boot. So expect that he will be up front against Falcons AP Bren. And we haven't seen Sekai's yet, although there's going to be a setup A.
Oh, onward, connecting onto its Cram. Cram, no flicker, trying to survive penalty zone.
Wow.
Defensively, but Flap TZ will be the first one to fall. Sekai's too quick with it. And there you go. SRG, they are a man advantage. FCAP, do they really want to contest? Oh, Retribution will not go as Caldeezy secures the newt.
Okay, that was a nice play from Red Giants, but the positioning of Falcons AP Bren was so on point that it was a lot easier for them to take that turtle. And after taking the turtle, they get the purple buff of Sekai. So we see now the continuity of rotation against YRG.
And that's the thing, Caldeezy took the turtle without the Retribution as well.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so they are confident in invading that purple because Caldeezy still has that Retribution. So that's a win for FCAP, right? Without Retri, turtle take.
Yeah, definitely. That's why they are on the lead, 598 on this game. And for Cram, I think it's going to be War Axe as the first item. So expect later on that there will be changes on how YRG will play against Falcons AP Bren because they are more on heavy setups. Now for Flap Easy, the play is going to be zoning out some of the players. So I think this is the second time that there is a zone at the bottom lane.
Oh, it's 2v1. Cram spent the flicker as well. The split was used. Yo, will he spot this one out? Oh, Cram dodges, jukes, and Phil even spent the Eternal God Cram now. It was used yesterday. Say hello to Cram.
I mean, Cram has been using Terizla very well in all competitions that he played, and he've already mastered the HPs that Brave Smite on this Terizla. So expect later on, there's going to be a team fight at the top lane.
Yep, Super Marco terrified here. Ogwen covering the peel. Super Marco spent to use his Purify. Kaltizi looking to assassinate the back lines, but it will be Yums, the one to fall, and that will be all. The disengage from the side of Yudu Red Giant.
It's really nice to see Falcon Sapi Brand trying to kite against Stormy at that time, because there are other players that could be targeted here for Kyle Easy, but he knows that there's someone there that is very squishy at that moment. But yeah, another steal, right? Oh, okay, it's Sekai's was able to secure that one. But yeah, it's more of the targeting now of the Falcon Sapi Brand that is really effective for them. And we see now another turtle, might be another bloody team fight for both of our teams. Expect that there might be some changes on how Cram will position himself. Probably not too close with his teammates, but yep, it's still Falcon Sapi Brand on the lead for this game.
Yeah, Sekai's a level below on this throw take. Careful here, setup. Oh, Eternal Guard spent onto his Ogwen though. So he is able to tank that out. And now FCAP, they're trying to reposition. They're trying to deal with the Eternal's Guard's Lord first, and then perhaps taking the turtle. They're quite confident now. Kaltizi level 9, Sekai's level 8 as well. Flaptizi zoning. They're taking it very, very slow here on this turtle take.
By the way, at that time, Stormy already used up his flicker. There was a threat from Ogwen, but yeah, it was a good take for them. You could see Yums stretching, trying to zone out some of the players of Falcon CP Brand. And this is probably one of the longest turtle take that we might see. Could pass as a Lord Dance for both our teams, but yeah, Falcon CP Brand just waiting for the perfect time to set up a play. We could see a split here for Flap TZ.
Yeah, Crown mounted. The damage though, oh, you jumped in! And the damage will be enough to take Ogwen down. Cram will be the trade. It's a 1-for-1, but take a look at the turtle. It will be all Falcon CP Brand. Kyle TZ doing a great job in zoning as well.
Yeah, that's true, I agree. We can see Flap TZ everywhere in this map. And at the bottom, Sekai's was actually forced to use that shadow kill just to escape the threat from Falcon's AP Brand. So things are looking good for Falcon's AP Brand. They just need to convert turret takes against YRG just to limit the resources of YRG, so they're able to destroy this turret at the bottom lane. But looking at the items actually for this one, or even the gold, I think it's still pretty decent for Innocent's lane.
And Super Marco and Innocent, they have yet to technically give an impact, right? Still 0-0 stat-wise. But Super Marco, Corrosion, and DHS. Roger, though, he is going towards a sustainable direction. Thunderbelt built first.
Thunderbelt and the Sky Piercer. So it's a mixture of saving myself from the imminent threat from Falcon CP Brand, and at the same time, I could give more damage for my team. So it's more the giving space for YRG on this game. Kyle Easy now has the Blade of Heptasis, so expect the pokes are going to be very harmful against YRG as we see Cram taken down in the middle lane. So things are still looking good now for Falcon CP Brand.
Falcon CP Brand, things are looking very, very stable. They want the structure top lane. They have taken down the bot side of that structure. And, well, Udara Giants here, still no answers towards that, but they will claim their first structure here for Udara Giants.
It's a nice cross-map play from Udara Giants, but for Falcon CP Brand, they have the opportunity to take this turret at the middle lane. Kyle Tizu will get a kill, by the way, against Humes. But Udara Giants is able to defend that turret in the middle lane. Now we have the Lord. I really like a Fuse itemization, by the way, with the glowing wand. It's as if you use that fear skill against Cram or any poke against him, the sustain isn't going to be there. So Falcon CP Brand, they are grouping up against YRG and waiting for the perfect timing to get any player from YRG.
Yeah, definitely more patient this time around,
Yep.
right? Falcons AP Bren, it seems like they have learned from their mistake being too overzealous, being too complacent, but let's see, right? Red Giants, they still have some counterplay with, of course, Innocent now being more active, potentially, right? With the items now already towards endless battle, so expect more damage from this Roger.
Yeah, that's true. And for Yums, I think he's building up for that, probably the dominance eyes later on, but there's going to be a misplay for Falcons AP Brand. So we've seen flickers being used even for Cram at the time, so this might be a strong one. Oh!
Few pinched, Shadow Kill and Cram secures the kill on towards Few. Now let's see, it's a 5v4! Yums with the catch of his life. And that might be it. That might be enough to pull Falcons AP Bren on the retreat button. And take a look at that. Red Giants, they are on the Lord right now. That's easy.
I think it's going to be hard for Falcons AP Brand to try for a contest because Calvisi isn't part of the team fight.
See, retreat battle. Who gets it? It will fall to the hands of Sakai's. Red Giants take the first Lord in this game.
And as easy as that, Red Giants take an objective for Falcons AP Brand. I think they opted not to go for a team fight because Calvisi was on the top lane, clearing some minions and flowing that. So for YRG, it was a nice decision for them. They saw that opportunity to take down Few at the time. They took it and they won the team fight. But yeah, another team fight, I think, out of middle lane.
Oh, Super Marco with a free hit. But now Sakai fights assassination. It's a 1-for-1. Or 1-for-0 even, right? Red Giants getting that window. 2 members from Falcons AP Bren now taken down.
That is YRG with master play against Falcons AP Bren. It was Flap TZ and Super Marco that it got. And it's really a nice thing because the farming is continuous for Innocent. He's still at 0 deaths for this game. So I kind of feel like for Falcons AP Bren, it's that time of the day again wherein they're a bit crumbling on what they want to do against the YRG because they were on the lead like seconds ago around 2000, but because of the team fight that YRG did, it's as if they are somehow disoriented against YRG, and because of that, the map control is really now on YRG's side.
Yeah, I mean, it was based on that one play, right? Sakai's finding that window, finding Super Marco, getting that important kill, and now map control is all for Red Giants. Even Lord advantage almost at a 10K point mark. It's 8,000. So yeah, Falcons AP Bren, they're hesitating now. They are more cautious.
Yeah, that's true. We could see that even on the aggression, it slowed down a bit against YRG. Now, looking at the items, we have the Blade of Despair already for Sakai's. So I think Super Marco needs to build that Wind of Nature as early as now. So there is no threat from Sakai's, and even on the other items that could counter out the lineup of Falcons AP Brand, they already have the glowing one, but they also need an added lifesteal counter hero. Or counter item could be Dominance Eyes for Yums, but I think he's going for the Athena Shield, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is going to be one long lore dance for both YRG and Falcons AP Brand.
And now, Red Giants, they have the economy. Sure, it's just 1,000. It can swing towards FCAP's side, but it shows that it's an even game. 12 minutes in here, we're passing that mid game, we're entering that late game, right? So let's see here, Falcons AP Brent, what adjustments will they bring here? Super Marco has that item has hit that power spike, right? That Holy Trinity, now even Wind of Nature. So the question is, when is he going to be active?
They could set up a play here for Super Marco to activate that marksman prowess that he has. But yeah, look at those pokes from Sakai. So that pokes would probably mean a lot against Falcons AP Brand because it could deal massive damage against the other players, but we could see a setup play here at the Lord Pit.
Yep, crap. already spent his flicker. In the backside, though, it's Few taking all the shadow kills. And that is Guys again assassinating the mid laner. Now in the backside, it is going to be Stormy being targeted. Super Marco taking the kill. And in the backside, Innocent and Sakai's a 2-on-1. Ogwen takes the hit. Super Marco with a victor spent as well. He's looking for the kill. Innocent. Oh, but it seems like the split was just in time. Now immobilized damage is there. Will it be enough to take him down, though? Will it be enough? Flatseasy with the mount will not be able to take Innocent down.
What a fast play from both of our teams, but I really like how Innocent used that Roger. It was almost close on taking down Super Marco, but I saw that Super Marco used the wind of nature. After that, he shifted his attention against Flatseasy. It was a 3 versus 2, right?
Yeah.
Between those remaining players. But at the end of the team fight, there was no added casualty for both of the teams. It's gonna be a long lord fight again, but Yup, take note that Super Marco's Wind of Nature has been used already, so probably he's gonna be the target for Sekai's. And knowing that there's a threat from Sekai's, I think Few needs to build that Winter Crown as early as now.
Okay, let's see. Will that be the decision? Flatseasy now, mounting Cram again. Pulls him back. Damage is still able to be tanked. Kalti's in the backside receives the shadow. Oh, Phil! Oh, Fear Shadow was just in time, and that will be enough to take Sakai's down. Kaltizi finding the shutdown. That's a green light, and Super Marco joining the Lord as well without retribution. 80%, 90% F-Caps Lord.
That is a very nice anticipation from Ogun's skill. He knew that Sekai's will be out of the shadow anytime soon. That's why he plays this skill right there. As to why Falcons AP Bren are going to secure this Lord. And we see items now for F-Cap. We have the Immortality for Ogwen and Eve, the Blade of Despair for Kyle TZ. So as they continue this aggression against Yudo Red Giants, or as long as they're able to anticipate as to where Sekai's will go, there's a high chance that they win a game against Yudo Red Giants.
Oh my god, Falcons AP Bren off of that one play from Ogwen. That timing on that crowd control. Sakai's caught shutdown points as well. There's a bounty on his name, and now Falcons AP Bren.
Oh, wow.
Different story when it was 12 minutes in. 16 minutes in, they're in the lead.
Yeah, a lot of juggle there. But for the economy, it's now Falcons AP Brand dictating the game. That is also because they have the control in the map. We have the Lord marching in at the bottom lane. Could be a setup play at the middle, but they're just forcing this inhibitor turn in the middle lane to be destroyed. Yudo Red Giants trying their best to defend this one out. We have Innocent on the Malefic Roar. Earlier, the damage was there. How much more that he has that physical penetration against the players of F-Cap.
And technically they're ready to fight, right? Oh, there you go. Split by Flatseasy. It's a green light. Mid turret, though, will be the main priority, and that is that F-Cap, they're saying, we got your mid, let's go back.
A lot of discipline there for Falcons AP Brand, even with YRG's defense, right? So right now for YRG, I think they're a bit struggling. If in case Flatseasy goes for the split, they are a bit disoriented on how they will do a play against him. Are we gonna take down Flatseasy first, or are we gonna set up a play with the other players of Falcons AP Brand? Now, Super Marco has the Rose Gold meter. So later on, if ever there's gonna be a threat from Yudo Red Giants, there's an added layer of defense. So I didn't expect that this is already 17 minutes and the score is just 9-7. I thought it's a high killing score game.
I mean, it's action-packed, right? There were clashes, there were skirmishes, there were big team fights as well. Yeah, I'm quite surprised we haven't hit the double-digit mark on that kill points for one of the teams. But hey, let's talk about Super Marco. Already full items.
Wow.
He is online, but he has only one kill, so it's just a matter of positioning, right? He needs that timing. He needs better position, I suppose.
Oh wow, look at the items. I think it applies for both marksmen.
Yeah.
It's also full item for Innocent. It's that equilibrium in the game again. It's more about setup plays now, who has the immortality. And speaking of immortalities, the frontliners here for both Yudo Red Giants and Falcons AP Bren has their own piece. So as long as there is a forceful usage of the resource, that team will win the team fight. So we can see bursts now even from Few and the rest of the players of Falcons AP Bren.
And it's a deja vu low-key, right, with the Moscow play, but the conceal now. FCAP is just wise. No, they will pull back. They saw no angle to really commit on towards that fight.
And at that moment, even two players of Falcons AP Bren, by the way, bought Winter Crowns. So we have Kyle TZ and Few. These are more on the squishy side of Falcons AP Bren, more on the safety. But there's going to be a setup play, I think, from Yups.
I don't know if this is wise. Udara Giants, let's see. Yeah, Yums now low. He needs to recall Falcons AP Bren. They know that. They want to re-engage Falcons AP Bren. Flaps easy now. Trying to mount one member, but Crab jumps in with a penalty zone. And now it's a whole lot more. Few being falling first. Now take a look at Udara Giants. Ogwen receiving a lot of damage, will not survive as Ram finds the double.
That was a nice counterplay by Yudo Red Giants. All along I thought there's gonna be a split from Flautizi, but it took him so long to zone out any player from Yudo Red Giants. If I'm not mistaken, it was Sekai's that was his target, but because of the formation of Yudo Red Giants, they were able to win a team fight against Falcons AP Bren. This is the perfect time for them to secure a kill against Flautizi or maybe take the Lord.
Let's see though, Flautizi now mounting Cram. He is quite low though. Kaltizi looking for an angle to perhaps assassinate Cram. Oh, Super Marco jumps in with a Wind of Nature, and Innocent will fall. Sakai loses immortality. Super Marco, terrified. Wind of Nature and immortality will be taken out, and Super Marco will fall. Cram now, the next target on the hit list. Is a 2-for-1 in favor of Falcons AP Bren.
What a series of events for both of our teams. Super Marco just jumped there with the Spear of Destruction, but the trajectory of YRG was, let's defend Sekai's. He is the most crucial player now. He is needed on this Lord take. He is needed for that retribution. But for Falcons AP Bren, I think they're forcing this Lord while Flappy is zoning out some of the players of YRG, but Yums has that information.
He is mounting Sekai's here. Flapteezy, Retribution Battle. Flapteezy, oh, Kalteezy! What happened? He falls to the Lord! Sekai's falls as well, luckily, but Ogwen is there to help and take the Lord.
He was struck by the Lord. Good thing Falcons AP Bren, they have nearer players at that Lord pit. It could have been Sekai's taking that one out, but good thing they've also gotten Sekai's at that moment. It was a breathtaking moment for both of our junglers, right? Even for us casters. I didn't notice that Kaltizi was already low on life, but taking all the damage from the Lord. But it's still a good decision for Falcons AP Bren. But 18 seconds before Kaltizi, I don't think they can do much with this Lord.
He was tanking the Lord too much. Now though, the damage will be enough. The burst damage will be enough to burst Ogwen down. He goes down for 60. The base now, being the main target, is wide open. Few, every member, Falcons AP Bren. They made sure they take the base, and they strike first, the best of 5.
Eyes on the prize, says Falcons AP Bren. That was a pretty intense fight for game number 1. A battle of attrition for both FCAP and YRG. It's just which team leads to that last final push, right? It was Falcons AP Bren at the time. There were no burst damages from the side of YRG. Hence, Falcons AP Bren winning game number 1.
Yep, the M5 World Champs, they win game number 1. They lead in this best of 5 series. And it just goes to show once again, right, in this current meta, whoever has that better holding ground from that early game usually is going to be able to close out the game as well. And this time around, Falcons AP Bren, they didn't want to repeat the same mistake they did in the last time that they met with the Yudo Red Giants, so they closed it as fast as possible. But that was so unfortunate.
Easy.
Oh, man. Oh.
Let's just think, or let him think that we didn't see it.
Okay, we didn't see
No
it.
one saw it.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. They still got the Lord,
Yeah.
right? So
Open.
everything's okay.
Ogun got the Lord. Thankfully, though, it seems like, Falcons AP Brand, they were able to finish it off. Kyle TZ,
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, it's okay, bud. My teammates got it for me. Yeah. Because if not, it would be heartbreaking
It
for
would.
him.
It would. And that would have been a little bit reminiscent to that first game that they did with the Red
Yeah.
Giants yesterday. So obviously don't want to repeat that same mistake. But I gotta ask you guys, right? What was the reasoning behind how Falcons AP Brand were able to hold control so well, even from the early point of this game?
It's definitely Flaptease's hero because there were instances wherein we could see Sekai's a bit struggling on finding squishy heroes from FCAP because technically Flaptease is everywhere. Sekai's, where are you? Sekai's, where are you? I'm gonna split you, and then let's have a tour on the Land of Dawn, something like that for Sekai's. But yeah, it's Flaptease's hero. It's gotta be the glue here for Falcons AP Brand.
Yeah, very good value from that glue as well. I mean, earlier on it was Cram. That was his main target, right? Because he's the EXP laner, that was his laning foe. So yeah, it was Cram being so targeted heavily, spending his flicker defensively multiple times, penalty zone as well. But towards the later stage, he realizes that, you know what, Sakai's, I want you now.
Okay, so that's the reason, right? That's the reason they were able to hold their ground even from that beginning point. And if we take a look at the categories here, it looks like all will be in favor of Falcons AP Brand, aside from the total assist that Yums was able to gather, because essentially he did have that one amazing moment on the Kufra that could have been that turning point for the Red Giants.
Yeah, that's true. So probably for Falcons AP Brand, they really scattered around the map or for every team fight so that there will be no big of a crowd control ultimate from Yums. So it was a lot easier for Falcons AP Brand to find the players of WarRG, as to why even Fuse Hero, it's not that the very flashy of a Vexana, but the usage of that fear skill was very on point. That's why even Cram and even Yums had a hard time on facing some of the players of Falcons AP Brand.
And we've been kind of questioning, right, with the form of Super Marco in the early, in the mid. He got the Holy Trinity, went as he online. Suddenly SOD pop connect, and then there was that one play where he find almost taking Sekai's down, but he got innocent, and that was the opening for Falcons AP Brand.
We can even see that being portrayed on our golden EXP
So up and
graph
down.
here, right? It's super up and down. But for the first, I would say, 15 minutes of that game, we did see that Falcons AP Brand were able to dominate. But of course, it changes into a threshold, right? When the heroes from the side of the Red Giants start picking up their item power spikes and their gold power spikes, that's when things kind of went up and down for Falcons AP Brand. But of course, our MVP for game number 1, it's Kyle.
Yeah, it was a perfect usage of the fracture, if I might say, for this Nolan, because it's not every day that we see a Nolan user that will just use the fracture to deal damage, right? Sometimes it's more of a support damage, but here it's as if he is the main burst damager and not Fuse hero. But that was the main function of Kyle TZ here. Have that damage against the Red Giants and let Super Marco clean up majority of the kills or majority of the players from YRG. So we could see actually in the highlights that there were a lot of juggles, the consistency of Kyle TC just being at the back and waiting for that perfect opportunity to swoosh off the players of Red Giants.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle, KDA 3-2 or like 3-1-4, right? Because that one time we did not see.
Oh, yeah.
We did not see that one. But yeah, I mean, Kyle TZ, apart from that, Lord kill or kill by the Lord, he displayed a very reliable jungler, showing up when it mattered the most, and as well as finishing touch as well. Well,
this part I like the most because we could see that for Falcons AP Brand, even the Lord helped them for that final push, because there were no players from Falcons AP Brand trying to go for that turret lock, but because they saw the opportunity, hey, let's go and go for the tower base or the base lock.
It was a decisive victory for game number 1. But, you know, for those of you that are supporting the Malaysian Giants here, the Yudu Red Giants, there is still some time ahead in this full best of 5 series. And once again, right, even Kaltizi, he went in for Sky Piercer, didn't even get the full stacks, yet that was the impact that he was able to have in the game. It was a very tight game number 1, and I'm pretty sure that the Yudu Red Giants would want to make some amends to it, maybe from the drafting phase. Now they understand that Flapteezy, his hero pool is quite large, right? Don't expect that usual EXP lane to come through. He has the glue, possibly even a Uranus could pop up, Hylos could pop up, right? They really need to think about this quickly, and they need to repair as fast as possible. And you know, knowing Coach Arcadia, he's a very creative drafter when it comes down to it. I think one of the main things that, other than of course gameplay from the Yudu Red Giants, that I'm really surprised and I really adore is also the drafting phase for the Yudu Red Giants.
Yeah, I still can't forget that Melissa and Zask game. It was a masterpiece from the coaching staff.
I mean, we talked about Cram being selfless. Yeah, Flapteezy was literally throwing his body in front of the composition. So yeah, we got a lot of selfless EXP laners out here.
Yeah, and I think that's the way to go. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head to game number 2, but we are going to go on a short break first. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, in Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where things are about to get down and spicy between three of our top-tier teams here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. If you guys come over to the venue, you guys can actually check out a lot of merch and a lot of fun activities that they do provide on scene. So don't forget to come over, grab your ride as soon as possible, because you guys also have a chance to meet your idols here. We have Chantel from the Philippines.
We have Eterna here.
We have
Bonnie.
Chantel from the Philippines. And we also have Chantel from the Philippines. And just Chantel from the Philippines.
Yeah. I'm starting to be Malaysian now. I like their food here. And also for the booth, the jersey's nice.
I mean, it's going to be a long day, so
Yep.
might as well, right? Might as well hop on to Quill City Mall and meet your fans, meet your idols, rather.
How do you hop on a mall?
Just jump
On a mall.
on a mall.
Something like this. Something like this. Oh, I'm at Chelsea Mall.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, I like that. I like that. But we are moments away of entering. Are you guys okay? You good?
Yeah, we good. I'm not sure if the couch is good because of that hop. Is that a bye-bye dance?
I'm practicing.
Oh, okay. He's practicing. But yes, we do still owe a few of you guys a little challenge that we promised over, especially for those of us who predicted Fnatic Onyx to win. So, yeah. Anyway, so the fans are coming over into Quill City Mall, and we can see the smiles on their faces as they are anticipating this full best of 5 series to go all the way, and it might just be that way.
Yeah, you know what? Yesterday I tried the watching at the venue during TLPH's game and YRG's game. It was jam-packed, full of MLBB fans. Everyone was showing their support. Well, I see some reactions from Eternal. Why?
Wait. They're gachaing. They're gachaing.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
What do they get?
Okay, nice skin, Aurora.
Aurora.
Okay, wait, what skin is this?
Lightborn.
Lightborn
Oh,
Ranger.
that's a good roll then, right?
Yeah.
Lightborn's like 1,000 diamonds, I think.
Yes.
Good roll.
Not
Yeah.
bad.
Not bad.
I've not completed the Lightborn, by the way.
I'm disappointed.
Yep.
We are all disappointed in you, Chantal.
But I have full KOF.
Oh, that's a flex.
Look at this girl. Look at this
That's
girl.
a flex.
Flexing.
That's a lot more expensive than the Lightborn skins, I'll tell you that. Okay.
Okay.
We're moments
Chantal.
away now from game number 2 in this best of 5 series. Earlier on, FCAP, Falcons AP Bren were able to take that first game in the series, but it still looks like the fans are showing their support, right? We saw a sign there, it said, "Good luck, boys."
Yep.
I actually know that some of the fans actually flew to Malaysia just to support their favorite teams.
That's crazy.
Yep.
I also flew from Riyadh to support Fnatic Onyx.
All right. What passion Eterna has for MLBB. Passion and dedication you have there.
Passion and dedication, boys. That's the way to go.
Yep. That's what makes you the best.
Amen. But I will say that Yums is the best, right? I mean, he's been showing a lot of promise on all these different types of heroes. We had like an entire Cho highlight coming in from him yesterday.
Yep.
But earlier on the Kufra, he actually is still standing at an 86% win rate on this Kufra, by the way.
So that's
One loss?
One loss, yeah.
One loss. So
that earlier loss.
I think so. 6 out of 7.
6 divided by 7 times 50 is 86, I think.
Wow.
Quick math.
Quick math.
Chantal. All right. Check out his profile to have more quick math tutorial.
Caster Shantella.
Don't build, at Caster Shantella. When I jump to English desk, I'm now Shantella.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Chantel no longer.
Yeah, Shantella.
Is that bougie?
Yeah.
But
She is bougie. She's the richest caster
No,
now.
no, 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 no. It's you.
No.
No.
Because
No,
you just
no.
came from Riyadh and went straight to another gig.
You know who else did that too? Hayabusa, right? 31 bans and 33 picks so far with a 49% win rate. And you could even see, right? All these top tier junglers have utilized this Hayabusa to success, right? Carl Teasy has picked it up, Kyle Teasy has picked it up, and Irad has also picked it up.
All above or even at the 50% win rate mark as well, right? So Hayabusa, very popular, very stable in the jungler as well. It's just a matter of mechanics, and of course, top tier teams has that level of mechanic.
It's one of those junglers, those assassins that have a reliable way of jumping into a team fight, but also knowing that he can always jump out when he needs to. It's very different to the Lancelot. And maybe that's why he's found more popularity in this current meta, with so many heroes in this meta being really great stoppers. So coming into the second phase, we should be expecting once again this Hayabusa to pop in. Not sure if the Yudo Red Giants would actually want to opt to ban it out here and now, or they want to just leave it open for the contestant.
Probably they will just leave it open because they had a chance to take Hayabusa earlier, right, for Sakai's. Oh, it's going to be the Julian. So a lot of respect on this Julian pick from Falco City Brand. Now again, you're left with, I was about to say Roger, Moscow. They chose the Roger probably for you, the Red Giants. They cannot. They have the option to not get the Moscow yet because they also have high winning percentage. They took the... Yeah, and the Edith. Thank you for the faster actions.
Yeah, I mean, the Giants, they will take it away because technically the Roger can be flexed. So you know what? They do not want to gamble that factor. Falcons AP Brenda, signature Ogwen will be secured, locked in the first phase.
Maybe
Remember,
Zushin?
maybe Zushin is available. Remember last year, it was Ogwen 2 that quote-unquote popularized the Minotaur
Yeah, that's true.
SPS. So yeah, that's out.
And with the history of Falcons AP Brand in the tournament, whenever the Shushin is open and they got the Minotaur, they sometimes get it. So I think for Falcons AP Brand, they're thinking if they want to go on that route, or maybe that strategy has already been countered by Yudo Red Giants, so they will go for the Faramis instead. But Yudo Red Giants, they can get Valentina as early as now. Just, choose between the Minoan Siri or the Netherrealm.
Which is why it was a very interesting pick to me. I would have thought that they would opt for Jushin as well. On top of everything that you mentioned earlier, also the Zask has been banned, right? Usually we see that rise in popularity when the Zask is banned, but you're right? The Valentina can still be picked up here if they want to, because for sure in the second phase of the draft, Falcons AP Brand would want to ban that out.
Yeah, and it's a nasty combination, the Minotaur and the Faramis, because technically you have two healers. Well, the Netherrealm isn't a heal, but it adds HP. So yeah, it's a nasty combination. Well, Yudo Red Giants, they will not commit on towards the Valentina just yet here. Instead, they will lock in the Nolan.
Maybe this is a mind game, right? Maybe they're like, okay, we're not going to pick up the Valentina here, but you are free to ban it out in the second phase and, waste one of those bans for them to pick up something different, right? Because technically, again, this Edith is still flex. They can still go for something like the Terizla. Understandably, it didn't work as well. Okay, well, thanks, AP Ren. But, right, they could have opted to go for Terizla pickup and then glue ban. But now that Terizla's banned out, you guys can take the floor.
Yeah, I think for Yudo Red Giants, they prioritized first on minimizing the heroes for Kyle TZ. Since Nolan was used by them earlier, that's why they banned out the Alpha. So you're left with there's no Julian, there's no Fanny.
Hayabusa?
Hayabusa, yeah, the Hayabusa. So I think for you, the Red Giants, they have realized that if you're up against Falcons AP Bren, they'd rather have Kyle Teasy use the Hayabusa instead of the Nolan, because Kyle Teasy was the MVP earlier using the Nolan. And Sams, okay, so they're now focusing on heroes of the PC, but still has the Hylos, but it's not good against the Moskov and even the Glue. So they are on the EXP side now for Red Giants bands.
I wonder what's the plan, right? Because technically from these drafts and the bans that are coming through from the side of the Yudo Red Giants, they're essentially forcing Kyle Teasy to pick up that Hayabusa once again, unless, of course, that Roger is still flex. Obviously, the Roger can still be placed in the jungle or the gold lane, so that's still something that we can anticipate. But what's the plan, right? What's the stopper, right? Do the Yudo Red Giants believe that the Ruby would be the answer, the Tigreal be the answer, the Kufra be the answer, or even the Cho that is still left open.
I think it's best for them to take the Ruby because it's kind of hard for the Minotaur to go Minowan's Fury if there's a Ruby on front. But lately, the Red Giants is not really choosing Ruby that much as compared to the previous tournaments that they had.
Maybe the Arlet.
Ooh.
Okay. This is new.
Okay.
The second time, technically, Yves has been picked up in this tournament.
Huh, I don't... It can work. A Yves can work. I'm just not a big fan of it, and I'll tell you why, right? The Yves is so immobile as a hero.
Yep.
The clear is iffy, in my opinion. There was a buff to her skills to try and facilitate better wave clear, but it's not on par as to a lot of the meta mid laners that we've been seeing so far. Obviously, now against the Claude as well, it's tough. It's tough for the Yves.
And that makes me question why Eve that early for YRG, because since they've revealed that it's gonna be the Eve, then Falcons AP brand took the Arlot and even the Claude, which are nice counters for the Eve, right? They could dive right in while doing the real world manipulation, even with a blazing duet while it is being casted. So the Red Giants, they need a hero that could be really in front, maybe a Grok, but they don't really have that hard CC. Edith on the EX lane and the Grok as their tank. Okay, that's gonna be a tough one for them.
It is.
Oh, Lapu.
So Edith Rome, they welcome in Edith Rome here. Lapu will jump into the fray. Two new, I don't want to say new, but it's not in the lineup yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Even Lapu, who will step here to the line of the Red Giants. They understand that they need crowd control. They need someone that can tank in front as well. So maybe Lapu can be the right answer.
Right now, Falcons AP brand from game number 1, they are showing that they do still have things up their sleeve. And the Red Giants in game number 2 are putting in the Uno reverse card. They're like, you have special picks, you have comfort picks, you have strats, we also have them to utilize against you. It's a big surprise here for game number 2 with the Yves and the Lapu, more so the Yves. But if anyone can do it, it's the Prince of Mages, Stormy. So, boys and girls, I'm gonna throw it over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Eternal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 2. Again, it was the Red Giants failing to find the win in that first game. So, Land of Dawn, here we go. To see, will it be a repeat or will it be a revenge?
You know what? Looking at how things are going for both of our junglers, the early rotation is very different from game number 1. Earlier, their teammates actually helped them in taking that purple buff. So expect that the Ogwen is more on having that vision first for Kyle TZ instead of zoning the players of the Red Giants. So a lot of pokes already at the middle lane. It's a matter of which duo at the middle lane will go for faster clearing of minion waves.
And when with a Minotaur, somehow it helps you, right? With the Faramis as well. Take a look at the split. Faramis goes top side, Minotaur hovers around, providing vision towards the bottom side of the map here, providing vision towards Sakai's rotation. So let's see a few.
Okay. A lot of
play.
Probably a player at top lane, but yeah, we saw that there were quantum charges for 3 players of Falcons AP brand. Probably more on the faster pacing of sides, but yeah.
Potential re-engage 3v2 with the flicker as well now. Humes onwards, connecting on towards Flap, but the cover, Kyle TZ jumps in time. Humes in trouble, wasted the flicker, and first blood falls to the Flap from Falcons AP brand.
That's true for Falcons AP brand. It was a nice call for them. It was a nice play, and it was against the EXP here of it was against Use. I take that back. But with that kill, it means that they are on the upper hand on taking other objectives against the Red Giants because they even have Ogwen at level 4. Yumes is still at level 3. They can go for that Mino 1 Fury as early as possible, but we could see the Red Giants positioning themselves for this turtle take.
Let's see. Will Red Giants be able to compensate from Yoom's kill here for that turtle take? And, well, Falcons AP Brender taking it patiently instead. Ogwen just chilling. He has level 4 and the flicker as well. The real world manipulation though popped up. Oh, take a look at the bravest fighter. It's towards the backside. Kaltizi securing the turtle. Another round popped as well. Yooms now being the target, but Yooms will take down Kaltizi.
Stormy, wow, what a very nice real-world manipulation there, hitting 4 players of Falcons AP Bren. But the Red Giants on the lead for this one. Again, they have the burst, they have that setup play from Yooms, and even the slowing that the real-world manipulation has. It's a masterful usage of those skills. So now the Red Giants, there's a mixture of pokes and zones against Falcons AP Bren. As to why I kind of feel like Falcons AP Bren, they are slowing down a bit on how they will rotate. It's as if they're just waiting for Kaltizi to have that farm. I mean, this is a Roger as their jungle. It's not as fast as a Nolan, and the positioning is very crucial for this one.
Yep, timing as well, right? And they understand that even when Minotaur or Ogwen pops the Minion Fury, they need to take care of the bravest fighter that might come from the side of Cram, which of course is going to be very annoying. They need to time their fights perfectly. But Red Giants here, comfortable lead, but I gotta say, it's still an even game. Let's see, purple buff invaded by Sakai's, no?
Nice timing, yes, they got it, but there's going to be a real representation here for the Red Giants. It's just Stormy protecting his teammates because at that time, Falcons AP Bren, I think, was ready to set up a play against them. So what's really nice also is the Void Crystal usage of Stormy just slowing down the players of FCAP at that time. So this is going to be a long game, by the way, knowing that it's going to be a Claude and even Moskov in the goal lane. So it's more of the execution now, or how they will set up that conversion in the early laning of this marksman.
It's also important to note that as of now, Sakai's is a level ahead.
Oh, wow.
So let's see, turtle take. Red Giants, they have that advantage.
Yeah, that's true. But right now, Falcons AP Bren are the ones starting this turtle objective. We have other players from YRG zoning out, and Flappy soaks in the damage from YRG.
Bravest fighter that realm popped prematurely. Let's see though, Cram flickers out. Oh, Minion Fury catches Seal. The damage will come through towards you, but Sakai finds the angle to take down Phil. Flapsy now being the target of Innocent, but he almost jukes the damage. Stormy secures that kill. It's a 2-4-1 now. The turtle heavily favored towards Red Giants, but no, they will not commit it just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a reset here for both our teams, but Sakai's is actually continuing it, and we see changes in terms of how Falcons have been playing. Again, this is a Roger, and look at the middle lane. Innocent just destroying the turret in front of a feud. So now there is a big of a difference in terms of the skill set of the players for Red Giants. So for Falcons AP Bren, they want to set up a play, they want to do those counters with that Minotaur Fury. It just so happened that for Stormy, yes, there is the reward manipulation. Yes, there is that skill from a Flap Easy, but at the same time, there's no burst against Stormy. So the real world manipulation is a bit of a headache now for Falcons AP Bren because everyone is just in that like swimming pool, real world manipulation.
Yeah, they need to take care of the angles, right?
Yep.
When they want to engage, when is the right time? Oh, real world manipulation towards Super Marco. Oh, almost with the burn.
Want to find cheap hotel rates? Agoda. Download the Agoda app today.
Looking to take the next step in your career? Then you have to get this AWS course on Udemy. It gets you up to date on the latest tools and techniques so you can learn AWS fundamentals and pass your exam. Take this course at your own pace, on your commute, after work, so get this course now.
Not enough though. Oh, on the other side is actually Flap Teasy taking Heat's 2v1 situation, and Red Giants, what a start.
Yeah, what a dominating start against Falcons AP Bren. Even Super Marco was forced to use that Purify, hoping that he will survive that burn from Stormy. Stormy, by the way, is at 1-0-3 for this game. Alling, I thought it was going to be a hard game for him, but because of the position of Humes and the rest, it was a lot easier for him to use that reward for elimination.
Another round popped early just for Open, and he falls as well. Flat TZ now will be able to get out, but you do Red Giants winning on all corners.
Just when we said that for Falcons AP brand, they're focusing on a faster pacing of this game. With the Quantum Charges, it's really you the Red Giants setting up the tempo of the match. Again, Humes is everywhere. There is a backup or reinforcement from a Stormy, and at the same time, Innocent is like taking all the turrets possible that he can get against the Falcons AP brand, hence the 2,800 gold lead. So looking at oh, okay, so there's a bit of a lead with Innocent and Super Marcos Gold, but nothing much. They both have the corrosion site, by the way, for this game. So it's more of a setup play for both teams.
See, oh, Minion Fury, real world relation. Stormy falls first now. Kaltizi, though, in the front lines will not survive. It's a jungler for mid. So that's a green light, technically, still, for you to Red Giants to take the second, the last turtle.
Yeah,
oh, it's Lord now.
It's the Lord now. So things are pretty fast here for you, the Red Giants. It's just 5 minutes of the game, and we can see the zone now from the players of Boy RG. No chance, I think, for Falcons AP brand to contest.
All Bravest Fighter towards 2 members now. Q pops in another realm. In the backside, Flat Easy will be able to get out. Super Marco blazing duets as they cover Cram. Looking for an angle, is not committed. You do Red Giants still here. 3K gold lead.
Yeah, that's true. And for you, the Red Giants, I really like how they force the Nether Realm of you just to be used to save even Open, right? Most of the time, we want a Nether Realm to be used just to extend the team fight, but things are going the other way for Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah.
So, yep, it's gonna be hard for Falcons AP Bren. Even the clearing of minion wave, yes, they have the Claude, but nothing much yet from Kaltizi. Oh!
Hume stuck in the no man's land, flickers out of the way though. Barely, he needs to recall. So that's one man power down for you do Red Giants. Now, Blinking Duet, Stormy, oh, pulled back. That's nasty. Flat TZ secures it. Bravest Fighter in the backside. Just to cover, but Cram cannot take it. Golden will fall, but Cram will be able to escape as Sakai's will fall. Kaltizi securing that kill. It's a 2v2 in the bottom side of the map. Kaltizi, oh, in the Roger form. Almost takes Innocent down, but Super Marco will be there to take him down.
Okay, well, that is happening. The Lord's just marching at the top lane, and everything is just continuous for you, the Red Giants. At that time, all along, I thought it's going to be you, the Red Giants in the upper hand, but Falcons AP Bren, they have the damage now. They will defend the Lord, and at the same time, Super Marco had that nice placement of the Blazing Duet. So, here's the thing. If there is potential or opportunity for him to use the Blazing Duet in front of Stormy, then that is the best way for FCAP to win a team fight.
Yeah, 10 minutes in here. It's still, I gotta say, anybody's game,
Yeah,
right? Economy, sure. For now, the Red Giants has it, but Falcons AP Bren, they know they have counterplay. Super Marco almost collecting that third item here. Corrosion and DHS done towards that, working on towards that golden staff to have more auto attacks, basic attacks during that Blazing Duet.
Okay, so it's just the Hunter Strike and Road to Dominance Ice for Cram, and it's very, very sustainable. It's really hard for Falcons AP Bren to put him down in front of the team fight. So I think for Falcons AP Bren, he could focus more. Oh, okay, so Super Marco has the Demon Hunter Sword. There's no Glowing Wonder, even Dominance Ice yet. So I think for Falcons AP Bren, as long as they have those items already, then they can go and find Cram or be or have Cram as their first target.
Oh, let's see here. Red Giants and Falcons AP Bren, they have toned down their action, but onwards, on towards Super Marco now. Humes will force to use the Primal Wrath. Oh, Final Slash connects. Humes just used the flicker there to get out.
That is a nice usage again from that slow of Stormy. So it has been a threat now for Falcons AP Bren. Every time they see Stormy in the team fight, they opt not to force an initiation against the Red Giants. So it's 11 minutes in our game, 6-10. Again, what you've said for this one is that it is still nobody's game. So it's true for Falcons AP Brand because they have that mid to late game marksman, which is the Claude. But knowing that they have the Claude for you, the Red Giants, they need to anticipate that placing do it right. Even that Nether Realm, they have to force that Nether Realm from you again on using it just to save Ogwen.
Let's see. They are now poking the Lord. Still just airing it out, right? Looking for the whereabouts on FCAP's position. Top lane, it's neutral. And Udara Giants, they will take their time here because they know they have that slight advantage during this Lord take.
By the way, Flaptizi and Ogun has those flickers, so they couldn't just jump against the players of Yudu Red Giants.
Oh, revelation to the backside, innocent stunned. Wind of Nature calls easy. Out of nowhere finds the Lord. Now Stormy will be targeted, and now it's a 4v3. Ogwen, damage is still there for Kaltizi to take the kill. That's another kill added towards FCAP.
And Falcons AP Brands were able to secure the Lord, and Sekais is able to back away during that time. Again, for FCAP, they needed their winning condition. At the time, they needed to find Stormy. So two players from Falcons AP Brand focused on Stormy and had Yumes out of the scenario. So things are looking good for Falcons AP Brand. There might be a juggle or a change in the economy right now, but what's really nice for you, the Red Giants, is they have the kit to defend this Lord Sekais.
Against Phil, 3v1 now. Super Marco. Oh, the damage is already there. 2 items, 3 items almost for Super Marco, and will be enough to take the guys down.
And because of that, Falcons AP Brand is also taking this turret at the middle lane and taking this purple buff against Yudu Red Giants. So there's a huge swing right for this game. Falcons AP Brand is just taking all the resources against YRG, and it might be difficult for Yumes and even Cram to be upfront now for FCAP because of the items that Super Marco has. It's just the Demon Hunter Sword and even the Corrosion Sight, but the damage is already massive for them.
And now he has the Malefic Roar
Ooh, right.
in his arsenal as well. So again, there is going to be extra penetration in his kits. Udara Giants, they're in the back foot now. It wasn't this case earlier on. Udara Giants still has some counterplay, of course. In the back of Cram here. He is 406. He has hybrid items as well. Hammer Strike and now the Oracle.
Ooh.
So there's extra shielding in his kit as well.
That's true. This item from Cram would mean a lot for the team fight. Okay. Sekais just tried to poke Super Marco, but I saw that there are players from Falcons AP Brand during that time. So again, since this is already almost 15 minutes of the game, the spells would be very, very crucial for our players. So see that basic damage hit from Super Marco. It's more than half, or yeah, almost half the life of Cram.
Kaltizi already GBS as well. Now they want to invade the purple. Let's see, Udara Giants, will they contest this? Sekai's in position to find the retribution, but no, he will not commit it. Udara Giants, will they force a fight? Yep, here, Earth Shatter has been popped, but nothing else. Conceal. Oh, they want to re-engage. Oh, you the flicker as well. Real world relation now. Nether Realm popped. That's a green light as well. Udara Red Giants, they will back off. Oh, Minion Fury will catch one, and that will be Yumes losing his immortality. Flaptizi falls to the backside. Blazing duet by Super Marco will scatter SRG's members, and Innocent will be the victim.
What a very nice juggle there by Falcons AP Brand. They all knew that Innocent was having a hard time in positioning himself. He wasn't sure that there are other players from YRG that back him up. So Crown right now is going to be the target again, and it's going to be a shutdown here for Super Marco. What a nice placement earlier with the Blazing Duet. Hence, Falcons AP Brand having the edge on taking this Lord, but we have the threat from Sekais and even Stormy.
Oh, when 1 HP Kaltizi. Oh, the great Dragon Spear doing work. But the Lord will fall to the hands of Falcons AP Brand once again.
What a nice synergy there from Falcons AP Bren at the juggle in the Lord Pit. Super Marco, by the way, is at 406 on this game. And I really like how they do things. It's as if they're passing a volleyball. Wherein there's a setup from, or there's a damage from Super Marco, and Kalti Z is just ready for the spike, for that deadly spike. So that has been detrimental here for Yudo Red Giants because there's no hero that is really on the hard CC just to stop Super Marco from the Blazing Duet. So if you're Yums, you're gonna struggle. Am I gonna use my Earth Shatter against Super Marco? Will I wait that long before that Blazing Duet, or I will just surprise the players of Falcons AP Bren?
And also, let's see here. Will this Lord be the ticket for Falcons AP Bren to securing a grand final spot? Oh, the Kais. Oh, again, he was looking for that assassination on towards Super Marco. Lord is still marching in the bottom side of the map here. You do Red Giants. They are looking to stabilize and turtle in their base.
Very efficient Lord management here from Falcons AP Bren. They secure that turret at the bottom lane, and now Yudo Red Giants, we could see them building. Oh, wait, top lane.
Easy, he has the kits. Oh, no range though to take the guys down. Final Slash committed as Graham pops the bravest fighter, so he's immune to crowd control. Oh, good pull on towards Stormy. KTZ yet again does not find the range to Lycan pounce on towards Stormy. It's still a 5v5 in the Land of Dawn.
This is a very difficult game for Sekais. Even the orange buff he can't get against Falcons AP Bren. Every resources that they have, there's someone for Falcons AP Bren defending that middle lane.
Yep, roll manipulation now. Final Slash. Graham in the backside, immune to all. Netherrealm to back away. Again, that's a Q. Yudo Red Giants. They might force a fight. If they have that opening, will they find it? Is the question. Grab now, receiving a lot of damage. Innocent trying to cover. The Red Giants kites a bit.
Oh!
The Final Slash finds Zil, and Innocent will fall alongside Stormy. That might be it. Will Falcons AP Bren find the finishing touch?
They don't have the minion wave yet. They have to wait at the top lane. So 36 seconds before Innocent is going to be alive. Probably with the proper minion wave management from Falcons AP Bren, they can take down 2 more inhibitor turrets against Yudo Red Giants. So we have the Anticuras now against the Yums, and that is just immense damage from the players of Falcons AP Bren. Middle lane turret has been destroyed.
Yums spent his flicker. Primal Wrath as well, but the damage will not be enough, as it will be Yums taken down alongside Graham. Sekais will not be able to do anything, and Falcons AP Bren, they are at match point.
What a clean game by Falcons AP Bren. Just one swing, and it turned out differently for this one. Yudo Red Giants, they were on the lead early game, but Falcons AP Bren, again, eyes on the prize. Same with game number 1.
It was an impressive performance once again by Falcons AP Bren, you know? I thought that perhaps with that Yves being picked up, that was just it. That was it, right? For Falcons AP Bren, it felt like every time they wanted to go for the neutral objective takes, it was very difficult. Every time they went in for team fights, it was very difficult to get out of that real-world manipulation by Yves. But I think the glaring difference that really swapped it around, in my opinion, right, was when we saw Super Marco get his item power spike, right?
Yeah.
As soon as Super Marco was able to get that item power spike and was able to burst in the Yves, every time she opens up the real world manipulation, it was just GG, because technically they would have had to cancel that out.
Yeah, that's true, because there was also even a time, because the early parts of the game, it was actually Stormy just using the real world manipulation, right? In the middle lane, we're in the one Eterna is telling us is that it came to a point where Stormy is doubting whether will I use my real world manipulation now or later, because Super Marco isn't here yet, something like that.
Yeah.
It can get very awkward for Stormy when to commit that real world manipulation, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, he's immobile, right? He cannot move. She cannot move. Yves cannot move when she is ulting, and yeah, that's just creates another big target for the side of Falcons AP Bren. And they have the tools with Claude, with Flap as well, that can flicker Final Slasher. It doesn't has that crown. It will not be crowd control. Doesn't cancel, but of course the damage will still come through.
Yeah, again, right? So it comes back to that drafting phase. Like, they had a really great idea, but maybe that Yves was a little too early.
Yeah.
Maybe they should have waited for the last final pick after they saw the gold laner or whether or not the flex of the Raja would have happened or not. Because after the Yve, they instantly went in Arlott Claude.
Arlott and Claude.
It was brilliant.
It could
was
have been
smart.
their surprise pick because they were actually on the last side of picking phase. So yeah, that's actually true. I would agree with that because I mean Stormy, middle lane, it was a really tough battle for him. And at the same time, since the Claude was chosen by Falcons AP Bren, there's really no hard CC from YRG. It's just the Edith. But if you're Yumes, am I gonna use this Earth Shatter now or wait for the Claude? Same with what happened to Stormy.
Yeah. But I think more so for Yumes was the fact that he was able to be so aggressive on the Kyle, right? I think that made a big problem, especially in the neutral objective take. So not only was the Eve great in the neutral objective fights, but Kyle TZ was also falling so far behind Sakai's at a certain point, right? So every time they wanted to go, he was already a level below. And then of course, Sakai's would have a better chance at winning out those retributions. So Yumes is a very aggressive roamer, right? Expect if you pick up an assassin for it not to be as easy as it should be, especially when it comes down to the rotations.
I mean, we saw how Yumes can be that nuisance as well, even from game 1 and as well as game 2. But the Edith and Yve connection I wasn't really feeling it. And well, let's see here for the post games. Towards the end, especially the economy, there was just this gap, right? Galtizi, full items. He has the Thunder Belt as well, so that's extra through damage and also defense.
Yeah, and
sustainability.
Yeah, that's true. And speaking of sustainability, I think the items here from YRG isn't really that sufficient to soak up all the damage from two physical heavy damagers from FCAP. It's a Roger and a Claude. So yeah, it's just the brute force best plate for Stormy. We have Antikeras from Yumes, but it's not sufficient for the other players of YRG. Whenever there's going to be a Blazing Duet from Supermarket, it's as if they're just getting all the damage from that Blazing Duet, as to why it's a lot easier for Calteezy to just finish off the play. So it's a matter, again, of layering of skills from Falcons AP brand that YRG didn't really able to anticipate during that time. So it's also it's also evident for the hero damage for this game. A lot of books from Few, and we have 28% from Kyle TZ. So it has been a juggle and a battle of attrition here for Falcons, AP Bren, and YRG.
Again, just shows how Super Marco, towards the mid and towards the late game as well, he has a lot of damage. 23% already. And, well, Eudora Giants, innocent, sure. He has some sort of counterplay, but it wasn't really evident.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the highlights now.
Yeah, actually for the highlights, this is very interesting because at first I thought it's gonna be YRG on the lead because of the aggression from Stormy. This was my favorite part because it was a solo kill, right, for Stormy against Super Marco.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest things. And I think that even in these team fights, right, we see how incredible the Eudora Giants were. But somehow, some way, man, Falcons AP Bren towards that mid to late game, they were able to recollect themselves and readjust into these team fights.
Yeah, speaking of adjustment, this is the hugest adjustment for Falcons AP Bren. They just found Stormy's position, and we have two players from FCAP just zoning him.
And exactly, Eudora Giants, after that mistake, quote unquote, after that punish rather, Falcons AP Bren, they were just stomping Eudora Giants. And Eudora Giants, they weren't able to find an answer. Here, I thought Eudora Giants can pull the trigger, but of course, Flap TZ with the flicker on point, man, with the flicker final slash, finding the right targets as well. And take a look at the emotions there. Oh, it just shows that Falcons AP Bren, they really want to go to the grand finals.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're a game away. They're match point right now, ladies and gentlemen. They're one game away of eliminating the once immortal Giants from Malaysia and stepping into the grand finals alongside with another Filipino team.
Probably. Don't
PH.
jinx it. But
We will
there-
see
there's a
PH versus
chance.
PH.
There's a chance. But for YRG, they're also a team that is known to really adjust fast against the other team. So I'm expecting an innovation with Coach Arcadia's heroes, probably another Melissa, but depending, of course, on their composition of FCAP.
Seeing, I expected more here from side of YRG. Hopefully, we will get to see the final form from YRG for Game 3 and Game 4 because I want this to go full best of 5.
Me too. So will we be seeing a full best of 5, ladies and gentlemen, as we're gonna cut to a short break? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay tuned for more SPS action.
I'm gonna start with this thing first, right? Okay, let's go. This is the soalan hari ini. Who is the father of Julian, the Scarlet Raven? A. Lapu-Lapu. B. Terizla. C. Leomort. And D. Raphael. You guys can discuss each other. Is it Raphael? The caster?
The answer is B. Terizla.
Are you guys sure?
Yes.
Okay, so lock the answer. Is the answer are B. Terizla. Oh, nice. And now I'm gonna move with the other team. Are you guys ready? All right. Let's put down the question on the screen. Let's go. This is the second question for you guys. You can discuss each other. All these heroes are of the Leonine species, except A. Harriet, B. Aulus, C. Tigreal, and D. Nana. It's quite easy, by the way.
Tigreal.
So it's gonna be C. Tigreal. We lock the answer. R. Tigreal is not Leonine species. Oh yeah. Give a big round of applause for them. Thank you so much. You may come back to your seat and later you can get the prize. Okay. We still have the game number 3 between the Falcon AP brand versus the Yudu Red Giant. R. This game ends as 3-0 who Falcons AP brand goes through the grand final, or the Yudu Red Giant can stall 1 point, so we're gonna play the 4th game. Are you guys thinking that Yudu Red Giant can win the game number 3? Yeah! I cannot hear you. Are you guys thinking that Yudu Red Giant can win the game number 3? Yeah! All right. We're gonna get back after this small break, so don't go anywhere, guys. Thank you.
The Red Giants are caught in an impossible situation at match point, with Falcons AP Bren leading this best of 5 series 2-0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series live here at Quill City, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And once again, we are seeing the fans just rolling into the venue, so you guys don't want to miss out. Head over as soon as possible, because after this best of 5, we will still be seeing the grand finals that are going to be placed in that best of 7.
I mean, will we see the home team fall to the hands of Falcons, or will we see a reverse sweep from a 2-0 position? Can't wait.
You know what? I think this is the first time that I've seen YRG play in a very pressured situation. So this is where we will see their mental fortitude, how they will put up that emotional stability, because the other team, or FCAP, is 1 win away, right? And they're playing in their hometown, so that's a lot of pressure for them.
For sure, because last time in MSC in the grand finals, it was a 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, right? I don't think the Udo Red Giants, after 126 days, have felt being this behind, right? So I understand that sentiment. I understand what's being pressured onto them right now, what is being put up to the test. Because again, right, 126 days without losing, how does it feel for them now, being in a position where they're so far behind and they're just 1 game away of saying goodbye to the
Game, right? I think now they don't need to overthink it. Don't overthink the series. Take it game by game. And now, what's in front of them? It's game 3. Do their best.
Yeah, I kind of feel like for YRG, they're playing FCAP's game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that you've mentioned overthink.
Playoffs, Chip has yet
Yep.
to surface.
Yeah, that's true. They ban out the Zask. You're left with Roger, again, a Moskov, those heroes for YRG. Or maybe focus on Karam's hero this time around. They change things up.
Definitely, and Udo Red Giants adjustments instantly, right? They saw that Minotaur is a little bit too hard to handle here. So yeah, you know what? Let's limit Ogwen and also opening up more possibilities. Falcons AP Bren, will they go for that Roger first pick? It seems like they really like that Roger.
It's a big question. Yeah, okay, so the adjustments have been made now for the Udo Red Giants, picking up the Edith. And this puts Falcons AP Bren in a situation to choose, right? The Roger and the Harith has been left open. We've seen the Harith kind of fall short in terms of that laning phase as compared to certain heroes. So it looks like Falcons AP Bren up first. They will be picking up the Roger. It's still a flex. They could still be picking up the Harith later on into the series. But the Terizla is also one of their choices here to secure Flap TZ.
Not unless Udo Red Giant secures the Harith now. For them, Harith and Kufra maybe, because it's a nice protection for that hero, but they could also get the Hayabusa already, or even the Alpha, since the Assassin or the Junglers has already been limited for our draft.
You know what? I like it, right? And maybe we might see a Kaja here in the mix from either side. Let's see the Giants, though, to complete their first 3 picks. It will be that Harith as expected, and of course the Nolan, right? I'm still being the favorites in the jungler position.
It's scary to pick up the Harith here, but it's also understandable. In the opposite side, the Udo Red Giants, when faced with the Harith in the gold lane, they pick up something like the Melissa that has a little bit more of a fighting chance in lane if they want to. But obviously, if Falcons AP Bren secure the Melissa here, the Udo Red Giants could pick up something like the Arlet, which is also very dangerous against the Melissa in these particular team fights. So right now, Falcons AP Bren, they're not going to pick the bait just yet. The Vexana is secured first and foremost. And now the Udo Red Giants, they have the chance to ban the Melissa out if they deem it worthy of banning.
Yeah, they can actually ban out Melissa and even Moskov, because the Roger could also be, is still a flex pick for Falcons AP Bren. And I think during last game, it was a Roger for Kaltizi and a Claude as well as for their gold lane. So, yep, Udo Red Giants, they might want to minimize on the options of Falcons AP Bren and have this Roger in the gold lane instead. Since Falcon's AP Brand already banned out this Exborg, there's a high chance that even the Terizla is also a flex.
You're right. Let's see though. Falcons AP Bren, will it be enough for them? But Eudora Giants, yeah, they will start eliminating the Moscow as expected as well. Will they commit to another Super Marco hero later on? We'll see. Falcons AP Bren though, they're in the hot seats. What are you guys thinking here? I think either Export, Edith can be flexed. So let's just maybe glue ban, because they have synchronized the Vexana with the glue before.
That's actually
I mean,
it's gonna be a show here for Falcon's AP Brand. So Eudora Giants, I was thinking, if are they gonna ban the Claude, Melissa, as Eterna said, because it is actually decent for. It's a decent pick for Eudora Giants. More on the marksman, so that there's no flex for FCAP.
Yeah, they want to try and force it, right? That's definitely a possibility here. And for Falcons AP Bren, once again, they are trying to signify that they want a winning lane in that EXP, right? Which is why they banned out the export. CC is still an option, although Cram has not picked it up just yet, right? So far, Cram has picked up the export, the Terizla, the Barretts, and the Edith. So again, still a possibility of that flex. But now, okay, they're starting to limit down the options here for that roaming position. Cho banned out. Kufra also banned out. Falcons AP Bren, what do they secure here? Do they, I think, maybe leave the Roger as a flex to the later portion? I think at this stage, go for a roamer here before it gets picked up by the Eudora Giants, and that choice is the Ruby.
yeah, a very solid choice, right? Going up against a Harith, a hero like Nolan, and the Edith, who wants to engage you. And a proper disengage should be the Ruby, right? With a crowd control, it will break your tempo as well. So a very nice pickup. Eudora Giants though, what do they need? They need more peel. They have crowd control, but is the crowd control from Edith enough? I don't think so.
If up against a Ruby or maybe even a Terizla, Edith is sufficient for Eudora Giants. I was thinking for a burst hero. For YRG, could be a Lily actually, if up against the Terizla and the Ruby, right? Could burst those shields and even the HP. But yeah, okay. So we have Arlot and even Jushin. We're not even sure as to where this Arlot will go. Is it an EXP lane or the POS 5 for YRG? Now, here comes the answer for FCAP. If this Roger is gonna be a flex, no, it's not a flex. It's gonna go on Super Marcos lane, and we have Hayabusa as Kyle TZ's the jungle hero.
I had a feeling that it would be Jushin. I think Jushin is very punishing to heroes that want to look for a setup like a Terizla, like a Ruby. The displacement of the Jushin is very difficult to overtake, so I think it does work well and blend in well with the entirety and the idea that they want to go for. They also have a little bit more of outplay material with the Arlet as well as the Edith, so these team fights are going to be a little bit more tricky for Falcons AP Bren this time around.
It's going to be tricky, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, it is at match point for Falcons AP Bren.
One game away for the M5 World Champions to move forward into the Grand Finals. One game away of remaking history, putting Eudora Giants in their spot. And with that, I'm going to throw it over to you guys to cast and bring us into the third game in this best of 5.
Thank you again, Eterna. Will we see the Land of Dawn the last time for this series, or will we see another Land of Dawn game? Let's see. Eudora Giants taking on Falcons AP Bren.
And we see right now for Eudora Giants, they are really on the aggressive side, specifically in the middle lane. But this is a very different rotation from Q, because he goes at the lane as to where Super Marco is.
Let's say it's a 1v1 Raw. Stormy and Yums will force Super Marco to use that flicker early. That's already a spell wasted. And also for Cram on the bottom side, actually spent his flicker as well. Kyle TZ though, he smells it, he gets it. First blood towards Kyle TZ.
What a rotation there by Falcons AP Bren. Almost a kill at the top lane, but there's a cross-map play, I think, for Eudora Giants. But Ogwen is still alive. So Sekais is now at level 4. same goes with Kyle TZ for this game. So expect more of the rotations in the golden because that is what's happening for both of our teams. And this is going to be a pretty intense fight, I guess, because a lot of trades, even bottom lane here. But Cram, he needs to be careful against the Flap TZ and Kyle TZ.
It's already very different from game 1 until early first blood. And Kyle TZ looking for an angle already. So more confident here, and as well as more aggressive from the side of Falcons AP Bren.
Even Owen is poking some of players here from Yudo Red Giants. A lot of pokes at the middle lane. So they are positioning themselves in a way that they could get a kill, but we have Kyle TZ as well for Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Kill will secure that, but Sakai's will secure that kill as well. Both kills here towards both respective junglers.
But for Owen, he used his flicker already. So this is going to be a long turtle fight again for both of our teams. And they want to have those pulse force be at level 4, specifically for Stormy, who is still at level 3. Again, because of the aggression that Falcons AP Bren has been doing against them, the rotation isn't that continuous for YRG. And yep, we have Yums here already for the vision, but for Falcons AP Bren, there is Few and Flap TZ.
Let's see here the setup. Jungler levels, yeah. Kyle TZ at level 6, for Sky's level 6, so they are at same level now. Falcons AP Bren, they might look for an opening with Ogwin. Looking to hold on towards that flicker just yet though. Well, let's see here. Sakai finds it. Penalty zone towards the backside though. It's connects on towards still. But it seems like Yudo Red Giants, they're ready to fight as well. Ogwen displays towards the backside, knocks up, Ogwen falls.
That is a very nice lantern flare usage there from Stormy. And it's more of the continuity in terms of setting up a play for Yudo Red Giants that made them win that turtle team fight against Falcons AP Bren. So a little bit of delay on the reaction from Falcons AP Bren, hence YRG secured that one. But yep, Flap TZ, you have 3 players at the bottom lane.
Flap TZ not sure here, no flicker. So it seems like with the airborne, Flap TZ will not able to survive. And Sakai finds the extra 200 gold. Grandma though will be the trade. So both XP laners will fall in the bottom side of the map.
But still better trade from Yudo Red Giants because you have 2 players with assists because of that kill against Flap TZ. But it was a nice reaction from Few at the time. And right now, I think the problem for Falcons AP Bren is, again, the lantern flare from Stormy. It's as if they are not really timing it that much before counter-engage against YRG. But yeah, Yudo Red Giants, they just need to continue what they're doing. Probably get those jungles or neutrals against Kyle TZ as early as now.
Well, Yudo Red Giants here looking for an opening, perhaps in the mid. Final Flash View now use the flicker. Oh, good onwards, on towards Ogwen, and the damage will come through towards Few. Ogwen and Few falls in the mid. Shadow Kill, a desperate one, but Kyle TZ will be able to get out with that quad jet on a Flap TZ. But the penalty zone will deal damage towards Stormy and you. Super Mario a little bit late, but Yudo Red Giants, they were able to get out and disengage.
Okay, so for Super Marco, I thought he's going to dive under the turret with the 2 players already low on life from Yudo Red Giants, but it's more of the discipline for him. Again, for Yudo Red Giants, nice usage of skills. They were very sustainable at the middle lane. That's why Falcons AP Bren, they need to speed things up in taking objectives. Hence, they are at position.
Stormy a little bit late there, a little bit late for the backup. But the turtle now will fall to the hands of Falcons AP Bren. Yep, Falcons AP Bren, they have found compensation, but man, Sakai's will not stand idly by. They will take the first structure in the game.
That is a very nice cross-map play from Yudo Red Giants. I mean, keep up on those setup plays from Falcons AP Bren. They're not giving them the chance to win on team fight. And if ever there's going to be a play from Falcons AP Bren, there's a counter on other lanes. So I really like how Cram is playing on this game because it's as if he is the initiator from Yudo Red Giants. And then there's going to be that follow-up setup play from Yumes, and Stormy is doing a great job on that Yujin. play, and I heard the conceal from YRG.
Yeah, you the Red Giants, they want to set things up in the top lane. Oh, good! His placement there on towards Flapsy, and he will be forced to use the flicker. The damage will follow Innocent with the Shaman Force, dealing a lot of damage, immobilizing Oakwood as well. And Graham secures it. Shadow kill towards the backside, will not be able to find anyone. Good onwards, on towards Kyle Teasy in the backside. The Graham will deal a lot of damage and also takes a lot of damage. Kyle Teasy will fall in the hands of the jungler as well. At the end, it's a 3-for-1 in favor of the Giants.
What a nice play from you, the Red Giants. Even a bite time, by the way, from Cam, but middle lane. Unstoppable already for Sikais, but Stormy's gonna be down. Super Marco running for his life. Now Falcons, AP Brenna, there's a bit of a juggle for them against the the Red Giants, but YRG is keeping up that lead. 1,800 in terms of gold. We have Sikais and Innocent on top of that gold farm against the Falcons, AP Brenna. Sikais, by the way, is at 5,700, while Kaltizi is at 4,400. So that's a huge leap in terms of the itemization because he has the Malefic Roar already.
Oh, that's more damage already, right? And 7 minutes in, what a recovery by Udara Giants. Clan, though, will take a lot of heat here with the crowd control and damage. Flapteezy will be able to take him down the middle. Different situation. You will be taken down. It's a 1-for-1 on the XP for the mid. Take a look at Sakai's. He will clean up on the turtle. So that's a 1-for-1, but the Newt falls to the Udo Red Giants.
Nice diversion of attention for the players of Udo Red Giants at the middle lane. So it's a free turtle rather for Sikais at that time. Sikais, by the way, is at 504. And because Stormy heard that conceal, he just prepared himself. If there is going to be that threat from Falcons AP Brand, and Supermarket is just taking his time to farm for this game. The only item that he has, or core item that he has, is the Wind Talker. Set up play, more pokes.
Yeah, they are not sure here. They do not want to overcommit just yet. Humes poking around, as well as Stormy and Falcons AP Bren, while Super Marco, he has 2 items already. Windtalker and Endless Battle, not Power Spike yet. But if you say that he is able to deal damage, the answer is yes.
Ooh, nice set of play.
Oh, Super Marco at the backside. Flapteezy flickers out of the way. The alley-oop from the side of Stormy will be able to be finished by the members of Udo-Rat Giants. They want the triple as Graham jumps in, dives in. Now on the backside, it is actually the Hayabusa looking for a small cheeky kill, but it will not be available because of the alley-oop again. And Sakai secure the godlike.
That is going to be a wipeout also for the side of YRG, hence them taking this turn at the middle lane. So things are looking good for YRG. The layering of skills is there. Stormy is doing a pretty stable job. By the way, 0-3-15. So all 15 kills from YRG. He has participated there. It's 100% kill participation for this Eugene, and I think Falcons AP Bren is having a hard time to counter this type of lineup from Udo Red Giants because even at the item shows. So we have the Thunderbelt already for Cram, Road to Dominance Ice, and even for Falcons AP Bren, they can even peel the shield and even the HP bars here of Udo Red Giants, and because of the team fight, from 2,000 gold lead and now 7,000 for YRG.
Things are not looking good here for Falcons AP Bren. Udo Giants, can they keep up here to stay in the series? The Lord, yeah, the first one will be taken for the side of Udo Red Giants.
Also, it's kind of hard for Falcons AP Bren to counter-engage because Humes is always one step ahead against Falcons AP Bren. Even Yu is having a hard time to place that Eternal Guard, right? So we have the Lord now for Udo Red Giants in the middle lane.
Oh, good pull there, and even the damage comes through for Kaltizi to be taken down. And now this is the first Lord, but Falcons AP Bren, they're a man down. Will they be able to defend their inhibitors?
After that, we have the Holy Crystal ready for Innocent. So 70 seconds before Kyle Teasy is alive. But it's just the first turn of the game. Falcons AP Bren struggling to defend.
Final flash on towards you. Flapteezy holding on. But now he will look and run, trying to survive from Innocence as he claims the unstoppable hill here. Udo Giant still stands with 5. And with that, they will be satisfied in taking the mid base turret.
definitely there's a huge lead in terms of the items and even the levels here from our players. Sekai's is at level 15, while Caltizi is at level 13. So we are still at 11 minutes of the game, very far from that equilibrium moment. So for Falcon Saber Brand, it's kind of hard for them to defend since Red Giants is more on the aggressive side.
Yeah.
But they have the kit as long as there is a nice I'm offended play from Ogwen and then finish it with a penalty zone. YRG, they're just jumping against FCAP.
Yeah, this is very different from game 1 and 2 because Red Giants, they now are dictating the game. FCAPs, they are playing us Red Giants' game. It's very different from game 1 and 2. And take a look at the tempo control from Red Giants as well, right? You know what? There's no objective on the board. Let's slow it down.
And even at the items here for Stormy, there's no slowing down. Even the bought that brute force breastplate and then the glowing wand. So they just want continuous damage against the FCAP. And we don't have, okay, we have Dominance Eyes for Ogwen. But at the same time, it's really hard for Ogwen to be up front because even Innocent is almost close to that full item.
Yeah.
So probably Road to Blood Wings after this Holy Crystal and even the Feather of Heaven.
And with that, it's very nasty, right? With the Blood Wings, extra shieldings, it will be trickier to take Innocent down. And yeah, I mean, if we're talking about Ogwen, it's very hard for this Ruby to even stay in the front lines. Why? Because there is Stormy. That Zushin is just so annoying that can displace you and put you in a position that you don't want to be in.
Yeah, that's true. And you can see right now the Lord has spawned for this game. Now, Red Giants, they have the upper hand for the positioning. It's really hard for Open to be up front. Even Flappies is having a hard time. Sometimes he uses the penalty zone and the flicker is used to back away against the players of Red Giants, not the other way around. So there's going to be an error from Red Giants. Probably it's going to be having Stormy up front and take all the damage from Falcon's AP Brand.
See, well, Falcon's AP Bren be able to contest. Cal TZ level 14. Of course, Sakai is level 15. Oh, I'm offended. Flicker, though, will connect on towards one. Sakai secures the Lord, but Cram will be the trade. Will they want more as Flap sees he caught? Flicker's out, but the damage will come through, and Flap will fall. It's a 1-for-1, and Lord falls to the Giants.
This is going to be difficult here for Falcon CP Bren. Since the Lord has already spawned in the middle lane, there's no added layer of sustain for Falcon's AP Bren. Although they have Ogwen, but it's kind of hard because they're still waiting for that Eternal Guard from a few, but depending if Caltizi will get a kill.
To extend the series, will this be it? Now let's see, Ogwen receiving a lot of damage. Super Marco, Caltizi in the backside will be able to escape, but Stormy falls in the process. Sekai's trades and the base will fall. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 4.
That is a very nice execution there by the Red Giants. Not letting Falcons AP Brand win. They're not done yet for this tournament.
I have one word.
What is it?
One word.
Tell us.
Jushin.
Jushin.
Jin, yeah.
Big problem for Falcons AP Brand, even from the early game.
Yeah, a lot
Jushin,
of defense.
okay, is Jushin 2 words?
Yes, technically.
Technically.
Yes.
But we get you.
Will you get me?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
We get you.
Okay, great. But yeah, right, Jushin was like the #1 problem the Falcons AP Brand were facing even from that early portion of the game. The laning phase was terrible for Falcons AP Brand. It was very difficult for them to have that mid-trio prio. And then as soon as they started getting into the neutral objective takes, the Jushin also had a big say as to how everything really went down. So it was very difficult for Flaptizi to find an opening. Even if he does, there are moments where he misses his penalty zone. But if he does land it, he just instantly gets choke slammed by
true.
Jushin. It's so annoying.
A very masterful usage, by the way, from Stormy. I think Falcons AP Brand isn't that prepared
Yeah.
if they're up against a Jushin user like Stormy.
Yeah.
we saw how this Jushin was just so causing a lot of problems, right? Because yeah, Ogwen cannot really position himself. He shows and then he got knocked up, or he, yeah, again, essentially jawhead ejector, right? With the skills that Jushin has, it's very hard to screen a Jushin's comp. And we saw how YRG, yeah, Jushin's value, you know what? Instantly adjustment, I believe. Next game will be banned.
Yeah, it's like going into the arcade and you play a claw game that isn't nerfed.
Yeah,
know?
that's true.
It's so reliable, and the fact that the Jushin can even actually go a little bit more utility with her build just makes her that much more difficult to take down and
Yeah.
makes her even more annoying, right? Brute Force Breastplate as one of her options, as well as the Clock of Destiny.
Yeah.
So even if the Jushin, she didn't go for Purify, by the way.
Nope.
Stormy went Flicker, and yet there was no point in the game that it was a sure kill onto Stormy.
That's true. And we look at the assists. It's 20 assists out of the 20 kills of YRG. And if in case someone will find him, Stormy, in the middle of the team fight, he has the Ice Queen wand. So the players from FCAP are slowed, and at the same time, some of the players of YRG are prepared to group up for Stormy's protection.
And with that, right, imagine with the slow, Humes jumps in with the onward, jumps in with the Earth Shatter as well. A lot of utilities, a lot of enablers with Cram as well, Final Slash Flicker. Yeah, a lot of holes already for FCAP's position or composition, and that is also one of the reasons why Super Marco wasn't able to give out the impacts or create the impacts that he did in the first or the second game.
I agree, and with those rotations, right, Sakai's was given so much more space. Look at his GPM, 981.
Almost close to
1,000.
1,000, yeah.
That is super high.
And even he's not even the highest damage per minute, right? So
Nope.
imagine if ever all the skills here has been used by YRG and a specific player, how can you sustain that one? How can you sustain the threat? 2,796 damage per minute, and you have another layer of damage from Sekai's fracture.
That's not fair. That's
Yeah.
not fair.
That's imbalanced.
Yeah, I agree, right? She built Brute Force Breastplates.
Yeah.
And she has the highest damage. Stormy!
From the Lantern.
Prince of Mages, stop!
Yeah, I mean, this is just shows how just when they're online here, Eudora Giants, they are really online here. So guys, picking up the MVP 807,
Wow.
I can't complain.
Yeah, this is probably because of the space again that YRG gave, because of the solid trio at the middle lane. They were just juggling and kiting the other lanes from Falcon Safety Brand. We could see that as early as 3 minutes, even 4 minutes, wherein there are bigger neutral objectives during that game. It was very difficult for Falcon's AP Brand to escape that one because the displacement of their heroes are more on the linear side, and it was better for them if they go aggressive also. But because of the huge gap
Yeah.
in terms of the items, even the levels, it was so hard for Ogwen and even Flap TZ to set up a play.
I agree, because technically, Falcons AP Brand had a composition that had the stoppers going for them, right? They had the Ruby, they had a Flap TZ. That should have worked, right? But it doesn't work if you're 11,000k gold, 11k gold behind.
Yeah.
Right? You're just falling so far behind. Every time you go into these team fights, you get shredded by the damage. Because at this point, right, Innocent was already full items. Sakai's was also ramping up on those items. Even Stormy was a big issue, despite her not being full build just yet. And so at the entirety of it all, every time the Eudora Giants pick up something of a... But actually, it's true for both of these teams, right?
Yep.
If you are able to get a big gold gap, a gold lead, and look for that snowball from the early stage of the game, it's very difficult for things to go the other way around.
I mean, I agree, but even in the early game, it was Falcons AP Brand. They were having some sort of play, but in that mid game, I think that's the mid game power spike where, yeah, Eudora Giants says this is our time, and we saw Sakai's with the rotations more effective if we compare to Kalatizi in this game, and we saw the impact that Sakai's gave in that game. His angle taking, of course, supplemented by Stormy. But man, I hope we see the same vibe here from you, the Red Giants, for Game 4.
Yeah. Let's see whether or not we'll get that, but we're gonna have to see it after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our players a little bit of time before we head into the next game in this best of 5 series. And with that, we'll see you after. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi, we are from Snapdragon, so we have an activity in Quill City Mall. So whoever participates in our game will get a free notebook. And also for the winner who join for our Mobile Legends game, you get a token to exchange for the jersey. People need to follow our Instagram and post story, tag and hashtag for us, and then can join for our game. So who get the first kill and the first tower will be the winner. So the winner will get the token and also the notebook.
Hi guys, when you come to SPS MLBB ESL, you can expect to have some free support cards, get our free door gifts, you can get a chance to have free diamonds or free skins, and come to our jersey redemption counter, you can have a chance to get some free jerseys and have your own name customized on it too. Apart from that, you can also come and have a meet and greet session with our pro players. Come on over and don't miss out.
Game 4 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, as the Yudu Red Giants strike back in a convincing fashion. And it looks like we have a game on our hands, a series on our hands, as we are in the Snapdragon Pro Series live from Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Oh, it's amazing seeing the adjustment from YRG. Finally, let's see though, they're not done again, game by game. Hopefully, they can extend the series to a game 5.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just happy to be here, get to watch this games from our teams. But yeah, I'm really looking forward for game number 5 because that performance from YRG, they just made a statement that they can still win the game.
Yep, they can still come back because that was our main concern, right? Coming into this, a 2-0 already from Falcons AP Bren. Will the Yudu Red Giants be able to come back? Hello, Mara.
Hey.
Is Mara not casting? I mean, hosting? Okay, I guess she's on a break.
No. Mara and the girlfriends of Falcons AP Brent play. So they have their buff with Innocent. It's the girlfriend buff.
Girlfriend buff. I like it. Because, you know, sometimes in MPL IDs specifically, when the girlfriends are present, that's when it's not a buff, it's like a girlfriend nerf.
Oh.
Sometimes. But
I mean, yeah, could have gone either way.
it's worked out for Innocent so far, right?
Can't complain.
So we'll see how this pans out. It's a full house, by the way, at Quill City Mall already. And we're just in game number 4. Imagine what it's going to be like for the grand finals. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's not get ahead of ourselves as we do still have to get through the drafts here for game number 4. Falcons AP Brand this time on blue side, Yudu Red Giants on the red.
I was thinking if Yudu Red Giants will ban out the Zask or open it up so there will be a trade. Maybe Falcons AP Brand will get the Yujin and then they get the Zask or any of the heroes like Moskov and Roger. So yeah, this is quite an interesting drafting sequence probably from both of our coaches, and they're taking their time. And it's gonna be a Zask. Fusion is open for Falcons AP Brand. If that happens, Yudu Red Giants, they can get they got the Roger. Maybe Fusion Minotaur for Yudu Red Giants or Moskov and Hayabusa in even Alpha.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? This chess match begins now. Well, yeah, Falcons AP Brent, even though Zushin got 100% KP in that last game, seems like, you know what? Yeah, that game was a fluke. We can adjust and we can do better. Falcons AP Brent, again, letting go of that Zushin. Yudu Red Giants, I say just get the Jushin and I think the Claude. No, the Moskov.
The Moskov, yeah. Or
Is a
maybe a Minotaur
strong
also. Or even the Nolan as early as now. It was very effective for Sekai's. Oh, okay, it's going to be Julian and Minotaur. So they're not overthinking this time around, even though the Jushin was pretty much available or pretty much effective the other game. So Falcons AP Brand, they can get to Charisma as early as now. Maybe even the Edith, by the way, could be one, and even the Moskov, so that they can pull off that Roger jungle. But they had a hard time earlier with the Roger jungle for Kyle TZ. Yep.
I think it's important not to tunnel vision too much on the Jushin because despite the fact that we've seen the Jushin find a lot of success, there are a lot of ways to counter the Jushin, right? If you have the better clear, if you have the mid-trio prio, there are still loopholes around the Jushin despite the Zas being banned out. But it looks like Falcons AP Brand, they will not gamble on it. They will not take that risk. They have picked the Jushin up for themselves as well as the Grok. So this is actually great, right? Because one of the downfalls of the Jushin is that wave clear. She's really great at the 1v1 in terms of just damage, output, and of course as the displacements from her skills. But one of her main problems is the mana usage, and she can't spam it as fast in the early game, so her wave clear is kind of lacking. But they've supplemented that with the Grok, who has an incredible wave clear.
That's true. So probably for Yudu Red Giants, they want a hero that could shred this Grok as early as possible. More on what are the heroes that has damage early game though. Moscow is mid to late game, depending on the laning. Could be a burst hero, definitely not a Vexana, because it could be countered out. Oh, it's more of the pokes. So they're still trying to make this save work for Yudu Red Giants. So the synergy from this Minotaur and Eve could be great.
You know, I thought that they were going to go for Lunox mid.
Oh.
I thought. Because it is Stormy's signature hero. He does have that in that pocket, but the Eve comes through. Goni, why Eve?
You know what? Seeing the synergy with the Minotaur, it might work. Considering earlier it was Yves and Edith. Yeah, I see the vision, but maybe with Minotaur, it's more direct, right? With Minotaur, you have somebody that's constantly will be in front of you. And of course, now, Eudora Giants, they will somehow limit Flap TZ's option here. So Arlet, I'm seeing a glue potential ban as well from the side of Eudora Giants. Falcons AP Brer on the other side. Maybe they will start limiting on the gold.
I have a feeling of a Claude ban here.
Yeah, probably for... well, actually, it would be a nice ban for both teams. But it will be better for Eudora Giants. And now that they have the Eve, I won't be surprised if Falcons AP Brer will get a Lapu-Lapu, maybe a Yuzhong for Flap TZ just to shake things up against Eudora Giants. So that's why even the Arlot was banned by YRG. And yeah, Claude is a nice ban for them because that was the hero that was used against this Eve.
Unless they pick it up for themselves. Because technically they do have first pick. So maybe Falcons AP Bren want to ban the Claude.
Let's see, right? And Falcons AP Bren, they can also flex this Roger to the gold lane if necessary. So it's still open for both teams here. It seems like they have made that decision. It will be the Nolan here. Eudora Giants, they do not care about the Claude, but they do care about Nolan.
Yeah, I was thinking for Falcons AP Bren, they could switch this Roger on the golden and have Alpha as their jungle, which is probably one of the reasons why Ruby has been banned for FCAP. Now, Eudora Giants, you want some hero that could be up front. Eden is still open. Eden has been banned. Terizla is still open. You know what? Is Paquito good against a Yushin?
I think, yeah, with bridge damage, Zushin can be an option. But again, there's a Grok and the Roger. It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, technically the burst from the Paquito should be able to get up close and personal with the Jushin. I think we talked about this at MWI with LaFell. Like, what is a good counter was the Jushin? Any hero that can really just dive in your face will be a problem for Jushin, I think. So Paquito could work, but if there's cover, it becomes a little bit more difficult. But the Eudora Giants, they go for something very different. They go for the carry, understanding that they do need Shred to be able to hunt down this Grok in the later stage of the game.
That's an interesting approach here. Carry, I think it's a debut for that hero in the playoffs, right? We have yet to see Carry in the playoffs of SPS. So Eudora Giants here taking another approach in the lower brackets finals. Remember, match point for Falcons AP Bren.
Yeah, but we saw that Falcons AP Bren were hovering on the Claude and the glue. So the carry might have a hard time actually if there's gonna be a glue. It's as if the positioning will be very, very hard for Innocent here. But yeah, it's gonna be carry and glue. We have 100% win rate out of the 3 times this glue was picked. Probably it was used by Flap Easy also. So Eudora Giants, what's their EXP lane?
But remember, Falcons AP Bren picked up a Claude into a Minotaur, right? So it's not going to be as straightforward. A Minotaur can knock the Claude up and cancel that Blazing Duet. So there are layers to these counters, right? Essentially, the Claude can counter the Eve with just burst damage, especially with the Blazing Duet. But on the other hand, the Minotaur could also cancel the Blazing Duet to render that useless. And Eudora Giants, they secure that lockdown in the Terizla.
Eudora Giants will stick to their comforts here with Terizla picked up for Cram. And here, this is it. The 10 heroes that will Enter the lineup, Dawn.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, our final day in the playoffs. One more step away into the grand finals, and Falcons AP Bren should be able to get this if they execute their draft properly. Remember, both of the compositions have layers to it, so that execution is going to be very important. Who will be able to lead in the early game usually is the team to be able to win it all out. With the fast pace of the meta, we are going straight into the Land of Dawn.
Let's see. Composition-wise, it's tough. Innocent, I believe he will rock the Purifier as well.
Yep.
So it will be harder for him to engage or disengage without the flicker.
That's true. So if in case Falcons AP wants to go on the faster route of things, they should probably go on Cram's lane, because it might be hard for Yums to soak up all the damage against FCAP just in case. So I'm expecting that things will be fast from FCAP since they have the Grok. But we could see that, yep, it is actually Falcons AP Brand clearing first that middle lane as compared to Stormy and Yums in the middle lane. So Quantum Charge for 3 players of Falcons AP Brand with the Claude, Grok, and even the Rogers, to expect faster pacing from FCAP.
Let's see here, will it come through or not? Well, Sakai's will be able still to take that purple, and yeah, laning-wise, Super Marco and Innocent, Claude and Gary here, both just very, very annoying in that mid. Oh, Ogwin engaged on, but will still have the flicker to get out.
I really like how Stormy is poking View at that time, because View is technically using the Purifier, right? It's gonna be hard for him if he's already low on life, and we have players from the Red Giant that could literally jump through him. So with those Void Blasts and even the Void Crystal, it might be hard for View to zone out the players of Yudo Red Giant. So things are pretty good for both of our teams, just the usual rotation from all of them. And Ogwen on the Resilience boots or the Tough boots, so he will be literally in front of everyone from Yudo Red Giants.
Okay, let's see, the turtle is up and instantly here, right? Sakai's is on it. Flap, Teasy, and Cram here battling with their mid laners. Oh, View in the backside. Real relation popped early, not in the turtle's mid here. Very aggressive, and that will force View to use the Purify. Oh, take a look at the turtle. Sakai's will reset the turtle here, taking it patiently.
Yeah, I thought that Yudo Red Giants will force this turtle, because we have 2 players from Falcons AP Bren going back to their base because of those zone outs from Yudo Red Giants. But since Ogwen was also in front, it's really hard for Yudo Red Giants to be that aggressive. And we could see him being poked here by 4 players of Yudo Red Giants. So View is here, Flappies, and even Ogwen. But I think the rotation of Kaltizi is somehow different as compared to Yudo Red Giants. That's why Ogwen is trying to zone this turtle.
Yeah, the lane providing vision as well. And you saw how both gold laners earlier on, they cleared the mid. So there's some funneling towards the gold lane, right? Clearing 2 lanes at one time, and well, Yudo Red Giants here, they might commit this Lord. Ogwen again providing vision for you in the top lane. Oh, will be engaged on. Minion Fury will be forced, but with the real world relation and Sakai's jumping in, it will be first blood for Yudo Red Giants.
I think there was a miscommunication right there from View, because he used the Lantern Flare against a Terizla. That's why there's an opening from Yudo Red Giants to set up a play against them. One charge!
On towards Maria as well. Crown figures out. Turtle resets again. This is the first Lord, ladies and gentlemen. Minute 4 almost. And yeah, no teams has yet to pick this up. Cram now being taken down here, surely, with the damage coming in. And there you go. Flap TG though should be the trade, but Sakai's in the middle of it. Oh! We'll find the turtle and almost a kill here. Cal Calteezy will not let that go. Now it's a 3v1 against Humes. Humes will not be able to find an escape route. And there you go. Falcons AP Bren, they lose the turtle, but they win the fight.
You know what, Flapteasy was really tanky at that time. A lot of delay with the motion from Udo Red Giants. All along I thought he was going to be down even before those skills from Falcons AP Bren. But because of that, you have 2 players down from Udo Red Giants. But the good thing is that for the marksman laning, it is actually Innocent on the lead against Super Marco, probably because it's a carry versus a Claude. And in terms of rage, it's going to be carry on the upper hand. But top lane, there's going to be a zone out from Falcons AP Bren.
Well, Cram mounted, defensive penalty zone. But with the displaced by Theo, they will be able to take Cram down.
It's as if an episode straight from Quinn's Gambit for a few. He's playing like the players from Udo Red Giants are like chess pieces, right? All along, Cram thought that the penalty zone is going to be sufficient to escape that threat from Falcons AP Bren, but the Lantern Glare is still there for FCAP. So 4-2 is the score. We could see the Flask of Oasis already being built up by Yums on this game. And in terms of the jungles, okay, Calteezy is at level 9. So Sekai is still at level 8. So we could see that because of the aggression of Falcons AP Bren, there's a difference in terms of the pattern for the junglers.
Definitely. Take a look at Super Marco here, blazing duet for the clear. And Calteezy is there to back it up. Now Minion Fury defensively towards the backside, but the damage from Calteezy should be enough, but no, Innocent is there with the Purify perfectly timed as well. Flapteasy will not be able to find it, but Innocent surely falls in the hands of View. Stormy finds Okwen as well. It's a 1-for-1 here. Pre-turtle.
Definitely a miscalculation there from Innocent after the wall charge, but Calteezy is still alive in that moment. But look at Cram zoning out the players, and View even using that Lantern Glare to escape Cram's damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's just buying time as well at that point, right? Meanwhile, Sakai's, he is dealing that turtle in the top side of the map. So, yeah, Udo Red Giants on Falcons taking Bren here. First 6 minutes, already 9 kills. So, action-packed, very scrappy. So, let's see here. Do they want to stabilize before entering the mid-game?
You know what? I think like Udo Red Giant is more on the stabilized side of the game, because even though Falcons AP Bren is at 6 kills, they are on the lead actually in terms of gold. That is because again of the laning from Innocent. There's a huge lead between him, but top lane.
Flicker while charged, connects on towards Sakai's. Oh, Calteezy, damage will not be enough to take him down just yet. The displace on towards Cram here again, soaking a lot of damage. Real word of revelation now put out. No casualty on that skirmish.
Very, very tanky Cram. As we can see there, that's not enough shredding damage yet from Falcons AP Bren, but it's good that they are able to force some of the skills of the players of Udo Red Giants, and Falcons AP Bren just rotating smoothly around the map. Udo Red Giants, they're focusing on giving space on Innocent's lane. Even Yums is rotating on those areas. But in terms of the items of Innocent already with 2 core items, Corrosion Sight and even the Golden Staff. A lot faster to Super Marco, definitely, because Super Marco only has the Demon Hunter Sword as the core item.
Yo, let's see here. Will Udo Red Giants be able to maintain their lead here once we're in the mid-game? Well, Falcons AP Bren, different approach, right? It seems like even though they have the juice in, different type of aggression, if you can see, if you compare it to Udo Red Giants games earlier.
Yeah, that's true. And Stormy's playing splendidly again with this Eve, using that Void Blast just to check if there's a hero on that bush. But yeah, at this part, it's gonna be the Lord team fight, right? So for Udo Red Giants, as much as possible, you want to focus on forcing that Purify as early as possible against you and have him targeted after that.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, Innocent 3 items already done.
Yeah.
So that's power spike. That's why he's ready. He's in the vicinity of the Lord because he wants kills now.
Yeah, that's true. That's why even Udo Red Giants, they're forcing this Lord to be on their hands.
The word revelation pops. Skies finds the Lord. Flat sees in the first front side of the line. Bouncing one, but it seems like the damage will come through for Falcons. AP Brent, Kyle TZ, and Super Marco finding Sakai's. And that's almost a wiped out for Falcons AP Brent.
The only player alive now for the side of Udo Red Giants is going to be Innocent, but good thing is that they were able to secure that Lord. Not really sure if they can capitalize on this, but Falcons AP Brand, they're slowly changing the economy of this game, even forcing Innocent on a dashing way just to defend that mid lane turret, but they're able to secure that one out, and there's a gold swing, 1,300 gold lead for FCAP.
Yeah, Sakai's got the Lord, but the Lord is irrelevant. Falcons AP Brent still claiming more map control regardless. Udo Red Giants, though, they can pick up scraps here. They want to defend their bottom side, and well, item-wise here, yeah, Super Marco is also ready for war with the Holy Trinity for Claude picked up.
I think for Innocent, the next item would be the Wind of Nature, right? Because there might be surprise blazing duets from Super Marco, and it's 900 lead. That's still a huge lead for a gold laner. So for Udo Red Giants, the positioning now, that's very crucial to have this farm from Innocent to be evident on this game. But there is a lot of vision from Ogwen's Grok, and might be a zone out against you. Nice flicker there, by the way, for him.
Perfect timed. Right now, Yumes and the rest of the team members. Yumes now displays. Scram, though, jumps in. There's a slight disconnect. Raw charge on towards one member, but Cram will fall, and Sakai's it's stuck in a no man's land. Two members out for Udo Red Giants. Add that another as Yumes and Sormy will fall. Innocence once again, last man standing.
What a way to stop the Sky Prince at the time. Well timing on that one charge from Ogwen, protecting you and the rest of the Falcons AP Bren. We have 4 players down for Udo Red Giants, although they have that added damage or defense in the mid lane turret. It's gonna be a long and tough defense for Udo Red Giants. It's definitely Falcons AP Bren on the lead.
This might be it, man. Falcons AP Bren, they might snowball because of the 2 big fights earlier on. Udo Red Giants now, they're behind 4,000 gold, and yeah, things are not really looking good for their side. Sure, there will be counterplays. Innocent isn't technically given the right position just yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Also provided by the teams as well. Still 0 kills to his name.
Yeah, that's true, because Sekais is at level 13. Kyle TZ is at level 15. Even the items very different. It's 3 core items for Kyle TZ. You have the Thunder Belt and then went straight for the Endless Battle. And even after the difference in terms of the levels, even the other heroes of Falcons AP Bren are on the lead against Sekai. So it's going to be Lord now for both of our teams. There's a knockup from the Lord and the wall for Ogwen.
SRG, 5 members here clumped up. Falcons AP Bren, they more have a formation here in taking the setup. But it seems like they will know. They're not gonna blitz this Lord just yet here. They're taking their time, and Udo Red Giants, they know, they understand, because the bottom side of the map is heavily controlled by Super Marco. Though, Lord is below 50% now. Let's reset it. Let's see here. Let's grab on towards Cram, but Cram flickers out.
Oh wow, Falcons AP Bren forcing some of the spells here from Udo Red Giants. I could see Kyle TZ forcing this Lord. We have the movement from Udo Red Giants while Yums buys that Oracle. So it's still a juggle for both of our teams in this game. But Falcons AP Bren almost close in securing that one.
Yeah.
And even 3 players are zoning the players of Udo Red Giants.
Yeah, Falcons AP Bren, they understand that, yeah, that window, it's now green, it's now open, so they take the Lord, and now they understand that this might be the final push. This might be the Lord that take them to the grand finals.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for you, the Red Giants. As long as they're able to get the attention of the Lord in the other lanes, it would be easier for them. But looking at how Ogwen is delaying the Lord. They are forcing all inhibitor turrets to be destroyed before that last Lord push in the middle lane. So nice wave management here for Falcons AP Brand. Now for you, the Red Giants, we have those flickers from Stormy, even a flicker from Yumes. You want to set up that real-world manipulation, even a Minoan Fury, just to back up the damage.
Yeah, they have info. Silk Ram, no spell, as well as Stormy. Lord now in the middle lane. Well, the Red Giants will take care of that for now. Falcons AP Brand still looking for that opening. Real world inflation to secure the zone. Malefic Roar secured, so they are looking for the top side of the map. Base turret should be their target for now. Will be defended. Oh, but there's a knock-up on towards Cram. Defensive penalty zone. And yeah, Falcons AP Brand, they saw no opening. They will not force it.
Yeah, masterful defense by you, the Red Giants. All along, I thought that both the top lane and bottom lane inhibitor turret will be destroyed. But because of their defense formation, it was a lot easier for them. And they have to be mindful of those lanterns from you, because if not, there's going to be the initiation or the go signal from FCAP. So we have another minion wave flowing at the bottom lane, and the supermarket's just forcing that push, and the lantern that per se is just spokes. It's just spokes for FCAP.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Now, Ogwen, though, has the flicker. So keep in mind, the flicker while charge could come in when needed. Udara Giants, yeah, will they go out of their base or will they turtle? Seems like the answer is for now, yeah, they'll just wait for the minions to come into their base. I gotta say, though, they have the carry, so they can definitely shred the Lord down swiftly.
Yeah, that's true, I agree, because for Udara Giants, again, the struggle here is that not on the innocent side, because he has the farm, still almost closed with Supermarket's farm. It just so happens that they are having a hard time on setting up a play against Falcons AP Bren. Again, we remember that play from Yume's same hero, actually, the Minotaur. They could put up that big Minoan's Fury just for the counter play and bait the players of Falcons AP Brand to use majority of their resources. That's the winning condition now for Udara Giants. That big setup play.
And for Falcons AP Brand, it's their job to make sure that Innocent falls first. Somehow, some way, they need to. Maybe they need two approaches, right? First approach, they need to bait the Purify out and then commit on towards the second approach or second attempt. Let's see here, Udara Giants. I don't know if it's wise to really contest this one.
Penalty zone there from Cram.
Let's see, Real World Relation committed as well. Flapteezy though mounts Cram here. Alone, he pulls back. Now Sakai's in front side of the things, looking to reposition. And Ogwen committed the wild charge. Lord reset. Now, Udara Giants, they have more control in the Lord's Pit. Falcon taking Bren again. They're taking it slow. They're even sending Super Marco maybe towards the mid, if possible. So Udara Giants, they need to be careful here if they clump up with 5. Ogwen has Immortality Lord now, committed. Yeah, you see Super Marco there being cheeky in the mid, just clearing lanes, forcing an error.
Okay, so for Falcons AP Brand, you don't have to Purify for few. So it's going to be an easy target for Udara Giants, but the Lord is reset by that gorgeous barrier from Ogwen. So we don't have immortalities here for Udara Giants. So positioning is going to be crucial for them. But
oh, they're gonna win.
Okay.
Oh,
zone out.
Yeah, Sakai finds the Lord. Flapteezy now falls. Real Worm Manipulation blazing the way to the backside. Melt Stormy down. Now Super Marco might want blood in the top side as Sakai's and Cram, they're fighting for dear life. Flapteezy loses immortality, but of course the damage will come through for Falcons AP Bren. This might be it. This might be the play that takes them to the grand finals.
They have to make it way for the top lane. I think this is it, because the only player that will be alive in 18 seconds is gonna be Stormy. The story now is, how can Udara Giants defend with just Yumes and Stormy left?
Let's say 7 seconds, 8 seconds for Stormy and Yumes, but the DPS is there. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be a classic Philippines versus Philippines. Falcons AP Bren, welcome to the grand finals.
Yet again, we see another Philippines versus Philippines grand finals. GG, well played to Udara Giants, yep. But Falcons AP Bren, they've just shown everyone that Fourth time's a charm, but different outcome this time around.
It's another example that, again, the immortals do bleed, the giants do bleed, and the kings do bleed. It was a well-played battle between both of these teams, but only one will be able to move forward as Team Liquid Philippines are waiting up on the mountain. And it's a big upset. It's a huge upset. Right?
Past me.
Yeah, with the Lord here, not
Game, especially when you have to deal with the Netherrealm, saving the lives. 1 or 2 kills before you have to be extremely.
Is the best. This is the championship title. This is where we turn the tides of destiny.
Indeed, it is now time to turn the tides of destiny into reality.
And now, only one team will get to hold the championship trophy. They will fight head to head, battle each other. Grit and strength, resilience versus resilience. Only one team can win this championship title.
And with that, let us take a look from the blue side, the monster from the Philippines, M4 World Champions, MPL Season 13 Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Liquid Philippines!
And on the red side, the two-time world champion on a quest to obtain trophies from all around the globe. Let's welcome Falcons AP Brand.
It is now time to start the match. And with up, introducing the XP laner, Sanford. Sanford currently holds the third highest damage taken in Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5.
And the finals MVP, the XP laner Flap TZ, tough as nails, holding the record for the highest damage taken in SPS Season 5.
And with that, it is now time to call up the roamer of Team Liquid and Falcons AP brand. JP holds 62.4% of kill participation in SPS Season 5.
Manning the roam is Master Ogwin. 100% win rate with Kufra and Hilda throughout the challenge finals.
Introducing the highest. Introducing the one who mans the mid laner for both teams, Sanji and Few. Sanji holds the record of the third highest damage taken per minute this SPS Season 5.
The timeless idol Few currently holds the record of 3.4 DPM, the fourth highest in SPS Season 5.
The richest in the game, the gold laner, Benny Cutie and Super Marco. Benny Cutie currently holds the second highest KDA ratio in SPS Season 5 with a 9 KDA.
The bulletproof Super Marco holds the highest KDA ratio with 10 KDA.
And now we go deep into the jungle, presenting the TZ brothers from the Philippines. We have Carl TZ and Kyle TZ. Presenting the king of the jungle, the mechanical genius, Quill City Mall. Give it up for Kyle TZ.
The golden boy, Kyle TZ, has secured 33 turtles and 19 lords, the most turtles slain in this tournament.
The one and only finals MVP at M2, and that's what people call him, the king of assassins.
All right, Kyle TZ, the TZ brothers. You are now facing each other off just like back home. How different do you think it will be this time around? How much have you guys grown since you last met with TLPH?
Gusto ko lang po sabihin sa kanya na good luck. Kasi bumabalik na siya sa prime niya ngayon eh.
Kyle TZ wants to wish Carl TZ good luck because Carl is now returning to his prime now in this tournament.
Carl, he said you are returning to your prime. And I want to ask, I know that Echo is very hungry for the championship and of course, their long-awaited revenge from MSC. How ready is TLPH going up against Falcons AP Bren, who has climbed from the lower bracket?
Sobrang confident po namin. Sabay gusto po namin patunayan yung sarili namin nung last MSC kasi tinalo nila kami.
They are very hungry for the win as they are super duper hungry and they want to prove to the people that they actually deserved what happened in MSC.
Okay, we're gonna do a prediction here. Don't be shy. It will be best of 7 grand finals. You said, off the mic, you said, no humble, no humble. Okay, okay. What is the prediction?
4-0.
4-0? Carl, papayag ka ba doon? 4-0?
Siguro po, Game 7 naman para di nakatamad.
Wow, he said he wants a 7 game because, you know, he doesn't want to be too boring for everyone.
All right, now take a step forward. It's now time to give your most serious face. Look each other in the eye.
Don't smile.
Now there's the friendly handshake. All right, boys, you may now take your seats.
Good luck, boys.
This is a best of 7 grand finals, Rose, and only one team will go home with this trophy.
Indeed, Mara, and I'm pretty sure both teams are ready to fight it out because only one can be champion.
Who will control the tides of destiny? Let's find out. It's now time to turn over to our casters. It's all yours.
Here we come. Thank you so much, Mara. Thank you so much, Rose. And thank you so much for introducing both of these teams as they are getting ready on the stage for this best of 7.
Let's see, right? It's the M4 champion going up against the M5 champion as well. Rematch of the recent MPL PH Grand Finals as well. It's looking good. It's looking juicy.
I mean, at this point, we might as well rebrand to MPL PH Grand Finals, right? Because again, this is the atypical matchup that all Filipinos are expecting for every single international tournament. They've got 2 of their representatives here at the Grand Finals, and honestly, this is the real test because TLPH, based off of record, they've beaten Falcons AP Bren sometimes. Other times, Falcons AP Bren have taken down TLPH. So winning this will give them, as Sanford mentioned, a lot of momentum going into the regular season.
Oh, for sure, for sure. That's definitely something that you do want to take with them. But remember, it's also important to note that the last time Falcons AP Bren lost to TLPH, that was because FlapTZ wasn't feeling well, right? So when they came back to MSC and they were able to see one another from the MPLPH Grand Finals, that's when FlapTZ was like, I'm in my prime and we're gonna win this out, and they did. So now it feels like it's a revenge now, more so for Liquid this time, to be able to show that, okay, we're both at our primes, there's no excuses anymore, and let's go in for a rematch because we also have improved as a team.
Well, let's just jump to the drafts here for our first game of the Grand Finals. Team Liquid, I believe they will have the red side. Falcons AP Bren will have the blue. So, well, Falcons AP Bren, their approaches, let's not deal with the Moskov here. they know they have the opportunity to take the Roger early.
Yep. Keep in mind that this is a best of 7. It's a real marathon and it's not a sprinting run. We'll see how this is going to play out, right? Because we've seen that TLPH so far has had one of the shortest average game times throughout the SPS, but against Falcons AP Brent, it's really just how they manage the early game. And I think getting rid of the Edith is smart. The Moskov makes a lot of sense. They want to kind of force Benny QT to pick up his comfort hero in Roger.
Okay, let's see. Team Liquid, they have the opportunity here to ban out the Zask. If they want to go crazy, ban out the Roger as well. What will they go for here?
These third picks are always interesting for Red Side because it really gives information of how they want to play the game. If they want to make sure that the early game is going to be a little bit smoother, maybe they have an option of getting rid of the Arlet this time round. One of those hybrid flexes that you just cannot let through.
It's opening up a lot of options as well, right, for both of the teams here. Again, Falcons AP Bren, they will not open things up with the Roger. Instead, they will give Phil the Zask.
We're finally seeing Zask being played once again here. Today was 100% banned out. So coming to the grand finals, we see the resurfacing of this hero. The Jushin shouldn't be a priority at this point. So we're expecting maybe a Roger and the Julian, right? A hero that Carl Teasy has found so much success on. And he actually faltered, actually. There was a Julian game that didn't really work out earlier on. What do you think is the main weakness of a Julian? How can Falcons AP Bren utilize that to their advantage?
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down with vision, right? Because you know that as soon as Julian uses his dash, he is susceptible to dying, right?
Yeah.
Without the dash, without the enhanced swords, or even just the regular sword dash, it means that Falcons AP Bren can jump him with a lot of gap closers, a CC. He is very susceptible to that as well. So if you play around those cooldowns, then you'll find that there are very clear windows to actually attack them.
Yeah, I think crowd control is one of the main factors as well. When during cooldown, they can not dodge the crowd control, but Falcons AP Bren direct approach here. Fanny and Terizla, so they really want to play around the early game here. Sure, expect Falcons AP Bren perhaps not contesting Turtles here with this Fanny. Team Liquid, they must be aware of that. Oh, great response here with the Cho to isolate the Fanny.
This is a flex pick. This is one of those scary flex picks that TLPH whipped out against YRG just only yesterday. This could go into the EXP side or it can be picked up by JP. But based on what we've seen thus far, usually it is Sanford who holds on to it. We see the Harith as a follow-up ban just to limit down on the gold lane experience for Super Marco. I wouldn't be too surprised if they also got rid of the Claude.
Yeah, I think what's left, right? I mean, Claude, Moskov is banned out, so yeah, very, very limited option here, marksman-wise, if you're talking about conventional marksman as well. And Falcons AP Bren, yeah, they saw how JP played the Kaja, especially they've committed already in towards the Zask and the Fanny. Yeah, let's not deal with the Kaja this time.
I think that was a brilliant ban, right? I mean, coming into this, they understood, Falcons AP Bren understood that TLPH would require some lockdown, and the fact that the Cho could still be flex, I was thinking, yeah, Kaja JP would be a really good source to really shut down these heroes, right? Both the Zask as well as the Fanny. And now it poses the question, right? Where's this Cho going? Do Falcons AP Bren want to commit onto JP once again? The answer is no. They eliminate the Aurora despite no Kaja being taken in for TLPH.
This would indicate that Falcons AP Bren not only want to dive their opponents, but they don't want to get slowed down, especially if they're taking the traditional front to back. I mean, looking at the composition, they are playing the Zask, and Zask will need to kind of anchor down for the team while everybody else is pushing forward. So that brings the question, right? Falcons AP Bren will have to finish their composition first, and I think that for Team Liquid PH, this is where they show their mid laner and hold that flex against Falcons.
Okay, let's see here. Team Liquid, what are the options? What are the mid lane options here? Going up against Fanny. Aurora ban out Zasks.
Honestly, the Aurora was great because of her passive. So there's a little bit of invulnerability involved in her kit. It can cause a lot of miscalculations for the Fanny. And as well as the Zask, right, which has been taken in by Falcons AP Bren. So it looks like Team Liquid Philippines are going to go for the Valentina. There is a lot of still flex potential with the dodges that she can utilize in her kit. Plus, she can use her IMU to her advantage. Now, we mentioned Falcons AP Bren and how they are supposed to close in their composition first and foremost. So what we're lacking here is the gold laner. What do you think fits here? Claude Harris banned out, and the answer is carry. Do we like this carry for Falcons AP Bren?
I think it's kind of okay, right? I think it's more, it's a lot safer in comparison to something like the Beatrix. At the very least, your team is going to be setting for you, and you can still play around the Nightmaric spawn at the end of the day. So you have plenty of appeal if we're really thinking hard. But it's even scarier that if you are playing this carry, taking the space is very easy to do, especially when you are dashing forward aggressively against your opponents.
Very good read there. And Team Liquid, they will flex the Cho at the end of the day. Tigreal, again, JP, we touched on JP playing the Tigreal. It seems like against the Fanny, against the Kufra as well. Yeah, JP's ready.
He truly is. And remember, with Cho on Sanford, this is one of his high priority heroes, right? We've seen him perform on this. The fact that he's going to be able to clear a lot quicker than the Terizla, the fact that he's going to be able to roam a lot faster than the Terizla, expect them to be able to hold control in the early game if things go as planned. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, our first game in this best of 7 in the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Boys, I'm going to let you take us through this game.
Land of Dawn, here we go. Game 1. Who will strike first in the grand finals? Will it be the champions of M4 or will it be the champions of M5? Expect a lot of aggressive maneuvers from cultz here on this Fanny, especially early on.
I mean, let's see whether or not they can find these openings, right? FCAP has been known to adapt against their opponents, while TLPH has been investing a lot in this early game. If it really does go the distance, I will be concerned for TLPH for sure in this matchup. This is our very first game of this best of 7 series. Let's see how they're going to play it out. But first, the emblems.
Oh, emblem-wise here, let's see here. You know what? Yeah, I mean, the talents, they're quite conventional, as well as the big emblems here. Sanford rocking the concussive blast like yesterday. Sanji Impure Rage as well. Meanwhile, for the junglers here, cultz, yeah, very aggressive. Lethal Ignition is the way to go.
Yep, cultz is ending up towards the gold side, and Benny QT wants to dominate this early game as much as possible, right? He's stacking up this wave, but he also has the Master Assassin. He might just find first blood here, but Ogwen trying to turn. Good sidestep from Benny QT's side. Disengaging, allowing Super Marco to get a reset, but no. There's too big of a wave. He can't afford to lose this. He's going to have Ogwen babysit him here just in case.
Yeah, I mean, that's a trade won by Benny. And let's see here, Julian is in the fray as well.
Oh, here comes cultz looking for an opportunity with the enhanced sights. He's already chunked out Ogwen, but now left out in the open. This is the window we were talking about. First blood not achieved. cultz walks away. Regenerate keeps him alive.
Man, the coordination there, the communication was shown by not just Team Liquid, but Falcons AP Bren. cultz jumped in time almost, but yeah, that first blood wasn't available for Falcons AP Bren just yet. Turtle now is up. Let's see, will this Fanny contest? I doubt this, so Team Liquid, they should have a better and proper setup for this Turtle take.
Well, I mean, purple buff will be achieved by the Fanny. It looks like Kyle is going to head to the top side, but FCAP need to put some pressure here. Already waiting for an opportunity to drop the Dominator's Descent. We do see that Sanji uses the IMU to drop his own. With this being said, Ogwen charging up. Penalty zone coming up for flapz. For that opportunity, and maybe his steal. Implosion comes through to stop them even going even further, but Sanji finds the turtle. They're on the run, and Kyle is looking to trade. Kyle finds one with the help of the Lethal Ignition, and Sanji disengages the rest of his team. Whoa, getting real dangerous here. Super Marco coming in for a second wave down by mid-side, but instantly getting chunked out. Ogwen still alive, gets his passive off in time as Carl's getting chunked down, and Super Marco finds the kill. Looking for a second, pops his all with the light wheels, and Sanford here. Oh wait, hold on. An early Purify costs him his life as we see Kyle and a trade from Benny QT. Both sides refusing to give up anything. Kyle doesn't have enough energy, leaving flapz all by himself for a double kill on Benny QT. No, Few, don't be the next one to fall. Sanji's auto attack catches him as well.
It's action-packed, it's brawly, it's scattered. Falcons AP Bren and Team Liquid going at it early. 3 kills towards Falcons AP Bren, 4 kills towards Team Liquid. Sanji.
Well, he gets a cutthroat. He's just auto-attacking him down, and Ogwen says, alley-oop. You know what? Never mind. fine. I'm gonna take the kill on top of it.
Team Liquid, though, even though they have a kill, they lost Sanji earlier, they got the newt. Falcons AP Bren, it's very scattery, right? It's even, I think, from that fight. It's quite even, though Team Liquid has a slight economy lead. It's still anybody's game. It's Sanford here already very aggressive in the mid. Bush looking for an opening, knowing that most spells from both teams, rather, are spent.
I mean, so far, we're seeing that Falcons AP Bren is addressing this early game by trading actively against their opponents. Sanford is doing a very good job, and Flapteasy is just cleaning up the lane, trying to minimize his interactions against this Cho in the earlier stages. But with 13 seconds left, let's see where TLPH is going to try and find and extend this economy lead as Carl tries to invade, but Flap and Kyle say no.
Okay, for Falcons AP Bren rotation-wise, yeah, take a look at the top lane. Super Marco alone, but even so, JP does not commit any flicker, not commit any movement, but turtle take here.
Oh, so waiting for, oh, there we go, the way of the dragon on towards Flapteasy's side. Oh, it stops Sanford from getting a clean engage, and Carl Teasy will find the turtle as Kyle might just kill Sanji here. As they return, he walks away luckily. Kyle just doesn't have enough damage just yet. Nicely done by Sanji.
Yeah, Bloodwigs already for Carl. That's extra shield. You can see, oh, flicker.
Oh, penalty zone catches too. Carl's trying to get on out of there as Kyle gets back into the mix. They find Sanford, now looking for a second. They dive underneath the turret, and no, Kyle, he misses it, but they still secure the kill onto Carl CZ. A double for Flap, and this should also equate to a tier 1 unless Few finds Sanji. Ah, yes, he does with the Mind Eater.
The read, the play, and now the first structure in the game will fall as well. Surely, maybe next wave, but Team Liquid, they weren't able to defend. They weren't able to judge. Oh, Flicker Implosion.
Flicker Implosion on towards Kyle. Oh, onto Kyle's side. Owen countering game, forcing Benny to flicker out of there. JP's all by himself, and now with the Dominator's descent, there's nowhere to run as Few picks up another.
That's a slight over-commit move there from Team Liquid. It was only 2 members around that area, and they commit a big fight. And of course, Falcons AP Bren, they will commit JP and punish him for it. So yeah, Falcons AP Bren now, they have established a 2,000 gold here in the first 6 minutes. How easy.
Oh, he's still trying. Even with the Blood Wings, still he's getting chunked out heavily, but luckily he's not giving that kill over to Kyle, unable to make him snowball harder than he already is. He's 1-0-5 so far, but Carl Teasy needs the power farm to maintain this EXP. The levels relatively equal.
He's looking for the flanks.
Oh, wait, hold on. The knock up towards Owen. He can't seem to get on out of here. He needs to disengage, but it looks like Falcons AP Bren give the kill over as Sanji is getting attacked in that mid lane. Kyle is chunking them out, but he can't seem to find the finish.
Yeah, it's twice now that Falcons AP Bren, they target Sanji in that mid, but twice Sanji dodged a big bullet as well. So things are still okay for Team Liquid, but Falcons AP Bren, they might take this blast turtle and maybe snowball from then and there. Team Liquid, they do not want to give it for free.
Yep, they got to deal with this Chimeric spawn every single time, and Few is going to keep poking them out whenever they try and take the space. Mid is shoved in, the tier 1s on top and bottom already collapse, and TLPH, they still think they have an opportunity. Now we'll see. Sanford with dodges with the shrimp post for now, but we haven't seen the big set just yet. He hasn't seen the angle as Kyle will go for a quick recall after his purple.
Yeah, both teams, they will not rush this last turtle immediately. There's a potential that this turtle might be allured later on, but FCAP here looking for a better setup. Carl TZ and Carl TZ here. Looking at the levels, Carl TZ is slightly ahead, so in that sense, Team Liquid has an advantage.
With this, Owen charging up, tries to look for anybody, doesn't connect. The IMU's Dominator's Descent, Flicker Implosion finds one, taking out the Nightmaric spawn. Flapteasy quickly tries to disengage, ends up dying to Carl, knocks up 2. Supermarket and Ogun forced to back away. They gotta get rid of this Nightmaric spawn. They can't afford to get poked anymore. It's Ogun looking for another opportunity to re-engage, flickers forward, and does find it! It's going to be a lockdown onto Sanford. He's down, Ogun picks up the kill, and Benny QT looking to trade as the backline, dies out. Flapteasy does take that turtle, but now it's just the both of them, and they find it! Benny QT with a double kill.
It's a 3-4-2, and the Newt falls to the side of Team Liquid. What an execution there. Carl TZ, though, now disturbed by Carl TZ, but still manages to find the orange.
He's trying to sustain with his empowered auto attacks and calls BennyQT to his side. He just goes to show you can't mess with this Roger just yet. Kyle has no defensive items against that Lycan pounce.
A lot of action already here, Gideon. Mid-game that we saw a lot of glimmering moments for both of the junglers here. Carl TZ perhaps looking for a better opening, but Ogwin forces Sanji to use that Purify.
Yeah.
So now, 9 minutes in, again, it's still very even.
Yep, they're calling for a tech pause here. It looks like something is up, unfortunately. But in the meantime, it does give us a little bit of time to actually talk about the way this game is being played. Because again, usually you would expect that FCAP would take their time with a lot of these situations, but no, they're actually going toe-to-toe, matching the tempo against Liquid Echo, TLPH, and their answer is, hey, if you're going to take a kill from us, we just have to take a kill back.
Yeah, it's a very reactive moment or reactive approach from the side of FCAP, right? We thought that with Fanny, you would want to play the cross map, you would want to pressure Benny in this case more, but then again, maybe because it's on Roger, it's very mobile. You know what? Let's take a chance. Let's have a setup on towards this turtle, and you saw 3 times technically that Falcons AP Bren, they wanted to contest this turtle, though Team Liquid, they managed to take all 3.
They've taken all 3, and then when I'm looking at this gold list, currently BennyQT, currently the highest GPM as of right now with 7,000 gold in his pocket. And looking at the item list at the same time, right? BennyQT is opting maybe to go into the Blade of Despair. I don't know if he's going to get really greedy with it, but I see 2 Legion swords, so we'll see what the final build is going to be.
That's very scary here. And yeah, he is still deathless here from BennyQT, so maybe that's going to be the next target for Falcons AP Bring to, let's go and have a run towards Benny. He's not on a Purify, so he can be caught by Ogwen. It's just a matter of timing and positioning.
Yeah, it really is. BennyQT going to get a push on the bottom side with the coverage of JP. They should be able to chunk down this bot tier 1, get some structures back against Falcons AP Brand. They're holding a very minor gold lead so far.
Yeah, it's still anybody's game here. 10 minutes in. Super Marco, you know what? He died twice, but looking at the gold, he still needs catching up to do. One more item though to hit that power spike from Super Marco so that Carry can be really online. He has the Corrosion Golden Staff. He is working on towards that last Holy Trinity. So maybe after that, Super Marco will be more active, will be more in your face in Team Liquid's formation.
Yeah, but oh, wait, the kick coming in from Sapper on towards Flapteezy's side. The engage is good. The chain CC allows Flapteezy to actually hop on out. They didn't commit more than that. JP didn't want to use his implosion just yet.
Wow.
Saving some time, but at the same time, Falcons AP Brand, because Flapteezy ends up surviving, it's just a flicker for flicker trade.
Yeah, no casualty from that opening there by Stanford. That's info though, no flicker on that Cho, and no way of Dragon for a couple of seconds. Let's see, Falcons AP Brand, can they exploit this resource wasted from Team Liquid side?
Oh, I'm not going to fall for these nuts joke here, but Stanford once again getting another kick towards Open, forcing him to flicker 2. And JP finds 3 with the implosion, and he's going to try and push them back. BennyQT finds Open, Kyle Stanford, and now with the ad swords, Carl is able to get out of there too. BennyQT disengages and is trying to look for this 1v1 against Super Marco, but nah, they disengage entirely.
That recovery, right, JP? Flicker implosion, but Flapteezy was clutch with the penalty zone, zoning out members, and oh, the TZ brothers going at it here. But yeah, both A-okay.
Carl still making sure that he's just slowly using his abilities, thinking about the toolbox that Julian actually has, and making sure that he has enhanced swords available to get him out of these tight situations. But now, considering the amount of time that they've spent dancing around this one, looking for these big picks, TLPH are going to start blitzing it down. Taking their time with this. Where's Ogwin? He jumps forward, hitting the front line only. Getting JP blocking it. Flapteezy secures the Lord as they're trying to back out as his penalty zone is through. And Flap actually securing the kill on towards JP. TLPH are happy with this, trading one for a Lord. We'll take it, but now we want more. Few gets absolutely mauled it down by Benny QT, who's taking him and flips us forward. He's already got a double, almost a triple as Carl Teasy secures that final kill.
Oh, you snooze, you lose. Falcons AP Bread, they lost the Lord, but they somehow snooze in front of the formation of Team Liquid. And Team Liquid, they will be happy to take Super Marco down.
Oh, and Main Sanford, he tries to make the play. The angle's not good. The tower should take him out. Super Marco finds it. Kyle jumps back in to look for something back, but nah. Sanji says, stay back. Shadow Strike to keep you at bay. You will not get past me.
Yeah, with the Lord here not even touching the base turret, already 5,000 gold lead or advantage from that Lord. Team Liquid PH, they were shaky in the earlier on, right, in the early game, but yeah, they have recovered now, entering almost the late game even. Team Liquid has a better stance. Though Falcons AV Bren with Super Marco, yeah, things can definitely switch around.
Now, I'm looking at the item list right now, and Carl Teasy, he's already got his 2 big items, right? He's got the Holy Crystal, also, he's also got his first item, Blood Wings. On top of that, he does have Feather of Heaven, so he was opting to play, hey, I just need to survive and not let Kyle actually pick me off in these types of difficult situations. But now that I've got the magic damage to start melting down the squishies onto... Wait, hold on. Sanford, open the barrier here as Carl Teasy gets hit, blocked against the wall. Penalties on the follow-up here. Carl Teasy needs to get out and Hand Swords gets it up, but the Dominator's Descent says, no, we are going to slow you down. Trying to pull on backwards. JP in a lot of trouble, forced to figure out of there as Sanji covers his escape.
Man, that Symphony, right? Ogwin jumping in. Penalty zone follow-up. Oh, Benny.
He doesn't have all. Benny is trying to run him down, and he finds one as Kyle is able to take the trade backwards. Super Marco gets the free hit the front line and forces JP to die.
1 for 4 in Falcons AP Bren. They have taken down the mid tier 1 and tier 2 soon after. Team Liquid, what happened there? The foundation, they lost one member earlier on, but then they re-engage. That was kind of awkward in the communication maybe, but Falcons AP Bren, what recovery, right? They managed to turn the Ogwen setup there with Flapsy, and then they turn it around and even take down Benny QT in the process.
Just weaving through the members of TLPH and got right on top of Carl Teasy. It just goes to show, right? If you have a clean execution, there's basically no counterplay towards it, considering that these are the 2 best teams in the world.
Again, it's still a standoff here. Lord will be the main priority now. Well, both junglers level 15. It's just a matter of setup. Looking at the far lane here, for now, it's still in favor of Falcons AP Bren. Will they play around it with it, or will Team Liquid be able to neutralize that far lane problem? Setup-wise, Falcons AP Bren 60-40.
18-13 is the current kill score, and Falcons AP Bren recover from the initial blunder that they had with a team fight earlier, replying and saying, hey, Liquid, you better be careful. If you mess up, we will punish you just as hard, right? I think that's like, what, about a 4,000 gold swing in favor of Falcons AP Bren recovering from the damage from that fight from TLPH?
Around, more or less, right? Because now Falcons AP Bren, they have the economy, and they also have the bottom side. So yeah, now Kyle TV shows what will Team Liquid do? Nothing. They have no time. Even though Fanny showed up bot side, it seems like they can't pull the trigger.
What a feint here by TLPH. It forces out some movements coming out from the side of Team Liquid as Falcons AP Bren look to regroup around this Lord. When charging up, hits Sanford for now, locks him down in place, but no follow-up just yet. They're not the main targets, they're just the front line. As Sanji getting some good damage onto Flapteezy for now. Both sides back away as the standoff continues.
Falcons AP Bren still playing it slow. They know they have that slight economy advantage. They do not want to rush into a fight. They do not want to rush into a commitment on towards the Lord take. And Team Liquid, they understand that they are behind in the far lane. So yeah, they're also taking it quite slow here. Waiting for information. Sanji though, that's info. No DG.
And now, they're trying to slowly take the Lord, trying to get a movement out of Falcons AP Bren. They see, wait, the conceal coming out from Falcons. They're looking for a jump here. Ogwin gonna take control over the brush. Looking for anybody to overextend. TLPH just waited out patiently. Nightmaric spawn to zone out JP. He's forced to walk through it, as Sanford is going to kick Ogwin right back into the middle of the team. Implosion to slow down Super Marco as they jump into the middle of the fight. Kyle Teasy cuts right through, gets Sanford, and the next to fall is JP as Super Marco melts his max HP down.
Man, what an execution there. It was, again, Team Liquid opening the fight up, but the recovery from AppCap was just too good. Sanji providing vision here. AppCap, do they realize that there is a steal potential from Sanji?
It's going to be a difficult feint here. Sanji can't bluff the fact that two of his members are down, and Kyle decides, you know what? I don't even need retribution. Just zone him out. As Benny QT and Carl can't seem to get into that fight thanks to the Nightmaric spawn. That's going to be secured, Lord, for Falcons AP Bread.
Another impeccable decision-making by AppCap. And now they have the Lord 18 minutes in. Let's see Team Liquid. They have the artillery to defend this. All they need to do right now is just keep members alive. If you turtle their base, wait for the Lord to march in towards their side, because Super Marco, he's active, man. He has Rose Gold and Wind of Nature, so that extra security for the magic and physical damage as well.
And I'm looking at Benny QT's build. He went after the Blade of Despair, finished off his GDS on top of the Haas Claw. He wants to take his time in these types of fights. JP, he comes out again, forced the dash on out of there. The rest of the team needs to deal with this Lord, but the side lanes are getting shoved in. That's another inhibitor for the side of Falcons AP Brent, and then they back away. They have to wait for the second wave of Lord empowered minions.
Yeah, I think Falcons AP Brand, they realize, yeah, okay, Team Liquid, you want to turtle your base, so let's just take your inhibitors, right? Bottom taken care of. Yeah, let's just wait for the Tango play again later on. But yeah, 20 minutes in now. Will they force this base turret top lane? It's weak. Team Liquid, do they have enough to defend?
Let's find out. Open. He's not going to pull the trigger just yet. Doesn't want to do anything so far. That bouncing ball stopping Sanford, jumping towards that back line. Again, there's just so much zone control coming up from Falcons AP Brent. That's why we see Team Liquid push and pull consistently against them to find some window or at least the hole in their front line.
Yeah, let's talk about Kyle T's itemization as well, right? I mean, he opted for that Queen's Wings, extra damage reduction. So when he comes in or when he's low, he's not that juicy, squishy target in the front lines.
Yeah, he really isn't. And at the same time, because he's 6-0-8, you would imagine that he would go for a greedier build, like one-shot Carl TZ to one-shot Sanji even, but it looks like the Bloodwing shield has been very, very fruitful for the side of Team Liquid PH. But look at this, right? We're seeing that Falcons AP Brand completely disengage off of trying to go for the end. They can wait for one more Lord. They really don't have to rush things.
And I think Falcons AP Brand, they understand that they're maybe somehow baiting Team Liquid to take the minions bottom side, right? That's why Ogwin and Super Marco is in that area as well, just in case. But okay, they don't take the bait. We'll back off and let's focus on the Lord. Team Liquid, is it do or die in this situation? Is it important for them to contest, or can they tank this one out again?
I don't think their high ground defense is that great. They're a very mid to short range comp, right? And even Benny QT, he wants to dive super hard against Falcons AP Brent. So they gotta figure out a way to actually chop down on this Nightmaric spawn before they drop the Dominator's Descent. Speaking of which, Kyle finding him forcing out that Purify. Dominator's Descent to keep him alive. 2 lockdown against the one thanks to Ogwin. And Sanford, he's down, loses his immortality as Benny QT 1v1s the Fanny on the side. Sanford manages to walk away, burning down because of the glowing wand. But Sanji and JP working in tandem to push the aggression away. They find the kill onto one Few's side. They walk away as Benny QT tries to roll with a GDS immortality purchase to keep him alive, but he's still getting looked upon by Flap Tees. He gets hit by the Executioner's Strike, and Carl all by himself finds one. Doesn't have the cooldowns for a second. Southford tries to save the day. He's going to kick Super Marco into the penalty zone, but thank God he has the Winds of Nature. A double kill for Ogwin and a clean team fight from Falcons AP Bread.
That fight might be enough for Falcons AP Bren to lead this series. Team Liquid, they're still down and out. Yeah, there will be not enough time. Falcons AP Bren, they will take game 1.
That's a great game one, a good showing between two of our top competitors here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Too much early game focus for the side of TLPH, and again, one of the best team fighting teams in the world, Falcons AP Bread.
Did we not love that though? Are we not entertained right now? The back and forth from the early start of the game as it begun. The assassins in the jungle, the assassins going at it with each other, and just that pure aggression from both Filipino teams. I was on the edge of my seat.
And it's just the first game.
It is.
Remember, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon between these two teams. And I mean, based off of the average game time of MPLPH, we can expect an extremely long day.
Yeah, that was 21 minutes if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
21 minutes of just pure action. I barely felt it. I thought it was like a 13, 14-minute game. And then I looked at the timers and I was like, what, 21 minutes?
I can understand, right? There was so much action, even from that first turtle fight. You can see both teams, they're not afraid. They're not afraid just to poke around. They're just going all in, right? I mean, even that last game, Liquid Echo, they know that they're behind, but hey, do or die. Let's gamble this out. They went all in. Didn't pay off though, unfortunately. FCAP leading the series.
And I think even for like Samford, right? He tried a couple of times to force reactions out of FCAP's side, but that's when the Kufra becomes just a nasty pick, right? Samford can poke around and find out, and FCAP are like, keep poking the bear. Eventually the claws are gonna come out.
Yeah, Ogun popped off there with the Kufra, right? It was so exciting, and we finally get to see a lot of matches that we've been waiting for a very long time, right? The Kufra versus the Cho. We saw the Fanny as well, and what did you think about the Fanny being picked up by Kaltizi here? Do you think it was a good pick? Was that one of the main assets to how they were able to win this game?
Definitely a factor, right? Definitely a high factor, especially having control in that early mid. He also built himself I don't want to say utility, but on more of a defensive side. He understands that especially after 20 minutes, it's Super Marco's game in that carry, so he was there to enable and also just opening things up.
Yeah, and I think he also was a large part of that early game, right? Because again, we're seeing that TLPH invested a lot in finding these kills in the early game that FCAP responded with, you know what? We'll let you have these early kills. We're just going to have to trade backwards a little harder. And that's when Kyle Teasy can really chase down his low opponents. He just needs to see him, hey, if you are going to dive, make sure you pump out as much damage as possible.
Now, speaking of damage, let's take a look at Fuse itemization here. This is actually quite unique. Coming into a meta where we usually see Zas pick up the Feather of Heaven.
Well, I mean, Feather of Heaven has been an interesting adaptation with the recent patch, but I think few went for the traditional mage build here, which isn't that bad of an idea, because at the end of the day, the tick rate is still going to hurt. The Mind Eater, as you can clearly see, just blasting down towards Carl Teasy's side, suddenly he becomes a burst hero. And it's just not exactly the most comfortable feeling for people, especially for JP, because every time he walks up, that Nightmaric spawn is like, hey, slow down, buddy, slow down. Kids are crossing the road here, slow down.
And mind you, this was a Tigreal last pick as well, right? So, yeah, I think Team Liquid, there maybe that last pick value can be adjusted coming to game 2, because sure, Tigreal, big implosions, big plays, but you can counter it with Purifies. We saw that multiple times where, yeah, JP initiated a proper setup, but because of the Purify plus Flap Teasy's penalty zone towards the backside, yeah, that implosion's impact wasn't really felt for TLPH's side.
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, both sides, every single one of these team fights is, if we engage, what can we expect for the counter engage, right? And both sides have their own tools to do so. However, if Flap TC catches 3 or more people with that penalty zone, majority of the time FCAP are going to be walking away with a net profit.
And that's what happened, right? Basically, almost, especially towards that mid. And you see a good terrain with this graph, right? You see a couple of hills, mountains, also trenches, but there's a big mountain towards the end.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately Falcons and EP Brem were not afraid to trade proactively in the first 10 minutes of the game, and as it drags out, we do get to see the prowess when it comes down to how Falcons AP Brem approach these types of team fights in comparison to Team Liquid PH. It felt like towards the end, Team Liquid PH, they threw everything at the wall, but they were just half a second late to save a life, or half a second late to connect with an ability, which Falcons AP Brem, they don't waste any time.
which made it seem like there was a disconnect for the side of Team Liquid because of that split-second difference. And Kaltizi was the difference maker, especially in that early mid. He was so consistent in putting out damage and scattering the formations of Team Liquid.
Maybe there was like a chance in the side of Team Liquid wherein they thought that maybe there could be a possibility of a contest for the Fanny, but it didn't really show up. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, it was Falcons AP Bren that was able to pick it up for themselves. And as you can see here through the highlights, we do see a little bit of what Kyle Teasy was able to do in the game. Even around these neutral objectives, he was like that driving force. I think they lost a few of the neutral objectives, but in the grand scheme of things, the way that they've been trading, the fact that the Fanny could go in with that kill pressure was really a big problem, right? There are a lot of moments where Team Liquid actually instigated fights in areas where it's quite, crowded together, right? And that's the perfect moment here like this. The perfect place for the Fanny to really pop off.
I think it's also a matter of target acquisition, right? Because TLPH came to a point where it's like, your backline never shows itself. I might as well start taking away your engagement tools. So that's why they started targeting Ogwin. There was a couple of kicks on towards FlapTZ's side. But if they are going to take out a frontliner, especially when they're fighting around these neutral objectives, because usually we see these fights happen when Lord spawns, instead of doing the regular Lord dance like before, now it's about how many people can I kill rather than just securing a neutral objective.
That's I think the one of the approach went on the Fanny, but this was that last fight, right? Carl TZ taking out Sanford. Way of the Dragon in time, but that win of nature comes clutch for Super Marco, which then they have enough firepower to really end the game as well.
I just want to give props, despite TLPH losing that, like big props to Benny QT on that Roger. He was a monster. It was very difficult for Falcons AP Bren at certain points, even for the Fanny, right? Even for Kyle, when he tries to go in for that 1v1, I mean, Benny QT shows his teeth and reminds us all of that sound, apparently.
Specifically that sound, nothing else, all right? No, don't think about voice lines, think about that sound. And you clippers can clip that for your own audio. But yeah, I think generally right now, TLPH are very heavily focused around the early game. And I think we need to start seeing them actually play towards mid to late. Or if they want to play the early game, they've got to think of a cleaner way of doing it.
I agree. So we're going to give them that time to think, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into game number 2, we are going to go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We are right now with a parent I spot from the crowd over at Quill City Mall. Okay, so first of all, Abang, what's your name?
My name is Gaddafi.
Now I see that you're with your kids actually. Who wants to come here, you or your kids?
My kids.
Oh, your kids. So sebenarnya, apa pendapat Abang Azim pasal scene isukan kita?
Makin berkembang daripada dulu, till lack of supporters and then pengenalan. So, ramai parents yang tak nampak benda ni. Sebab kita dalam tournament Malaysia pun memang kurang sangat. And then, semua gamers-gamers yang kita ada, semua kena keluar.
So, pendapat saya mengenai dengan esports sekarang ni, esports sekarang makin berkembang. So, saya sebagai bapa, anak saya minat dengan e-sukan sekarang, banyak-banyak game mobile dia main. So, saya sebagai ayah, saya support lah dia punya hobi dia.
Okay, sokong. So, apa yang abang nak cakap dekat parents dekat luar yang ada anak nak jadi pro player tapi diorang tak tahu kalau nak bagi ke tak?
Boleh bagi, tapi dalam masa yang sama, pelajaran tu penting juga.
Tapi dalam masa yang sama, saya tekankan juga pelajaran dia supaya seimbang lah, isukan dan pelajaran.
I see. So, it's gonna be, janji you prioritize your study, you can do whatever you want.
Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take that. slap. Just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. It's in your face. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting right. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had that chance. I'm gonna find the one heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the grand finals here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. And as you can see here, all the fans out there that have made their way into the venue are enjoying the several activities that are given over at the venue. There's a lot of booths, 1v1s. You guys can actually get custom jerseys. And of course, you guys get to witness epic MLBB, top tier MLBB at its finest.
Man, it was a fantastic first game as well. Team Liquid looking rather shaky. Hopefully this time they will able to find their footing in the second game. But, well, hats off to FCAT, man. Displayed a very, very sharp execution, especially in that mid-game.
I totally agree here. And I think, you know, what's the biggest problem that every team has faced here at the SPS? It's Zask. Everybody, I feel like people need to get on board with becoming a xenophobe because nobody likes this alien. He has he's too good at what he does, and he's such a pain towards assassins.
I agree. And for teams that really like team fighting, he's also a really big problem when they go in for the engages, right? So for a team like TLPH who have respected the Faramis time and time again because they want to get an advantage in these team fights, you would expect maybe this time around they go for the Zask ban here as we are moments away of entering the drafting phase for game number 2. But if the Zask is banned, it actually is quite fun in the drafts, right? We do see a lot of flexibility, a lot of creativity in the mid lane. Sometimes we get to even see a Yves earlier on. But wait a second, look at this.
Wow.
Ling.
Team Liquid PH on the blue side, Falcons AP Brent opt to leave the Ling open, which has basically been almost permanently banned and contested for throughout the entirety of SPS. But Falcons AP Brent still get their hands on this Zosk, which was a huge problem in game number 1. Maybe Carl TZ can do even more now that he has access to Ling.
I mean, first of all, crazy approach, right, from both of the teams. But yeah, Ling is back. Carl TZ, we have shown him on the Fanny, we have shown him Julian, but this Ling, right, it's still up in the air. We don't know. I don't know. That's good. It's going to be excellent. Let's see. Team Liquid, though, will opt for a counter. Moskov. Here, a very good pickup as well from the side of Team Liquid. Maybe Edith. Okay, Edith is banned. So, Team Liquid, maybe Terizla, right? Giving a hero for Sanford. But no, Team Liquid will secure a mid lane.
Interesting. Okay, so mid lane Vexana is going to be able to outpush the Zos. Won't be able to trade as effectively, but at the end of the day, it's two very separate anchors who have two very different jobs during the team fight. So that really begs the question, right? What are the initiation pickoff tools coming out from the side of TLPH to force that situation?
Well, maybe that's why Falcons AB Brand, they don't like the mobility from the side of Team Liquid. They will try to hinder with that Ruby. Well, there you go. The Kaja band comes through again from the side of Falcons AP Bren. They dislike, they do not want to deal with JP's initiation problems potential.
Honestly, this is a problem for TLPH, right? Now that the Kufra was banned out by themselves, by the way, the Ruby picked up, the Kaja banned out, and the Tigreal on top of it has been banned out. What option do they have for a stopper at this point? Cho? Are they forcing a Cho here on TLPH?
I think they're expecting the Cho, but at the same time, I don't know whether JP can actually perform on it. It's one of those heroes that you don't get to see him play that often, and he's more reliable on the Kaja, oftentimes more than not. And I think that Falcons AP Brand really want to say it. In this game, it's JP's fault whether we win or lose.
I mean, Falcons AP Brand, they're putting 5 bans, technically, right, with that even towards JP. Plus, Kufra, Arlet, and
exactly. So the only hero he's picked up is Carmilla.
That's actually a really good shout here.
Not good.
But they haven't won that many games with Carmilla as well. The win rate for TLPH and Carmilla, not exactly beyond the 50% mark. But we do see the Terizla as the first pick in the second phase from Falcons AP Brand.
They want to add more enabler, right? With the Ruby, they need someone that can peel as well. And maybe that Terizla is going to be an answer. Team Liquid, they also need peel here. Sure, they have the Eternal's Guards Lord from that Vexana. What else? They need crowd control.
I mean, they also need a couple of winning lanes, right?
Exactly.
This is under the assumption that TLPH want to get Carl TZ ahead. And the only way to do that is by like, hey, putting you at like 10% HP, pre-level 4, and then Carl's just like, Finch points, haha!
That's why I think that the Terizla pickup from the side of Falcons AP Brand is actually quite brilliant, right? Because it's giving a question over to Sanford. Are you sure? Okay. Okay. Because initially I thought that maybe with the Terizla being picked up, they would force TLPH in a position where they'd have to choose something like the X-Borg or a CC maybe, which is quite awkward for the composition that TLPH has brought. But now the Hylos coming in as well as a Cho. Okay, who is going where, and do we like it or not?
I think there is a possibility that they still throw this Roger in towards the jungle and give Super Marco carry all over again, right? Because again, that front line is going to be a little bit of an issue, and especially for Roger, it's going to feel quite bad when you have Purify and you're getting dove underneath your turret by the Ling. There are options for counterplay, but I think that's why Ruby has been picked up so early on.
Well, there you go. The Roger will go to the gold lane instead. Alpha will be locked in here. So, though, will it fall JP? Yeah. Hylos JP?
Yeah.
Stand for Cho.
Hylos jungle, right? We've seen a lot of Hylos in the EXP lane. But it's, Hylos roam, sorry. Where's my head right now? But yeah, back to that point, right? When you mentioned about the flex pick into the Roger, it's basically the same idea, right? They do need an answer to really chunk down these beefy front lines, but they don't go for the carry, they go for the alpha instead. So it technically does have the same idea, but Hylos roam, we haven't seen that too often. Is this the first time we've actually seen Hylos in the roam? Will it work? I'm gonna throw it over to you boys.
I mean, playoffs, yeah, this is the first time, right? I mean, the high loss, I think it threw us off a little that we thought it will be automatically go to the Flap TZ side, but no. Glorious pathway, good against Ruby, so let's see how effective it will be.
Yeah, and I think especially when it comes down to follow-up, Ruby likes to displace people, pull them out of position. The Glorious pathway allows TLPH to actually find that possibility to regroup. But as we come in here, it's currently 1-0 in favor of FCAP as we head into game number 2 between TLPH on the blue side, once again, against Falcons AP Bren on the red.
Let's see who will take game 2. Well, you can see here that, yeah, okay, concussive blast tenacity as well for the side of JP. So yeah, revitalize though. That's going to add more healing towards their team fight potential.
Okay, so I guess JP wants to be able to not only save lives and support the team in regrouping, but also get mass value once they are looking for that counter engage. So it begs the question, are they going to be the first ones to make that move, considering that they're very early game oriented? Like, as soon as Sanford hits level 4, I'm expecting him to find something, but now Kyle is in so much trouble here, getting hit by a single fear, put him out of his misery, and now Few caught out of position by JP, and that's going to be another kill handed over to TLPH to open up the early game.
Man, the GOAT himself on the sling, very aggressive already. We have yet to reach minute number 2, but already 2 kills on the board for the Cavalries.
Really nicely done, and especially since they found a very slight advantage where Carl TZ rotates faster, hits level 4 faster, and Kyle was still level 3. So again, Falcons AP Bread, they gotta move with the times. They gotta keep up tempo against TLPH like they did in game number 1.
I mean, hey, Team Liquid here, minute 2, already 1,000 goal lead. That's a huge goal gap already. And yeah, it seems like they are still going for the aggressive plays here. But FCAP, you know what? They want to neutralize the situation. They still want to contest this turtle.
Well, speaking of which, turtles already spawned. JP hits level 4 while Ogwin is currently at level 3. Kyle doesn't mind delaying this, but the same can be said about Carl TZ, who's just power farming the rest of his jungle before he gets involved.
Well, we can see the setup as well here. Both teams not in a rush for this turtle. Take here, Kyle and Flap. They rotate it top side, Sanford.
Oh, Spear of Alpha does connect, forcing Sanford to actually flicker away. He still has the way of the dragon. He can still make a play. He just might not participate in this upcoming fight. Wait, he stops the recall. It looks like they're going to rotate for this. Falcon TP Brent will hold priority for now. JP getting involved, gets into the middle of the 3. Jukuto hits 3. Glorious pathways, they both get sucked in. Spear of Alpha is looking to tune, but it's going to be Kyle who finds that turtle. Despite having to play in a Tempest, Carl TZ does find one back as he's looking to get away. Few trying to zone the rest. 2 are low. Sanji flickers out, and JP, despite everything that revitalized, could not keep his boys alive.
Yeah, very good execution there by Falcons AP Bren and a recovery as well. Sure, economy slightly for still Team Liquid, but they got the neutral objective. And now Carl TZ, I think his oil will go down a bit, right? Carl TZ now will find more openings perhaps towards the mid if you oblige. But bottom side is Benny QT and Super Marco. Ogwen is in that fray as well. Will they commit? I don't think so.
Yeah, Benny QT, he's being relayed information, right? They know that it was going to be an orange start from a Kyle TZ side based off of the information found by Carl when he went for the early invade at the 2nd minute of the game. Here we go, JP walking down with Law and Order on towards Ogwen. He dashes away as Carl TZ does finish off the Berserker's Fury.
Again, tempo will go down. It's anybody's game, of course, but Flap TZ, he wants the War Axe here on this Terizla, so he wants that damage as well, already locked in. Let's see though, penalty zone with the combination, will it be enough to wreak havoc in the formations of Team Liquid?
Now there is a slight EXP lead for Flap TZ, which is about 1 minion, maybe 1.5 minions based on the EXP bars from both of them. But I want to see the movements coming in from TLPH, right? Because again, they are still up in terms of gold, EXP, and even the kill count.
And they are trying to properly set up for the next turtle here. They do not want to waste resources, spells, especially ults as well, big ults. So let's see, Team Liquid, what will they do with the Link still top lane? I think he wants to clear, and then rotate towards the turtle side of the map.
Interesting. So Samford gives up the wave over to Carl TZ on the top side because he knows he rotates even faster despite being playing Cho. At this point of time, FCAP, they hold priority over this. Can they find the steal as Kyle's trying to blitz it down? He's going to get locked and quickly hit by the third hit of G-Kundo. No way of the Dragons, they get pulled in by the I'm Offend. A glorious pathway as well as Sanford finally gets his kick off of Flap. He tries to flicker, penalty zone flicker as well, and they do get him. Sanji is out of there. Even with the Eternal Guard being called, Super Marco manages to live.
Yeah, that was a Falcons AP Bren exploiting the fact that Carl TZ was top lane and wasn't in the fight, right? They saw that, yay, there's no link, let's just ram at Team Liquid's formation, and there you go. They got the newts, they got the fight as well, and now this gold lead that Team Liquid has earlier on diminished.
Oh, BenQT unable to get some kind of EXP or gold back, as Few is able to take away the river crab. Falcons AP Bren sticking very tightly together to make sure that this is going to be a clean early game, and they're going even as they are slowly scaling up. Carl gets into the mix against Flap TZ here. I don't think he'll be able to kill him just yet, despite having a 2-level lead, but let's look back a bit as we see JP caught out in the middle of the mix. Spear of Alpha as well. Can't even abuse the movement speed from the glorious pathway.
Yeah, too much crowd control there. Even he spent his ults to no avail. He still falls. Carl TZ though, shout out has the Husklers already. So that's critical and lifesteal in hand. Expects now he can dive more. He can perhaps take on the Terizla top lane.
Well, let's find out, because once again, both Flap TC and Super Marco have been doing a really good job, as a lot of the tempo and a lot of the plays being made by Falcons AP Bren is just ahead of the curve against TLPH. And this is off of like a single team fight, despite TLPH finding 3 kills so early on.
Yeah, but what a recovery from Falcons AP Bren, right? And now with the last turtle spawning, Falcons AP Bren, definitely they want to have that perfect turtle. Team Liquid, they are in position to a contest.
Oh, Kyle does spot out Sanford. He's trying to get on out of there. The Dominator's Descent is already out. Third in Jikundo towards Open side, but JP forced to use the Glorious Pathway and disengage from the Eternal Guard. That's a lot of big ticket ultimates being used from both sides as they just want this turtle. Carl, he's sticking nearby. He gets right on top of you, knowing that he doesn't have the Dominator's Descent quickly with the Blade of Tempest. He should be able to find this. Spear Alpha does connect while the backline is getting zoned away by Flap TZ. Nobody's dead just yet, but Carl can't have enough energy to do everything. He ends up dying on the wall as Flap is still looking for more. Way of the Dragon underneath the turret, but Open saves his life, quickly locking him down.
Again, same like the second turtle, Falcons AP Bren, they are a man up in that turtle fight. Benny was busy pushing bottom side, and of course they exploit that fight again. They get the perfect turtle, and Team Liquid again behind. Carl TZ though, his rotations will be slightly punished because of that death.
Yeah, and Falcons AP Bren continue to hurt the economy of TLPH. Every single time they've won a team fight, they take all the neutrals. Wait, penalty zone coming in from Flap TZ with Dominators Descent. Take him out, Kyle TZ. So far ahead, tanking the damage. Glorious Pathway to keep him in check. And now it's going to be the Divine Blades coming down. Fuel finds one, Flap TZ finds another, and Samford is able to trade one back. It's still a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Falcons AP Bren, as BenQT is pushing on the opposite side of the map. They're trying to keep this tier 1 available, but now they've already costed them another structure. Falcons not happy with this, going to finally break mid T1 as Super Marco is done with Samford. Third hit of Jikundo connects. BenQT says no, stop it. We're done with this.
Man, what is this damage from Super Marco? He has Windtalker, Endless Battle, and Malefic Roar, so that's why, right? I mean, you got physical resist. I have the true damage from that Endless Battle, and top it off, Malefic Roar. So yeah, Team Liquid PH, they need to think twice when committing on towards fight, because Super Marco, man, he is definitely online.
I think that even Kyle is quite a dangerous force now. His third item is going to be the Winter Crown, so he wants to be able to initiate these fights, or at least try to counter-initiate into the biggest mass of TLPH members as possible, and then go invulnerable to try to keep himself alive.
Yeah, that's another layer from this side of Falcon AP Bren that Team Liquid needs to solve, right? And yeah, of course, Falcon AP Bren, they do not forget about structures. Tier 2 bottom side now taken care of. So Team Liquid, again, have less space to work with.
Oh, Sanford trying to make the play. Luckily is able to Shinpo away from the I'm offended. Here comes Carl. Wow. You notice that his orange buff gets stolen away by Super Marco. That's a little unfortunate here because the purple buff has not respawned just yet. They don't mind sacrificing a T2 for mid T1 of Falcon's AP Bren, but now the Lord is up and they're blitzing it so fast. Look at it melt away just with the help of Carl. Flap is trying to zone as many people as possible. Spirit Alpha does not connect, but the penalty zone does. Sanford in the middle of all three of them, can't seem to get out of here. It's too much. He goes for the way of the dragon on towards Ogwin's side, but Kyle is able to take one back. Dominator's Descent tells everybody else at TLPH that the charge stops here.
There's no angle whatsoever from the side of Team Liquid. Oh! Yeah, okay, Black Easy.
But Super Marco finds one, looks for a second, forcing Sanji to flicker out of there. Ogwin locks down Carl. As soon as you use your ult, you are dead meat. Falcon's AP Bren, 4-0 on top of the Lord.
And that play, that fight, that might be enough for Falcon's AP Bren to take game 2. Let's see though with this Lord, can they crack the base? Team Liquid, yeah, questionable decisions there. They know they were behind, they kept on fighting, and of course with the economy lead that Falcon's AP Bren has, they are more than welcome to have more fights. Now Falcon's AP Bren on the offense, they will look for, I think with this firepower, they can take down 2 inhibitors. Let's see the defense though.
Yep, they're gonna have to wait until the second wave comes by. They still have the barriers of these inhibitors to get rid of. Here comes the Lord. Let's see whether or not Falcon's AP Bren want to dive this way. You can see the Glorious Pathway come up from JP, but the conceal from Owen pulls him back with the I'm offended. The Eternal Guard is still nearby, but JP might just be going down, forcing himself to use that conceal to make it back. Falcon's AP Bren, they've gotten everything that they've wanted. They've got a gold lead, the economy, but most importantly, off of this first Lord, that's an inhibitor turret on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think 2 inhibitors is a little bit too ambitious. And of course, Team Liquid has the resources to just relieve off 2 lanes for that Lord. Take a look at Ling, right? Doing work, he looks for a farm as well, relieving off pressure from that bottom side of the map. Falcon's AP Bren though, they might want to fight here. Oh, that I'm offended does not connect.
Oh, this looks good. And then Super Marco forced to use his Purify. He made a mistake way, and the Dragon is going to connect against him as they're getting slowed down with the Dominator's Descent. JP trying his absolute best to create space, but with the Dominator's Descent, they've got nothing. Carl is trying to get on out of there as well, getting beamed down despite triggering the War Cry. That's 2 for 1 in favor of Falcon's AP Bren.
Oh, they'll take it. Team Liquid will take any wins that they can, and especially if it's Super Marco. The shutdown bounty now head over towards Team Liquid. Let's see, mid is weak. Falcon's AP Bren, they're gonna force this.
Oh, Spirit Alpha once again, Benny TT getting absolutely melted here. Winds of Nature ain't gonna protect him from true damage as Kyle Teasy chunks him out. Carl, he knows he doesn't have Spirit Alpha, but he's running out of time because Spirit Alpha is on a really short cooldown. He sees all 4 of those members, he's out of there. He's given vision and he's pulling away, making sure that the wave clear is prioritized.
Yeah, I mean, 7,000 gold here, Gideon. It's a little bit too much, overwhelming. Let's see Team Liquid. Can they find the angle to neutralize the economy and the map control? Falcon's AP Bren, 13 minutes and very convincing, very strong. Lord, 10 seconds. So yeah, Carl TC will be the main target.
Well, he gets pulled in by the I'm offended, but he's got plenty of members to make something happen. He's going to disengage because that purple buff is way too important. Flap trying to zone as many as possible. It's like he's forced to use his ult super early on, including the Eternal Guard to make it happen as well. But still, very dangerous. Lord is up, and there's a missing retribution on Carl TZ.
Yeah, that's info already, right? Falcon's AP Bren, they want to blitz this one out. Sanford, JP, they're just hovering. They have no space to work with.
I mean, Carl doesn't have that purple, but he can't contest this without his retribution. 10 more seconds, and Falcons, they find the punish. Sanford might be in some trouble here. Super Marco has chunked him out. Glorious Pathways, JP gets pulled in by the I'm offended, even using the Revitalize to make sure that he's topped up.
Yeah, JP, hard game, right? I mean, it's thus far Lord marching mid. Let's see here. Falcons AP Bren. Okay, Carl Teasy finding compensation, right? Top lane is weak. They saw the opportunity. He saw the opportunity and he'll take it. Though still, Falcons AP Bren, they can end this game with this Lord.
Yeah, luckily Carl was able to at least take out one of the waves. Now they only have to worry about mid as well as bottom side. Conceal is out from JPU. Glorious Pathway as well as Few now under attack, forcing the Dominators to set really early on. Both have traded their ults, but JP is chunked to low. Carl Teasy forced the reposition because of the Dominators descent, and here comes Kyle. He's got the Spear of Alpha ready to go. Somebody needs to overextend, but a great clear from TLBH as they push and pull the minions.
Oh, what a defense, right? Very clean and as well as not forced. Oh, purple bubble, orange buff battle there. Carl TZ finds it, and the top inhibitor, because of Carl TZ clearing top lane earlier, Gideon, yeah, the top lane still stands.
Nicely done. Let's look at the item list to see what these teams are going to be building towards the latter half of the game. Because once again, the biggest problem that they're having is that the physical damage from Super Marco was pretty nifty, pretty good, as some may call it. Maybe some anti-cuirasses might be in play, but not if they don't have the gold to buy it.
That's the thing, right? I mean, gold, yeah, GDS, done, locked in, and Wind of Nature. So Super Marco, sure, you can build anti-cuirass, but then there's that true damage from that endless battle as well, right? That will come into effect. Sanford, maybe he's going on towards the Immortal here, maybe looking for that extra life. Let's see though, they need something than just extra life here. They need a mistake from Falcons AP Brand. They're waiting, right? Penny QT, item-wise, he's ready. Corrosion, DHS Golden Staff, even the Malefic Roar on top of it. So damage-wise, he is already there. But the opening, the positioning, the timing here is what TM Liquid needs.
And it's hard, right? Because the main cores of Falcon's AP Bren have Purify. Few has been targeted time and time again. He's been trying, Sanford has been trying to find a Wave of the Dragon onto Few, and then Chain sees it together with Sanji to get the big one-shot. But that Purify allows Few to get out some pretty sticky situations. The same can be said about Super Marco, unless it was just now. This purple buff is so important. Third Energy could go on the 4 members as he's trying to go for the Wave of the Dragon. Ogwin says no. Penalty Zone only catches JP as he drops the Glorious Pathway. Falcons AP Bread have won every single one of these situations from minute 1, but TLPH refused to bow down.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to see, and Carl Teasy, even with him being topside, means that he will concede potentially the final Lord of this game. He will try to repeat what he did last time though. Let's see here, Falcons AP Bren, will they do something about it?
Carl, he's sticking around, hoping that he catches somebody rotating in an awkward spot. Hopefully he spots out Super Marco, but actually Super Marco is on the opposite side of the map. He's down towards the bottom side, covered by Few as well as Kyle.
Well, again, this might be the final push of the game. Falcons AP Bren, can they take game 2?
Let's find out. Owen already with the conceal. The Amon Bend doesn't connect on anybody. Eternal Guard has been dropped as well. This might be the blunder of a lifetime as the front line is starting to melt away as we see Benny QT getting multiple hits on towards them. And Carl already finds one SOD ready to be taken by Benny QT anytime. He takes it. Sanford keeps going forward as Carl Teasy cleans up that back line. Benny QT once again 1v3 against Super Marco, ends up going down. Immortality coming out from JP, but it's totally fine as Carl Teasy needs to be able to clean this up. The Spear of Alpha does not connect. The double kill already, and the Lycan pounce. Immortality from Carl. Does he have energy? Finch points, jumps back into the minions. They've got to reset before the rest of FCAP start cracking down on their base. No inhibitors left. And now FCAP just healing off the minions. Can you do it, Carl? Penalty zone on towards Sanji's side. Lycan pounce to take him out. And that is game. Falcons AP Bren going to be crushing TLPH in match number 2.
They defied the odds, but in game 2, they showed more heart. Falcons AP Bren, what a win against Team Liquid. And Team Liquid, they failed to find that opening, failed to find and drag this game out. Well done, Falcons AP Bren.
That was brutal. That was brutal for Team Liquid Philippines. I mean, even from the beginning of that game, once again, Falcons AP brand were just the cleaner team. There were a lot of moments wherein even Carl Teasy was ahead in terms of EXP, but they went in for the team fight instead and eventually lost the neutral objective altogether. So there have been a lot of decision making and a lot of trades that were a little bit interesting by TLPH, and Falcons AP brand, they saw it, they saw the opportunity, and they directly took advantage of it. But remember, it's still a best of 7, ladies and gentlemen. We are still 1 game away from match point, so we can wait for these teams to adjust to one another. But let's center back to the drafts, right? Did we think that was a clean draft by TLPH?
I don't think it was the cleanest of drafts here. I think FCAP is starting to expose a couple of weaknesses. Number one, JP's hero pool, right? Oh my god, how many bans did they commit? I think it's like 5 total bans, plus the Ruby on top of him, forcing him on a high loss of all things. You could see that it was a huge problem. Glorious Pathway, and Ogwen's like, come at me, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That is, I think, what they need to fix in Game 3. I think they need to secure a hero for JP in that first phase, because if not, the same approach can be done by the side of Falcons AP Bren. Yeah, that was 5, and also some of the rumors were banned out from TLPH's side as well. So limit JP hero might be the answer.
And what about the Ling trade, right? The Ling trade into a Zask and a Roger. Again, Falcons AP Brand, they took advantage of that, right? That flex in the Roger and then the Alpha last pick. I think it did TLPH dirty.
I think it did him really, really dirty, in a matter of fact here. I think that TLPH may have doubled down a little too hard in a couple of their second phase bans, which really put JP in an awkward spot. Because again, they've been forcing, Sanford has come to find a good liking on this Cho, especially when he's up against its Rizla, but I think that needs to start changing up here, right? Because TLPH are sacrificing so much just to make sure that Carl TZ has a hefty gold lead and is able to get to that critical mass. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with people like Ogwen on this Ruby, the Dominator's Descent coming in from Few, many times, especially when you're up against a mage with, well, technically 2 means of escape, Dominator's Descent, and even when we saw the items, the Winter Crown, it's so hard to execute.
Very overwhelming for Carl TZ, especially towards that mid and later stages of the game. But we can see here, again, Super Marco just so deadly on this Roger, right? Being the highest GPM and just showing up when they need, because technically Carl TZ, yeah, sure, he's an alpha, but again, alpha cannot really execute members. Super Marco was just there in time, and he was just Johnny on the spot.
Yeah, the timing was impeccable, right, for the side of Falcons AP Brand. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. And of course, he has that highest GPM as well, 815 on the Roger. And again, it just begs the question, right? Whether or not that letting this Roger go was worth it.
I think the Roger was less of an issue compared to, you know, the Zask, the Ruby, and I think that it's pretty smart that FCAP decided, you know what, instead of an Assassin, let's just play the Alpha, right? Because as long as we find a clean counter engage, it's very difficult for TLPH to recover after using a majority of their spells. Because keep in mind, TLPH, their composition is highly reliant on their ultimates, and Falcons AP Brand, not as much.
That's also a very good point, right? I mean, without the Tempest of Blade, yeah, that Ling cannot give the same output as Alpha, for example. But yeah, Super Marco here again displaying a perfect game of Roger. 719, 76%. On the other side, Benny struggled to give the same impact.
He tried though, right? At the end, right? He really tried. But when he's grouped up against every single member of Falcons AP Brand, there's only so much a Roger can do and in this instance. And we're going to take a look at the highlights now for that game.
As we look at the highlights, you can definitely see that, like, in the early game, that quick double kill coming in from Carl TZ really put him far ahead when it comes down to EXP and as well as gold. But the way that Falcons AP Brand actually recover from these types of situations is by pushing and pulling, right? They sometimes make unconventional moves, like instead of instantly sending their EXP laner down towards Turtle side, they stick him around, like hold just for a little bit. We know for a fact that Carl Teasy is going to need that purple buff before he gets involved, so let's abuse the timing by getting our side laners ahead in comparison to TLPH, where they need to invest everything into Carl in the early to mid game.
And that is also why it seems like Falcons AP Bren, they're always 2 or 3 steps ahead in cutting rotations, reading out rotations as well. And you can see here the semi-frustration there from Carl. And yeah, it shows, right? I mean, Team Liquid, they look every angle possible, but it was so tight from the side of Falcons AP Bren.
Hey, they've been leading for so long in this tournament, right? And it's always worked, right? That strategy of them trying to put Carl Teasy up front and center to be the main anchor and the main carry of the team from the early game, it has always worked. So you would imagine the frustration that Carl Teasy is actually feeling, because even coming into this game, even with him picking up the Ling, we saw the choice of emblem that he had, right? He went in for Warcry, which signals the fact that he wanted to go aggressive. He wanted that additional physical attack in the early stage of the game to set the tempo for his team, but he still was not able to do so. So will Team Liquid finally opt for a different strategy this time? Maybe not be too focused on Carl Teasy as that main pivot of the team?
It's tough to say because they found so much success building up to this grand finals in Carl Teasy. I think right now, if they're going to go for if they're going to try and stop the initial aggression, it has to be expand your tool set, right? We need more tools for the upcoming team fight because we've got the early game down.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a break before we resume this best of 7 in the grand finals. And with that, we'll see you after this. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, it's Rose and I am still with Few and Kyle Teasy from Falcon AP Brennan. Right now we will be doing a segment of comfy seats. Okay, in your opinion, which team is the most consistent as of now and why? Ooh, why?
Because they dominate Malaysia server than the MSC.
Is it easy server?
No, because they win streak that.
Yes. What about Few?
Same.
Same. Same reasoning too?
Yeah, I think they're the most consistent because of their undefeated record.
Wow. Okay. Who has the best logo?
AP Brand.
Wait, where is that?
Where's the Falcon AP Brand?
For me, Team Liquid. Yeah. Because
Everyone is saying Liquid.
I'm a fan of Team Liquid before they even enter
ML. Okay. Kyle?
I think Liquid.
Liquid too?
Yeah, because they have a horse.
Liquid needs to start giving the players free jerseys. Okay, which player looks good wearing their team jersey?
Oni.
Who?
Kyrie.
Kyrie.
Yeah, because he is handsome.
Because he's
Anything
handsome.
he wears, he's good.
Oh, it's the face that brings it. Kyle.
Yeah, I think Liquid. Sanford.
2 point for Sanford too.
Good. So, good face.
Good face. Which team do you think can cook the best?
Geek Fab.
Why? Why Geek Fab?
Because Baloy likes to eat. And he eats a lot because the food is good. Baloy is my friend.
For me, the Giants.
Why Red Giants? Kyle?
Because Yams always eat a lot.
You sure you eat a lot?
Yeah, because I see him eats a lot in buffet in Riyadh.
What does he?
He always eat steak.
In Riyadh?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
But do you think he can cook though?
Cook? Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
I can cook.
So if like, example, there's an international potluck where all the players and all the teams have to cook their own food, we will eat together. You're gonna eat Yum's cooking and you're going to eat Baloy's cooking.
Yes.
You think you're safe.
Yeah, I'm safe because
I think Baloy knows Philippine cuisine and Indonesia cuisine now.
You won't get food poisoning?
No, because Malaysian food is good.
Okay.
So you trust Yums and you trust Baloy.
Trust them.
So that is it for Comfy Seats. Thank you so much to Fuel and Kyle Teasy.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Flap TZ, explainer of Falcons AP brand. The memorable time of that year is that we lost and we take it to heart and move on. I think the changes we had last year is that we are more matured about the game and we have more chemistry than last time. We had lessons that we learned from last year, like focusing on the draft and adjusting our playstyle towards our enemies. I think our changes this year is that we will be more focused on the game and we will not do more mistakes than last year's SPS. We have many fans in last year's Jakarta and we appreciate the fans going to the venue and supporting Falcons AP brand that time, and I hope they will continue to support us here in Malaysia. If I were to go back in the last year's event in Jakarta, I would like to focus on myself more because we're strong but we still lost, so I want to change that mindset of me. To all of our fans who supported us in last year's SPS in Jakarta, thank you so much for your support, and we all hope that you will continue to support us here in Malaysia.
Hey guys, what's up? My name is Safel and welcome to the Roundtable. Alongside with me is Udil from Homeboys as well as Diablo from NID Flash. Now I'm gonna jump in straight to the question here because after MSC and even now in the Snapdragon Pro Series, honestly it looks like the regions have been shaken up because usually we see Philippines and Indo all the time. But now Malaysia and even Singapore is rising up. So Udil, your stance is a bit different because you're Indonesian, but you're playing in a Malaysian team. What is your opinion seeing that Malaysia as well as Singapore is rising and Filipino teams and Indo is like, a bit, you know?
I couldn't say this.
You couldn't say this?
I couldn't say it, but we are good at education, I guess. I'm in Malaysian, so yeah.
Personally for me, like the thing that I saw is that after the meta changed a bit for assassin junglers instead of tank jungles, it does seem to impact a lot more regions like Cambodia, Singapore, Malaysia. Do you think like because of the patch, that's how the change started to happen?
I mean, it belongs to Indonesia if you talk about assassin, since they are good at mechanics. So I have no idea, bro.
You have no idea, but now Diablo again, like MSC, you guys were top 4, and also in this Snapdragon Pro Series, you guys made it as well. So, what do you think about Singapore as a region rising up again after this patch?
Because he is an assassin user, so I think it benefits him a lot. And also for Singapore, I guess most of us do play assassins back there because, as you know, our macro is not that high level, but in terms of assassins, we usually don't need to rely on 5-man macro, just 1 or 2 people doing the macro, so I think it benefits us quite a lot. Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up? My name is Safel and welcome to the Roundtable. Alongside with me is Udil from Homeboys as well as Diablo from NID Flash. Now, we gotta talk about SPS as well because both Homeboys as well as NID Flash, people are looking at you guys as underdogs because even at the end of the day, it wasn't sure that are you guys going to the playoffs or not because your points are tied, right? So, Udil, how does it feel like going into the Snapdragon Pro Series in the playoffs as an underdog?
Feeling grateful.
Grateful.
I would like to say thank you to NID Flash since they're doing really good work against GeekFab.
Yeah.
That helped us a lot, bro.
Yeah. Are you happy that RG Philippines is not here? We could cut.
I am.
Alright.
I'm gonna lie.
NIP Flash, like, again, going up against, if I'm not mistaken, Falcons AP Brent, right? Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. So, how do you feel going into this one as the underdogs?
For me, the feeling will be different because I'm sub this time around. Yeah, so for me, I'll just wish my team all the best and I'll just watch how they perform. No expectations whatsoever. To be honest, we came here to just like have fun. So being able to qualify itself is enough for me.
Are you happy for this one that you're a sub?
Even if I play, I think we will still qualify.
Yeah.
So I don't get it.
But I do have to ask, like, while we're having this roundtable, like, why are you the sub for this one?
Because technically Adamil was an EXP for last season, but because I joined, he has to be a sub. So I think it's time we put him and let him showcase his skills a bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Both of you guys have traveled around the world like multiple times because you guys are basically seniors of the game, veterans of the game. So, Udil, how does it feel playing in many different regions? And is there any particular region that made you feel like, oh, this is a fun place to be, even though it's not indoor Malaysia?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Okay, so out of all the regions, that one is the best, huh?
Absolutely.
Absolutely the best. What about Riyadh, since you just went from there?
I mean, it's too hot.
Too hot?
I couldn't handle.
So you prefer cold instead of hot?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? That's cool. Honestly, for me, I got used to the heat very quickly. What about you? Any particular regions that you really enjoy going to?
I think Singapore. So I don't need to travel. But yeah, I mean, maybe Russia as well because everybody prefer cold than hot.
Oh, really? Okay, so I'm in the minority here. I actually prefer the heat. Honestly, Singapore is a pretty good shout out. Been there for M2 and M3. Very clean space. Couldn't bring bubblegum, but you know what? That's completely fine. Any regions that you feel like was stronger than you initially thought?
Malaysia.
Malaysia?
Yeah.
So when you came to the region, it's like, oh, it's probably an easier time in the rankings, but it's not as easy as you thought.
I didn't say that.
No. Like I'm asking a legit question. You know, it's like going, like for example, for me, right, as talents, many people thought, oh, going to Cambodia maybe it's not that difficult, but then when we went there, a lot of assassin users made it very difficult. So is there any situation like that for you guys?
I wouldn't talk about rank games, more of the teams in Malaysia because last time we used to merge together, so I would think that skills level wise we are the same, but I feel Malaysia is way least above us. Just judging from their champions and our champions, differs a lot, and hopefully we can catch up to them soon.
I mean, to be fair, Malaysia is just rising now. You know, it took us a lot of time.
So yung last experience po namin nung SPS, nung last sa Jakarta is parang nakita po namin talaga na parang kaya po talaga namin manalo, pero parang kinapos po kami ng konti and parang ngayon nililook forward po talaga namin maglaro ulit and nakikita namin na parang sobrang excited po namin lahat para sa paparating na tournament na. Yung last SPS po kasi namin parang naglaro po doon si Zaida pati si Outplayed and yun parang yung first international tournament nila, so knowing na first international nila is parang hindi talaga maiwasan na maging medyo kabahan sila or parang hindi nila alam masyado gagawin minsan pag mga crucial. And ngayon parang andito na yung talagang main roster namin like si Benny Cute and si Carl Tidis. So yung impact na parang mabibigay nila sa amin is parang wala na kaming parang isipin na kailangan buuin na chemistry, parang andito na agad and maglalaro na lang talaga. Siguro yung makikita ko sa sarili ko na parang nagbago is siguro mas naging matured ako or parang mas naging open ako sa lahat ng parang kahit pag sinasabihan ako ng mga coaches, parang tinitake ko talaga sila as parang motivation kasi knowing na sila yung mga coaches namin, so parang gusto lang talaga nila kami mag-grow and siguro yun yung pinaka nakita ko sa sarili ko na parang maturity lang talaga and parang yung able to adapt in every meta. Yung mga lesson po siguro na parang madadala ko this year is parang yung mga reminders lang din po sa kampi ko na parang huwag madaliin yung laro and take it easy, parang slowly but surely na parang tatapusin yung game. And ayun, kahit parang palugi kami, parang kailangan na pa rin namin mag-isip ng paraan para manalo. Hanggang di lumalabas yung parang defeat or victory sa spin, di tatapos yung pagpindot dapat. Yung pinaka-memorable po siguro para sa akin is yung mga fans sa pumupunta kahit parang knowing na Filipino team kami and sobrang daming sumusuporta sa amin. So parang yun yung feeling na di mo talaga parang may express sa maayos dahil sobrang saya nga talaga and speechless ako pag ganun talaga yung mga ginagawa. Yung gusto ko po siguro may experience mula last year is parang yung suporta naman ng mga Malaysian fans. Kasi last year, sobrang supportado talaga kami ng mga Indo teams. Sana supportahan din kami ng mga Malaysian fans. Thank you pala guys sa mga sumuporta sa amin since nung last SPS. Sana supportahan nyo kami ngayong paparating na SPS. And tatry natin bumawi, hindi panalo to para sa inyo.
Hey guys, it's Rose, and right now I am with Sanji and Carl TZ from Team Liquid Philippines. So, hi guys, kamusta? Okay, so for today's segment, we are going to be playing a game. Never have I ever. You know what's never have I ever, right? But we're doing it with a twist. Which means I'll ask a never have I ever question, but the friend has to answer for him. For example, I'll ask Sanji, and he has to answer for Carl TZ. And when I ask Carl TZ, he has to answer for Sanji. Sino gusto mauna? Who wants to be first? Okay. Never have I ever bought the wrong item in game but refuses to sell it.
No.
No? You think Carl is good?
Yeah. Bumili na item pero...
Ayaw ibenta?
Binenta.
Binenta. He said, Carl buys the item but sells it if it's wrong.
Hindi. Nangyari na ba yun? Siyempre.
Oh.
Meron po
Oh, there is an incident. Okay.
Blade armor po, na doble ko.
Maybe I don't know.
Maybe you don't know. Yeah, you know what? Maybe you don't know. Steal a teammate's buff. Carl.
Madalas po, madalas.
Oh, always?
Tapos kunyari po, di sadya.
Oh, okay. So, okay. You know what? Maybe we're not that different from pro players after all. Does it happen in Scream?
In tournament one time.
Tournament.
When?
And we lost the game.
Oh!
But that's accident.
Oh, it was an accident. That one was accident. In ranked game, it's on purpose.
Yes.
Okay. Use a hero for a role it's not intended. For example, maybe Gold Lane Angela, you know? Do you think Carl does that?
Yes.
Yes? Carl does that? What example?
The Barya, Matilda.
Jungle.
Yeah.
What?
Nakalimutan ko pa, Estes.
Estes.
He does. He really does. Sanji, has Carl ever played an entire game in the toilet?
in screams.
Screams in the toilet?
Yeah.
What kind of screams do they do?
Ano po kasi, yung CR medyo malapit lang po sa ano eh. Parang nagkakarinigan po. Pag hindi na talaga kaya.
Pag ano na talaga.
Oh my God.
Emergency po.
Emergency. So, that's it for Never Has My Friend Ever. I think what we've gathered is they're all very close. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Thank you so much to Sanji and Carl TZ.
Hey guys, it's Rose, and right now, after an intense week here at the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge Finals, I went around and talked to some of the fans here on site today, and here's what they think about our event. Hi guys, right now I'm so with the fans. So hi, apa nama awak?
Nama saya Amirul.
Amirul. Okay, Amirul, apa yang you suka sangat pasal SPS dekat Malaysia ni?
Pasal SPS kat Malaysia, satu sebab dia punya venue dia baik. Satu lagi pilihan tempat dia pun, dia punya venue dia cantik. Dia punya pilihan warna semua lawa bagi saya. Yang saya jual seminggu ni, semua momen-momen yang dapat SLG lah. Contoh Maniac kan, baru dapat semalam Skis dapat Maniac macam tu. Itu memang momen paling mantap lah bagi saya.
So event hari ni sangat meriah lah dan happening. So congrats lah untuk organizer yang organize event ni.
Thank you kepada organizer yang membuat event ni semua.
I just want to say thank you SPS for this amazing event.
So I hope SPS akan ada lebih banyak buat dekat Malaysia.
Dengan venue yang lagi besar, terbuka supaya ramai lagi dapat datang.
Untuk Snapdragon juga, terima kasih sebab dah mengajukan event yang penuh bermakna ni.
So kita nampak crowd dia sangat banyak dekat sini. Lepas tu stage pun agak besar, so semua orang boleh tengok dari tingkat sampai tingkat 3 boleh tengok. Harap SPS dapat buat lagi event macam ni dekat Malaysia. Kalau best dekat mall yang lagi besar maybe contoh. So kita dapat lagi lah.
dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back for the grand finals today here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are live now from Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And you can see the weather is getting wet, I guess, right? It's raining outside and it's just resembling all the Malaysian fans out there. That would have expected the Euro Red Giants to claw their way from the lower brackets into the grand finals. But unfortunately for them, we will be seeing. But, fortunately for all the PH fans out there, right? PH grand finals. Right now, Falcons AP Bren are leading with a 2-0. So they are one game away from getting that match point.
Not just match point, right? It's championship points here for the side of Falcons AP Bren. And yeah, Team Liquid, game 1 was shaky, but game 2 was execution problems, right? More execution problems.
Would I even blame them? Because I think that the strategies that FCAP have been coming into these past couple of games have been great. Game number 1, just trade proactively in the earlier stages to say, hey, TLPH, you can't snowball out of control no more. No more cavalry charge for you.
No, Carl Teasy, no.
Stop it.
Stop.
No.
Bad.
Verboten.
Yeah?
Tidak boleh.
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. But yes, that's exactly what Falcons AP Bren have been telling TLPH. You can't utilize your GOAT no longer. Think of something new. Think of something outside of the box. And they have been handling it all the way from that drafting phase. So coming into the third game in this best of 7, we should be expecting changes from maybe TLPH this time around.
They need more improvements if you compare it to FCAPs, right? FCAP, they can maintain, but I think they can somehow sip in a little here. JP, again, I think vocal point first phase, they need to secure a hero for JP. So what happened in the draft from game 2 didn't happen again.
I mean, if we want to go in more in depth into why exactly TLPH have not been finding success, game number 2, it was purely a drafting problem, right? And it came in the second phase. I think that the first phase is all right because you don't really get to tell much off of the overall strategies until that Grok ban on the side of TLPH. Then it was basically over for them, right? They've overcommitted on the overall types of bans that they can actually give over towards JP. And worse yet, I think right now it's really important to have that flex, that the EXP and as well as support flex. This Cho seems a little too obvious. Maybe they might switch over to an Arlet.
Yeah, it's really putting TLPH to the test, right? They're testing the limitations right now. And this makes a championship, what do you call it? Characteristic, right? When you're being put to the ultimate test, can you adapt? Can you improvise on the go? Because between games, there's not a lot of time for these teams to go back to the drawing board and think of a completely new plan.
It's going to be very tough because FCAP is relentless as well from game 1, game 2. So let's see here what will happen in the drafting phase for our third game.
It looks like Falcons AP Brand are going to be on blue side this time around and Team Liquid going to be on the red. But yes, Gideon, as you were saying.
Sorry, the Monster energy has been kicking in.
It's okay, it's good.
It's good because I need all the energy to play-by-play these two teams. Why they're considered the best in the world? Because again, they are relentless. Now, as we see in the draft, we've seen that TLPH has opted a couple of different strategies, but since they are on the red side, you still have to go for the traditional chips and as well as Link. Now, we've seen Falcons AP Brand. They've already got the Edith, they've already gotten rid of the Minotaur, and as well as the Kaja. Ooh, finally, TLPH get rid of the Zask.
Yeah, this time no Zask for you for Falcons AP Bren. And Falcons AP Bren already is set up, right? 3 roamer bans, quote unquote, with that Edith. So asking a big question for Liquid. You need to secure a hero for JP, and Falcons AP Bren, they will take the Roger. You know what? Yeah, happily.
Guys, sorry, is this not insane? 3 bans for JP at the moment. I mean, technically it could be flexed onto Sanford, but still, right? But Team Liquid now with the Roger pickup for Falcons AP Bren, they are going to be picking up the Charizla and the Julian. So the question is, will they be securing a hero for JP in the first phase? Because, man, it feels like it's personal for Falcons AP Bren towards JP.
Almost. Unless TLPH need the scapegoat JP to do his job one more time, you know, take the brunt of the damage in the drafting phase, and hopefully the side laners are able to compensate for it, while Cartesi is going to be the main spearhead, right? He's been performing well on this Julian, but it has been a bit of a struggle against Falcons AP Bren because, yes, the early games have been like very TLPH favorite, but Falcons AP Bren answered by saying, okay, if you take one, I take one.
That's a very solid heroes picked up by Falcons AP Bren. Alpha, you know, denying the assassin from that Julian and also Zushin. Team Liquid, they're quite stubborn in a way. You ban 3 heroes, ban 2 more.
Here's the thing, right? I understand the sentiment that Gideon was working on earlier on by, you know, allowing JP to take the brunt. But with the Jushin now in the hands of Falcons AP Brand, do you not think that the space for Cartesi will be imperative for them to win that mid-trio prio?
I totally agree. I think that mid-trio prio was going to be quite tough, but then again, Jushin does take quite a bit of time to actually scale up unless these interactions are purely FCAP favored, which it's a bit of a toss-up now that we only see the first phase done. I think that Falcons AP Brand, so far, banning out the Vexana is a pretty good idea because once you lock down or hit the initial fear onto Zushin, the follow-up CC is almost guaranteed for the side of TLPH. I think that TLPH, if they want to get rid of anything, please get rid of the glue.
Yeah, I think that's already a good spot there. Good shouts. No, it's not going to be the glue. They will instead ban a potential roamer in that Kufra.
Or let the glue go. And let's test the Faramis theory.
I mean, I'm assuming that they're going to ban Faramis here for the side of Falcons AP Brand. I think that would be the biggest indicator. Oh, they don't. Okay, all right. Never mind. I take it back. Now that the Aurora is banned out, it does mean that Falcon's AP Bren want to be able to aggressively take the space. That's why they got rid of the Vexana. That's why they got rid of the Aurora. Now, it does mean that TLPH will have to go with the Novaria to be able to make sure that these increased hitboxes are purely abused by both Moskov as well as Juliet. And on top of that, the penalty zone, which is the big hitting ultimate from Sanford.
This is also somehow a surprise pick, right, from the side of Team Liquid. Sure, yeah, looking at the mages, not much left, but Novaria wasn't really the go-to answer for most of the teams here. So it seems like they want to add more range in their composition.
Oh wait, this might be a big problem. I just thought about it. Falcon's AP Bren can go Lolita, and I think it completely negates everything that Team Liquid PH wants to do. But instead they go for Matilda. I guess instead of reflecting the projectiles, they just want to play for sustain.
They want to dodge, and also they want to accompany the enablers, right? With the Alpha, with the Tamu's already locked in as well. It is going to be the theme for Falcon's AP Bren, and that is mobility.
Okay, now it's $1 million question for JP right now. What hero will he be using in that roam position? Let's take a look. Kaja, Carmilla, Tigreal, Edith, Minotaur.
I think that Grok isn't too bad in these types of situations.
Yeah, they might want to pair it in. Maybe that's why they picked up the Novaria, right? To increase that hitbox?
Yeah, those are very good shouts. I think it's important to have anti-CC, but instead they're going to go double down on the sustain, actually, right? So TLPH are going to be looking to poke out their opponents with this Novaria as the center strategy, and if the early game goes well for Carl Tizzy, as it usually does, right? Then maybe they have an opportunity to actually transition that lead from EXP down into the mid.
Yeah, it's a different approach for both teams, right? After a hard-hitting roams, Kufra, Cho, you will see the Florin and the Matilda in the roam position for our third game.
Debut pick for Team Liquid, right? If I'm not mistaken, we don't see JP on a lot of support healer kinds of heroes, right? We usually see him on these single pickoffs or even just big hard tanks in the roaming position. But a Florin being picked up, is this the answer that they have been waiting for? Ladies and gentlemen, as we get into game number 3, can Team Liquid come back from this 2-0 deficit?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see, Land of Dawn, here we go. What will Team Liquid do to extend this series? Falcons AP Bren, they're 1 point away from that championship point.
I mean, it could be TLPH who finds the point back. It's hard to tell between these two teams. They're equally matched, but it has been in favor of FCAP for quite some time in these past 2 games. As we come into this third one, let's see, because JP might just be giving first blood over, and Ogwin finds it with a single auto attack. That's first blood for Falcons AP Bren.
That displacement is so annoying, right? From Theo and counter? Yeah, with the flicker, it's okay. That's a spell wasted, but they want to go at it again, seems like. Carl Tizzy in position to give out damage.
Yep, and they're going to try once more, and they do find the kill onto Ogwin finally. Carl Tizzy, again, really nice, very patient with his spells as well. He doesn't mind losing a bit of farm timings just to make sure that he can actually secure this kill. And with that kill back, that puts him in the lead ever so slightly in terms of goal. But in the meantime, Kyle Tizzy has just been power farming. He hits level 4 before Carl, and Carl's like, I don't care about level 4. Level 3 is good enough for me.
And very different in the spell department as well, right? Usually because of the crowd control heroes that usually drafted by the coaches. Now it's just all flickers, no purifies on the board, finally.
Yeah, no purifies. Everybody has flicker, and then there's Flapteasy who was like, I got vengeance, guys. It's me. I got vengeance.
Yeah. Well, 2 minutes here elapsed. Falcons AP Bren and Team Liquid still equalized very, very even on that kill, but they want to fight top lane.
Yeah, but here comes Sanford once again, trading very effectively against Flapteasy, but you can overextend when you've caught Ogwin playing this Matilda. For now, it's going to be Carl Tizzy as well as JP holding priority. As Sanji could open up the map with the Astral Echoes here. We do see Few. Carl's going to be able to secure this no problem. And it looks like JP... Wait, hold on. The penalty zone coming back against Few. Few wants to actually secure this kill, pulls JP back, and Carl tries to push it, but his Spear of Alpha catches 2. Can't Sanford with the true damage. And Carl all by himself. There isn't enough sustain just yet in the early game for TLPH.
Oh, the passive from Kyle was just so on point. And take a look at FCAP. Now, they lost the turtle, but they got a fight, and now they claim the orange buff as well. So that's less resource for Carl TZ.
Really unfortunate here because, again, TLPH, certain heroes are stronger in the early game. Other heroes need time to scale. Oh, Spirit of Alpha doesn't connect as Kyle TZ has split Carl and Sanji into two. He's going to get moved backwards, but not a full commitment just yet. Ooh. Even though Kyle TZ still has his retribution, secures the Little Wanderer.
And Team Liquid here, they are low-key starving, right? They are struggling to find resources, especially in Carl TZ's perspective here. Bot side, though, not bad. Not bad. Florian babysitting Benny QT, and yeah, Benny QT has been farming same like Super Marco.
Yeah, and Sanford not opting to go for the engagement there, knowing that at any time, Ogwin can save them with the help of that guiding hit. Spear of Alpha does connect on towards Benny Q, forcing him to flicker out. He does knock him back just in time, but at the cost of his flicker. These small leads being generated by Falcon's AP Brent are going to be useful later down the line as Carl TZ forced to use the enhanced sword to get out of there.
Yeah, JP used the Bloom as well, right? His ult to make sure that Benny can make more trades. So that is info. Falcon's AP Brent, they saw it, and yeah, JP, no ult. Let's see though, will it affect the turtle take in general? Because it seems like the pattern is both teams, they take their time in their turtle take.
Yeah, and I think that Falcon's AP Brand has a significant advantage right now. I mean, just look at the battle spells. You can tell that the majority of the battle spells for the side of Falcon's AP Brand are available. Here they come. Ooh, SOD, not even close. Kyle blitz it down in time. And now Falcon's AP Brand making sure that No Man's Land, this river, is fully under their control.
Team Liquid here struggling to find compensation. Even Carl TZ struggling to farm in his own jungle.
Spear of Alpha does connect onto Benny QT as they try to go for the dive. Astral Echo already committed, but the Vengeance is keeping Flat TZ alive, but he still gets melted down. Owen caught out of position, gets hit by the Star Shatter, and still makes it out with the help of the Circling Eagle. Penalty zone flicker from Sanford to make sure that nobody escapes.
That's a little overkill and also overcommit right on towards the roamer. Sanford, a little too personal there, buddy, but Team Liquid, they want to grab more kills. They take anything, right? They're technically desperate, but they're A-okay. Carl TZ, Bloodwing secured. Now I want more kills. Carl TZ, he needs those kills now more than ever.
Well, I don't know. I think the strategy might just shift because Sanji right now is 2-0. Flat TZ and as well as Kyle C. Carl, he gets on out of there, and it looks like Falcon's AP Brand have adjusted to make sure their entire plan is to starve Carl out. Like, Flap has been taking away camps, some of the side creeps as well, while Carl TZ is making sure that his own jungle is clear.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? I mean, Falcon's AP Brand, they are reading Team Liquid's rotation. Map awareness as well is on point here for side of Falcon's AP Brand. And Carl TZ, very little to no resources to work around with, though. Falcon's AP Brand now, they are moving still. Focus on towards the bottom side of the map. It's a 2v2 for most of the time, being the roamer, just hovering around, providing support. And, well, for the two marksmen, technically, right, they are, well, Benny, 2 assists, but no kills for both marksmens.
Yep, Sanford, the markman.
The markman.
I think that Kyle has been, like, marking men consistently at this point of time, right? His Spear of Alpha's wait, hold on. Flap is in so much trouble. He has no escape mechanic. He has to pop even the Vengeance as well. And while this is happening, the Turtle is currently being taken care of. Penalty zone right on top of Few. He quickly pops his ult to buy a little bit of extra time, and Sanford gets yoinked backwards underneath the turret. Kyle could look for a trade here, as Sanford is now in trouble, even committing the retribution. Once again, Jushin telling Terizla, nah, you never get to run away from me.
Oh, the kite, man. And also, JP popped that bloom as well. So even with JP supporting the heals, it seems like Sanford will be taken down.
Oh, Carl TZ is in some trouble. He gets bailed out by JP once again, forcing that ult so soon while the cross-map play coming in from Super Marco nets him a tier 1.
I gotta say, man, Carl TZ, so composed still on this Julian, right? Even know what to do and where to go. Falcon's AP Brand, 1,000 gold lead. It's nothing for Team Liquid. Right now, we have entered the mid-game. Let's see though, Falcon's AP Brand, they have more leg room, but Team Liquid, they are now, I think, more ready take a look at Benny, 2 items. So technically, he needs more time to really be online, but he is comfortable to maybe take on trades and more fights.
He's getting there. He's getting to that critical mass very, very soon. And when we look at the items, but even in terms of gold, he's not too far behind, right? Because by like based off of how Team Liquid PH played against YRG, by the 8th minute, it's very clear who has the gold lead. But Falcons AP Brand have only generated a 2,000 gold lead.
Technically, that and structure, right? I mean, Falcons AP Bread, they're ahead in the turret. So Team Liquid, yeah, they have less space here. Let's see what they can do, though. Benny QT still just all perfectly fine. It's a Moskov game. He will pop off in the mid and late. Hopefully for Benny QT's sake, let's see Falcons AP Brand, how do they counter this, right? They are slowing down their tempo. They realize let's not waste resources because the Lord is up.
Now keep in mind that TLPH, they're waiting to scale. Sanji needs to scale, Benny QT needs to scale, but especially JP. Once he gets that Evolved Bloom, it's going to give him so much value. Well, I'm talking about Benny QT because he auto-attacks so much. Rushin going to be pulling Call TZ back, allowing Flap TZ to start cutting them in half. Sanford is forced to engage with the penalty zone, but he's caught out of position and can't get back to regroup with his team. He ends up going down with the Lord slain, allowing Kyle to get into the mix with the Spear of the Alpha. Flap still not down, and Carl is going to get yoinked backwards once again. Ogwin is able to flicker out just in time, and that's going to be Flap going down, but now Super Marco comes in the mix. He's already found 2. Can they get one more? No. They finally stop. This mid-tier 1 is going to fall under the pressure.
Man, another win for Falcons AP Brand. They get the Lord, and they get 2 members of Team Liquid. And now Team Liquid, yeah, what they can do is just stay alive and just protect the inhibitors. If possible, the inner turrets. But if not, let's just save the inhibitors. And Falcons AP Brand, what an opening as well. Flap TZ, shout out, he popped the Vengeance, so Benny can really basic attack while he's on Vengeance. He doesn't want to lose that trade.
Yeah, and because he has the Vengeance, he doesn't have an escape mechanic like a Flicker or even a Sprint. So that's when Ogwin keeps saving his life. The Flask of Oasis has already gotten so much value at this point in time. Oh, Carl just forced to walk away. That's the beauty of this Rushin. Really draws the line in the sand for you. This mid-tier 2 might be in some threat, but the wave is going to get cleared out as we see a tier 2 down bottom side falling under the pressure of the minions.
Team Liquid here trying to restabilize. Falcons AP Brand very, very happy with the space that they're getting. And yeah, take a look at the Lord advantage, right? 6,000 gold lead and almost to a 10k gold lead, but they want to fight.
Yep, they want to take this mid-tier 2 as soon as possible. They do find Sanford, and unfortunately, he's going to get swept under the rug with the help of Spear of the Alpha. Ogwin ends up dying to the pierce damage coming in from Benny QT. A nice play. This was the on-hit damage we were talking about.
It's starting to show in game, right? The duo from Sanji and Benny, the damage is there. Both magic and physical damage. Team Liquid, yeah, they're ready to fight. 3 items already. Benny has hit his power spike. So, Falcons AP Brand, your formation, your strategy, you need now to think twice.
Oh, and we're not seeing anybody buying anti-heal just yet. The most that they have is few with this glowing wand, but I'm not seeing dominance ices either. At this point in time, I think that Team Liquid PH are in a position where they can start taking these fights, but they really have to take their time here because most of it is just waiting out the vengeance from Flap TZ or whether or not Ogwin is actually going to pull them out into safety with the help of the guiding winds.
And on the other side, right? Let's talk about Super Marco here. Wow, 2 kills. No, yeah, 2 kills. Yeah, I mean, technically he's a Roger Windtalker, Endless Battle, Malefic Roar. That is more than enough, right? Already. Some might build a Thunderbelt, but now I think Super Marco, he just wants damage, right? He wants pure blood. Let's see here. The Lord, it's going to be an enhanced one as well. Team Liquid, seems like they want to contest.
Yeah, and Sanford at this point in time just needs to be a frontline tank. He needs to be able to absorb as much damage as possible, but his items aren't really helping him. He hasn't completed a full second item just yet. He does have a cloak and half a dominance ice. At this point in time, Flap TZ is the biggest problem. That front line cannot hold. Few making sure that he's drawing the line in the sand, doesn't get hit by the chain. Sanford now in some trouble as left. Oh wait, Carl ends up getting pulled back. The hand swords into the penalty zone, trying to create some space, and now the Spirit Alpha does connect. They're pushing through. Call TZ is down. SOD connects, but they don't want to pull in. As Few once again breaking apart TLPH.
TLPH got the Lord, but they lost the fight. Falcons AP Bren, they understood the mission. Taking down Carl is their main objective, and one is that is done. Yeah, it's just all over. Now the Lord is irrelevant to this push. Falcons AP Bren still in full control, and they might take them at tier 1, tier 3.
I mean, Few, he's just absorbing damage, making sure that that minion wave stays healthy. This inhibitor is such a big win for them despite losing the Lord. And they don't mind this, right? This is why the Lord dance has turned into a Lord tango. You're not dancing with the Lord, you're dancing with your opponents.
You're right. And with that, 13 minutes in, Falcons AP Brand, they have recovered. It could have gone worse, especially, right? They lost the Lord. Sanji was the one who stole that Lord, but yeah, that formation, that line, holding the line, Falcons AP Bren, they were able to output more damage. And Team Liquid, they weren't in prime position to recover. So let's see here. Goldgraph says a lot, but Falcons AP Bren has been leading since, what, minute 6, I believe, and it has not changed. Team Liquid here, no real answer to neutralize on the economy.
I think they need to burst down Jushin, right? I think Jushin is just such a pain to deal with. Like, Flat TZ, yes, eventually they can whittle him down and outlast him, but this Jushin really extends their lead. Because the longer they hit any other target other than the Jushin, she's just building stack upon stack upon stack, and then once the displacement comes through, you have to either commit to the engage or waste the battle spell just to get out.
Yeah, is why Zushin is so annoying and easier said than done though. Yeah, you need to target Few. Maybe based on Sanford, I think, with the flicker play, right? You commit onto it to Jushin. Hopefully the follow-up damage is there, and maybe then Few will go down. But then again, that's also Sanford wasting a flicker if the kill wasn't delivered.
The only way that they... Oh, man. Now, the more that I think about it...
It's hard.
It's really difficult, right? Because think of what the chain CC would mean. Sanford would have to hit the penalty zone. Carl would absolutely need to hit the non-enhanced chain. He needs to go for enhanced slice to double up on that damage. And even JP needs to throw out his snare just to ensure that this kill comes through. If not, Ogwin's going to keep him alive with the Flask of the Oasis. Not to mention with the favor that he has on his Roam Blessing.
Forget it, yeah, with the Guiding Wind as well, right? That extra flicker if Few has no flicker or spends his flicker. So again, it's easier said than done, but I believe there is always that one window that perhaps Few is going to be vulnerable. Let's see though, Team Liquid, will they be able to find that? You've been seeing Roger and Supermarco and Ogwin just traveling together. It's to provide, just to provide cover and as well as vision as well, right? Falcons AP Bren, they do not want to lose this lead because of a solo kill onto a Supermarco.
Well, let's see how they're going to play this out. Astral Echo is going to spot... Oh no, the penalty zone does not connect. And now Few is going to disrespect the pulls. Call TZ back, forces him to use the enhanced sword. He's going to be out of commission as Benny QT is getting turned out, forcing out the ult, making sure that he's healed up. And now even Call TZ going in the back, trying to steal this away. It resets at the wrong time. It's over. And Super Marco is able to steal it away. Lord is slain. SOD is out. And TLPH decide we're going to go all in. Find him. Don't stop. Benny QT online with the enhanced bloom. They managed to pull through 2 for 1 in favor of TLPH.
It's a deja vu like that last Lord, but switch the teams, right? Team Liquid, they lost the Lord, but they got the fight. And now with the Lord marching mid, technically Falcons AP Bren, they will push without Kyle and Flab. So technically, this Lord will not be much of a threat.
Oh boy. So many resources used just to disengage, but they still win the fight. We now see the angle. They just need space for Benny QT to get more auto attacks down. rather than Super Marco chunking them out, right? Because Super Marco had to turn his attention. He wasn't hitting heroes. He was looking at the Lord. He's like, we can't lose the Lord just like that.
And take a look at Benny here. No shoes. He has committed to another item, and that is the rose gold. So yeah, they have, or he has security in the magical aspect and as well as the physical aspect with that Wind of Nature. So again, Benny QT, we saw what he can do earlier. Falcons AP Brand now very, very cautious in proceeding the next step.
Yeah, now this is the dangerous part, right? Because now all the heroes who needed that extra bit of time to scale have gotten to either max items or max level. We look at Falcon's AP Brent. Few, he's doing a good job at pulling people out of position, but Flapteezy is running out of time. The same can be said about Kyle, but it's not up to him, right? His true damage is always going to be relevant throughout the game. For TLPH, JP has finally scaled. He's got 3 items down. Benny QT, maxed items as well. Sanji starting to hit like a truck.
Yeah, that's another, more factors, more layers now for the side of TLPH, but it seems like they will still contest the purple.
They don't mind it. Carl TZ, at the end of the day, does he really need that purple buff? Not so much. And I mean, yes, Kyle is able to steal it away, but at the same time, Carl is already in max items. He doesn't need the extra gold other than just to juggle these items.
Another factor here, I think, Flapteezy needs to time his vengeance well, properly, right? Because if he popped it prematurely, Benny saw and has the info that there's no vengeance on Flap, he can just go ham and just go crazy with the auto attack. So yeah, that's another thing that Flapteezy needs to be aware of. Don't pop the vengeance too early.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't, then he's going to be in a lot of trouble, right? Because again, he scaled off. At this point, he's just a chunky front line, and maybe he can pull somebody out of position with the help of the Molten Sights, but that really comes down to the micro here. The Lord is evolved as we're heading into the 20th minute of this game. TLPH have finally scaled, but they haven't successfully won a full-blown team fight and wiping out Falcon's AP Bren. The most that they've gotten is a trade up.
Yeah, both teams ready to fight. Taking a look at the ults and spell checks. Okay, Fnatic, or Falcons AP Brand rather, they are looking for that window. Maybe this is the time. This is the kill.
Oh no, Sanford getting continuously pulled out of position, but luckily he goes for a full tank build. He doesn't mind, but he's waiting for the opportunity to find the penalty zone. He goes for it, doesn't connect onto anybody yet, and TLPH break out from the choke points. Falcons AP Brand getting poked out time and time again by this Star Shatter from Sanji.
Yeah, they need to be careful though. Far lane is Falcons AP Brand's. Team Liquid, they cannot contest, but the Lord will be reset.
Oh, Sanji, he's trying to manage 2 waves at once. It's not looking like a good idea here, as Kyle has all the space in the world. Once again, you see Sanford out of position, pulled back thanks to Jushin, forced the flicker forward. Owen also forced as he's jumped forward as well. And Carl, he's taking the damage, forced to take the sword. They had swords. This Few is getting everything out of TLPH for free.
Oh my goodness. The Lord Tango again. Now, let's see here. Lord, another reset by Falcons AP Brand. They're taking their time, waiting for TLPH to pull the trigger. Sanford now, no flicker still. Perhaps Team Liquid, they want to claim more space here in the Lord's pit.
I'm not gonna lie, this sucks. This sucks for TLPH. They really have no means of forcing it unless Sanford hits a nasty penalty zone. And even so, he has this one problem, getting sucked knocked backwards. Carl TZ secures the Lord. Penalty zone finally connects onto 2. Flap drops down the vengeance, using the Molten Sights to pull them backwards. He's a little bit low, but Carl TZ is out of cooldowns. They want to get this kill onto Kyle, and thankfully, Kyle still has enough money for immortality. They walk away with the only casualty being the spearhead of TLPH.
What an item switch by Kyle TZ as well, right? Just in time. And they need to be careful. Sure, they will defend this Lord with 5, but if they overextend, am I mistaken a bit? Oh, Carl TZ overextends.
They found him. They found him. They laid out the trap, and Carl TZ got a little too comfortable once the Lord was secured. This game is going to drag on, but it does mean that there is going to be structural damage for the side of TLPH against Falcons AP Brand, as the gold lead does not matter anymore.
Yeah, it's just all about mechanics on the item switch as well. But wow, Falcons AP Brand, they will managed to defend that mid-tier 1. So that's already a good sign for their side, and purple will go to the hands of Sanji this time. So Team Liquid, again, yeah, they get the Lord, but nothing too beneficial comes out of it. Sure, they got the tier 2 bot side, but nothing too crazy.
We do see a Twilight armor purchase coming in from Flapteasy. He knows that he's getting bursted down. He knows that he's losing relevance in this game, but the more time that he buys gives Falcon AP Bren a potential angle, if not just the extra bit of time they need for Few to displace someone once again with the Lantern Beacon.
Okay. It's a reset. Team Liquid seems like they are nowhere near, or they want to turtle first. Gather info first here by Sanji and the Ward. Falcons AP Bren, 5,000 gold lead here, also taking their time. Well, what they can do here is, of course, manage this far lane. 1 minute to the Lord, plenty of time to technically manage this wave across from the Lord.
Now, the difficult thing between both of these comps is that they have so much sustain. JP sustains the entirety of TLPH. Ogwin is able to top up his low members every single time they interact with TLPH. It's going to be a never-ending battle. It really comes down to how much value can you get from your ult. And I know that Few, in these past couple of fights, hasn't been getting some like crazy like 5-man ults and is able to like reposition everybody all at once. But at the same time, TLPH has been positioning very well against it.
And I believe so. Team Liquid, I think they can technically defend this Lord push. So maybe they are trying to contest, but not really commit on towards a fight, right? Because technically, if they do end up committing and they lost that fight, yeah, I think it's GG from then and there. But if they contest, hover around, see if there's a possibility to steal the Lord, and then they back off. I think that's the wisest thing to do here if you are Team Liquid at PH.
Speaking of wise decisions, FCAP, they've already set up a slow push down on the bottom side of the map. And TLPH want to address this by trying to blitz it down. Few is getting chunked out slowly, but gets topped up with the help of the guiding winds from Ogwin. And Sanji, all he has to do is just keep on poking, making sure that that guiding wind is always on cooldown.
And again, a very good response here by FCAP. They annoy this lineup formation by clearing the mid. They might want to fight right here, right now.
Oh, penalty zone doesn't go the way that he wanted to. Even the flicker was committed. It only captures Flapteasy, forcing him to use the ult. Displaced once again. Sanford is in a lot of trouble as he gets melted down by Super Marco. 2 gets the Lord, and the next is to fall. And with Flap down, a 2-for-1 trade. They're on the run, but Benny Cutie has been untouched, unscathed. It's going to be, oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage from Kyle Teasy, but he's eventually going to fall down here to the pure sheer might of Benny QT.
3 members of Falcons AP Bren will fall for a minute. Team Liquid now stands with 3. And again, the Lord will not be a threat. Falcons AP Bren with Ogwin and Supermarker. Sure, they have that goal laner, but no position whatsoever to really have a threat on towards that base, right? So Team Liquid, again, surviving another day.
Oh. I mean, this game is really going to extend itself. The raw sustain that we've seen from both of these teams has been quite extraordinary. This may not be the Ube strat that everybody was expecting to see, but here, between TLPH and Falcons AP Bren, they're bringing it back.
And it's just a matter of Benny QT's positioning. The last 2 fights, I believe, Benny QT, he positioned himself where nobody from Falcons AP Bren can be a threat. And Benny QT displayed another shirt against Kyle TZ there that was a little bit heart stopping, but Benny QT is in full control on this Moskov. Where should we go? Where should he give output damage? And well, for Falcons AP Bren, for the most part, yeah, we thought that with Sanford misusing his skills with that penalty zone, I thought that was the opening for Falcons AP Bren, but Team Liquid, they have Benny QT, who is still deathless.
Yep. And I think it's really going to come down to Super Marco and Benny QT to make the difference. Never going to get this place, but now the enhanced chains and the penalty zone. Fuse in a lot of trouble. He's getting hit with the Pierce damage. Uses his ult to reposition himself, but Super Marco is looking for any opportunity, like Inform, to get him out. And Carl TC quickly, with the enhanced swords, they go back to 0. This is just how close both of these teams are. They are so equally matched.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, Falcons AP Bren, if they do win this, that's championship points. And Team Liquid, they will do anything to not give that championship points right to Falcons AP Bren. 27 minutes we go. Let's go for a half an hour game.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be that way, right? 22 seconds left on the clock for the Lord to spawn. And so far, there's a couple of ults that haven't been getting much value. Number one, the Circling Eagle. We haven't seen Owen get like a quadruple knock-up or anything crazy to set things up for Falcons AP Bren, but he doesn't necessarily need to do that, right? It's about him escaping. It's about him pulling resources away from TLPH, because if he's getting attacked, that means Super Marco might just have the opening.
Okay, it's Falcons AP Bren. Looking for that opening as well here against TLPH. Whereabouts Benny, they can't see. And if you see playing it far back.
Oh, penalty zone does land onto Owen, forcing him to flicker away. You even having to use his ult to back up here. Zenford gonna get repositioned. The true damage is melting right through, but that's a one-shot off the Super Marco, and here we go! They need to let the SOD connect. Benny QT now in the mix. Few in trouble. The enhanced chains knocks him up. Immortality keeping him alive, but it doesn't matter because Benny QT is gonna be the difference maker here for TLPH. An opening finally given. Zenford has enough punishment.
The patience, the composure, will it pay off? Team Liquid, finally in this game, they are on the offense.
Now they want to crack over the base. Penalty zone doesn't connect onto anybody. That's going to be a 4-man knockup with Circling Eagle here as the Spear of Alpha. He doesn't want to go in, and that's Flapteezy. He ends up dying. A good shot coming in from Sanji, and now the rest of the team want to crack open the base into the opening. Finally, we see TLPH awaken. Let's find a little bit more as the KDA is still going to be farming. Some minions have been cleared up to drag this game just a little bit longer than it should have, and it's still up to Open to make it happen. Despite having the Holy Crystal, despite having the Blood Wings, it is just not enough.
A wipeout. And Team Liquid, in the third game, they have redeemed themselves. Falcons AP Bren will have to be defeated. Wow.
TLPH outlast MCAP in Game 3 of this best-of-7 series.
Ooh, the outclass defeated by Team Liquid. Falcons AP Bren wasn't able to find that opening to take that championship match.
Did you see the smile on Carl TZ's face as they were able to come back from this? Did you see that, right? It just marks the resilience that Team Liquid Philippines hone time and time again. And we're not going to see championship point just yet, as it looks like Team Liquid are going to be able to strike back at Falcons AP Bren. But my, oh my, do we have a series on our hands? That game itself, there was so much to talk about, right? There's so much to analyze, and there's so much to really unfold as to how things went the way that it did.
It's so intense.
It's so stressful. I totally get you, Gani. This game really went the distance. It was touching that 30-minute mark, and both sides were like, no, we're not gonna let you in. But maybe, but no, I'm just kidding. No. But hold on.
I mean, just one fight, right? Flip the coin. Team Liquid found the right opening, that sweet spot. Again, they've been relying heavily on Benny, but we forgot Carl. Carl was the element opener there to fight that and it cracked open, right? 2 members taken out. Finally, the base turret in the mid taken out, and that's just GG. Patience win you games.
Patience does win you games as we take a look at the post-game statistics here. 29 minutes and 32 seconds. At the very end, right, we did still see a lot of shakeups in itemization. There were trades with the Twilight Armor coming in from Flapteezy. We saw that even Ogwin built in the Holy Crystal at the very end, and that's on a Matilda, by the way.
I mean, he wanted to do some kind of
Yeah.
damage, right? Because again, he's just like, oh no, I got nobody to clear the waves. Don't worry, guys. I'll do it myself.
It wasn't enough though towards the end, but man, hats off to Ogwen. Playing this Mathilda again, very annoying, and yeah, 2 kills to 12 assists, almost 100% KP. But man, JP, he was the perfect floor, and he displayed a perfect cover-up, perfect stun as well, perfect itemization. Take a look at the domination by TLPH. 4 categories towards their side.
Can you imagine being FCAP right now? It's like, bro, we dominated the entirety of this game up until the very end. But that one switch up from TLPH, the way that they adapted towards these team fights, gave them every single category. Gold Miner, Carnage, Resilient, as well as Selfless, all in favor of them. And let's take a look at that actually. Sanji on the Novaria had the highest damage per minute.
Yeah, honestly, if I could change anything, it's Samford in Selfless and JP in Resilient. Because Samford, as an EXP laner, I feel for him. Getting repositioned consistently by few because of the Jushin is super annoying. And JP is like, don't worry, I'll keep you alive. I swear to God, I'll keep you alive. Please don't die on me just yet, Samford.
Every single time.
Every single time.
Every single team fight. That's the exact same story. And up until that ending point, I feel like that was their goal, right? They wanted to utilize Sanford as that sandbag. They wanted to utilize Sanford as a way to distract all the rest of the members as Benny QT was dishing out that damage with his impeccable positioning.
Wait, this is kind of crazy. Look at this graph, man.
Graph is, yeah.
Like between 10 minutes to 15 minutes, you could see that they were building up to that 10k goal lead, the checkmate angle that I like to call it. One missing inhibitor as well with a Lord push. And because they defended off of it, it allows Benny QT to finally hit that critical mass on top of having the evolved bloom.
And he's your MVP for this game, ladies and gentlemen. Benny QT, once again, the difference maker. And we were talking about the way that these team fights really unraveled, right? The fact that Benny QT in most of these team fights will remain untouched. I mean, we can even take a look at this moment. He was so free hitting. He was dishing out that damage. He utilized his ultimate to perfection as well to weave in and out of these team fights alongside with the support that JP was able to have.
I mean, 2 words to describe Benny in this game, right? Effective, efficient. We can see how he entered the fight, how his impact was just so felt towards the Falcon AP brand side, especially after the 20-minute mark. You can see here, Benny, yeah, he's in the back. But he's not just running around looking for position. He's also auto-attacking, looking to deal out damage. And of course, man, his items, yeah, the switcheroos happened, but for the most part, after a few died, it is all over. After what? I think after, of course, half an hour, but yeah, it was very tough for Falcons AP Brand. After a few, yeah, 3 members, yeah, it's just very tough for them to defend.
I also want to give a shout out to Sanji here because he's been getting some really good star shatters against Falcon's AP Brand. Like, majority of the time when you see Few is low, is because he's taken the full brunt of that skill shot at max range.
Wow.
You just gotta outpoke him somehow. You gotta outpoke Few. And the more that I think about it, the more that it's becoming a more I don't want to say an easier solution, but it makes a lot more sense because even in the previous matchup that we did see Falcon's AP Brand up against YRG, that's why they picked Yi, because Yi technically outranges the Jushin with the Rift, with the Blast as well, trying to poke Few out as quickly as possible so he has a lot less relevance than just to walk up and suck you off.
So
I mean,
anyway, so range, right? Range is the answer towards the Jushin. Either you go really up close and personal with the Jushin, or you stay as far away from her as possible. Try to be in a way that you cannot be able to be touched by this Jushin, and it's effective. I mean, technically the Novaria is it's not as straightforward, right? You need to be really good to land these skill shots as a Novaria onto the Jushins. Man, I am distracted.
But yeah, I want to add, right? I mean, the difference between the Novaria and the Yve, the Novaria is more mobile, right? I mean, Yve, real revelation, there's a range limit as well, but Novaria has a wider limit, and yeah, it's very hard to catch a Novaria, especially if you're not an assassin. So yeah, I think Novaria in this current going up against Jushin is slightly better if you can hit those skill shots.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break before we resume the grand final. So we'll see you after. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, for the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. And it looks like both teams are not going down without a fight. We started off with 12 teams, 2 remain, and they are going at each other with everything they've got to win that championship prize, to win that #1 title for the Snapdragon this time around.
Well, in case you missed it as well, right? First game and the second, it was FCAP finding the win. And well, for the third game, different story. Team Liquid, they were able to exploit and extract that Zushen to its utmost potential as well.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Few has been performing really, really well, but eventually, it's a matter of kit, right? And I think that now that TLPH has a potential answer to the Zushin, I'm really hoping that it's not going to come down to it, where both roamers will have to play a very sustain-heavy type of hero, like the Florin, like the Matilda.
Yeah, already a different approach, right? Game 1, even throughout the playoffs, we never see the Matilda, we never see the Florin, but in that third game, it seems like a change of approach from both teams. They want to have more, say, team fights, heals as well. Let's see, will it be the same for the draft here for our third game or not?
Rather interesting. I immediately noticed that TLPH was on the blue side and Falcon Safety Brent on the red, right? But then why is TLPH the one banning out the Ling? Usually that goes over to Falcon's AP Brent, but now that means that TLPH will finally get access to the Zask once more.
Yeah, it's gonna come back, ladies and gentlemen, that Zask, that unstoppable Zask in these team fights, and it should help and propel, but oh, wait, those are the Filipino talents, right?
Yeah, it's Brigadier Leo and as well as Remar who are casting that game. Shoutouts to you guys for all the Clippers out there who want to send it over to them. But let's see and finish up this first phase of the draft. As we do see the Julian picked up once more, as well as the Terizla.
Oh, very solid here for the side of Team Liquid, having that killing pressure, and also, yeah, the Zask, of course. How can you kill the Zask? I think per game, most of like Zask's death is only 2. That's like the most death already. So I think Team Liquid, they're going for the safe route here. Again, power picks, comfort picks, Falcon Safety Brendo. What are they going for here for that third pick?
I think they're thinking about the Jushin once again, because again, it's really difficult for Terizla to actually have any kind of space to walk up freely when he has to deal with the Lantern Beacon. And I think that Falcon's AP Brand, they're like, I mean, Few's been performing really well, and they also don't have the Novaria, so like...
I think the pairing of the roamers are going to be quite significant here, because once again, both of these heroes, they don't wave clear that easily, right? I think it was amongst all the other advantages of having a Matilda on your team, another thing to point out is the Matilda does have wave clear, right? It really did help and aid in the previous game. And looking at this right now, honestly, Team Liquid Philippines with the Zask, with the Terizla, they have really good team fight. Falcon's AP Bren, do they want to play into that and double down with the team fight, or do they want to look for pickoffs themselves? The point though, Kaja being banned out, I thought maybe Falcon's AP Bren would actually want to pick that up for themselves.
Seems like that's not going to be the way, right? It's just JP. JP, again, I think has been the main vocal point as well on the draft since Game 2. Because Team Liquid has yet to pick up a hero for JP, yeah, I think Kaja will be banned out. And, okay, Claude versus Moskov. They do not want to give that lane a little tougher for Super Marco, so they just ban that Claude out. Alongside Team Liquid, they banned the Arlet out this game.
Does that mean that TLPH is forced to dig deep for Benny QT? I mean, some of the other heroes that he has been known to play is the Brody as well as the Beatrix here, but he doesn't have a lot of combo starters other than the penalty zone, and that's been a very big focal point for Falcon's AP Bren picking up the Zushin, because again, there's many times where Sanford is unfortunately forced to use his ult really early on, but Falcon's AP Bren, they're not going to show too much other than the Nolan at this point of time, so it means extra speed across the map, able to find those big executions, especially if you're caught slacking.
And that is still Edith. That Edith is still flex, right? Can be roam, can be EXP. Depends on the picks from the side of Team Liquid here. Which their draft has been quite honest. Maybe they need that crowd control. I can smell a Cho here.
It's possible.
Or Kufra, I think, is okay for Team Liquid.
Remember, Grok is also available, right? If they really want that hard stun coming through from the wild charge, and as well as an addition to helping in the mid lane with the clear. So it looks like Tigreal is going to be their choice this time around for JP, alongside the Beatrix. Nice shout out. Betty Cutie's hero from back in the day.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe whether or not he wants to show carry, but after looking at the 4 picks of Falcon's AP Bren, I can understand the sentiment. Might as well double down on this Beatrix, get another combo starter for the side of TLPH, because now it's not a matter of, oh no, we're getting zoned out by Zusk. It's, oh, Jushin, come a little bit closer, walk a little bit further, and then we'll flicker Implosion.
That's that. The Miru passion will come into a big factor during team fights as well, alongside that Implosion, right? I mean, we talked about the Kufra, but we forgot about the Tigreal. Oh, okay. Falcon's AP Bren going for comfort for Flap TZ Glue.
Oh.
It's going to be annoying. That's going to be a spell baiter for Flap.
Yeah, oh man, this is going to be a problem, right? Because technically, when we see Falcon's AP Bren pick up the glue in the EXP lane, he has been so great at zoning these important members, and I would expect that the Beatrix would have a little bit of a difficult time. However, in these team fights, when we saw from the previous game, there was a little bit of an issue when they were trying to target few on the Jushin, right? But with an additional layer of the Implosion from the Tigreal, that actually might work, because this should force the Jushin to pick up Purify instead of Flicker. And previously, Few utilized that Flicker really well in these team fights, as he knew when the penalty zone hit. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the next game in this best of 7. We're going to game number 4.
Game number 4. Who will take it? Team Liquid, they have a chance to equalize the series and extend it to a 5th game, or will it be FCAP claiming the win, taking championship points?
All right, let's find out here. TLPH going to be on the blue side, up against Falcon's AP Bren on the red. The real question is who's going to find the lead, right? Because at this point, Glue is a huge sandbag to this Terizla. He doesn't mind trading because he can generate all that health back by picking up his little globules. But wait, hold on. An early rotation coming in from Few here, looking for an opportunity to turn this lane around for Flap.
I think that's his characteristics, right? A Few really likes, after the first wave cleared, he likes to rotate towards the EXP for a potential setup. But now, let's see here, JP providing vision for Kyle, showing his rotations. Team Liquid, PH, and Falcon's AP Bren, though, they will not have business on towards a fight, of course, in the first 2 minutes.
Look at how fast that clear is from Kyle, right? Both Carl and as well as Kyle currently at level 4, looking for opportunities to invade each other, and Carl reads into this. Sanford is there to protect that one camp that he needs, and it looks like it is still claimed by Kyle. But in the meantime, right, at the very least, on the top side, we're seeing a lot of pressure being generated as Benny QT needs the help of JP to get these waves cleared up without having to take too much damage in return.
Oh, very interesting approach here from JP. He opted for that Brave Smite, right? So maybe he doesn't need it for clearing. He wants to be more on towards the spell vamp kind of side, right? So let's see here. With that, will JP have more say, especially during the early game fights?
Yeah, I think the early... Oh, that's a really good point. Because wait, hold on. Sanford getting disposition once again. The Flap TC Few combination with the Jushin as well as Glue, showing why it's super obnoxious to deal with. Sanford is out of there, and now they hold priority. JP gets hit by the Implosion. The Flicker coming in for Sanford with the penalty zone, looking to catch 2, but only just catches Kyle, who dashes on out of there. Nightmaric Spawn has been dropped to set the tone. Hands chains onto Flap TZ side. JP comes in with the Flicker Implosion, captures one. Sanford finds first blood with the help of the Executioner. Strike. They move backwards. Disposition once again. Few allows the rest of the team to disengage, but now passing that, handing off that kill to Kyle TZ, finds a fracture to take him out. It's going to be a really important objective to take. The chains hit, and now with the enhanced swords goes even deeper forward. JP with the Sacred Hammer is going to push Kyle away. Nobody, wait, hold on, SOD as well. And Super Marco in the mix finds the kill onto JP's side. Kyle TZ then takes the turtle.
Oh, it's so annoying. Team Liquid, they overlooked this the SOD power from Super Marco, and Super Marco saw the opportunity, took it, gets the kill, and dips. Right, Falcons AP Bren with that, taking the neutral objective as well. And Team Liquid, they are slightly behind on rotation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think TLPH was expecting Super Marco to get involved that early on. The implosion onto JP side sounds like a good idea, but I mean, for Ogwen, he shouldn't be that far up without that flicker.
Yeah, they thought that Team Liquid were slightly behind, so he overextends. He wants to take control of the bush, of course, but they forgot JP was there with full resources as well. So yeah, that's a slight mistake there by Ogwen. Hopefully not anymore, especially in that game.
I think he was confident with the Primal Wrath, right? He just wanted to be able to get out of there, and because of all this pressure being generated on the top side of the map, BennyQT is able to successfully take double waves without really interacting with Super Marco for the most part of this early game.
Again, Carl TZ here, and Carl TZ will not engage on towards a fight just yet. Team Liquid and Falcons AP Bren, take a look at the space that Falcons AP Bren are taking, man. They are so ready and they so want the mid. PH4 members in the middle.
I mean, they're trying to control a part of the map that doesn't really matter right now. Because Falcons AP Bren, even if they control the bottom side, TLPH are playing around BennyQT and trying to supercharge him as fast as possible. Samford and as well as Flap TZ going to be sandbagging each other, but it does mean that Flap does walk away with priority against Samford, who's 2 seconds behind. Wait, Samford? He's stutter stepping here. He's worried to get rotated on, but more importantly, getting ganked by Flap TZ with the help of Few. He's got to be he's very aware of this now that he's played against his Jushin at least 3 times.
Yeah, well, but set up here. Oh, with the flicker implosion as well.
Finds 2. Oh, Bennett's Rage doing a majority of the damage with Samford finding the last hit. This turtle should fall into the hands of the team. Hey, yo, what is going on with the Nightmaric Spawn? As the rest of the team is getting attacked, Flap TZ is trying to slow them down. Turtle falling into the hands of Carl TZ. Flap needs to get out of there. Wait, the penalty zone onto Ward Jushin. The split does allow him to stick on top of Carl TZ, but his death seems to be inevitable. Oh, utilizing that flicker to get on out of there. Few, he's got to be careful. He doesn't want to die here just yet as Kyle looks for the opportunity. SOD does not connect as well. Sanji tries to run. Ogwen finds the kill on towards Sanji's side. They're trying to disengage Bennett's Rage once again. So much damage. Ogwen ends up dying to Samford once more. Navir's Passion to zone the rest off as Kyle sees 2 targets, gets 1, gets... Oh, he almost gets the second. The E-swords from Carl.
What a sequence as well. Falcons AP Bren, they use Flap TZ as the distraction because Super Marco was just having all the space and time in the bottom side of the map. Structure taken out, farm A-OK, corrosion, and also a leather jerk in there to respect, of course, the potential damage from Benny, who has that Fury Hammer and has that BOD locked in as well. So Falcons AP Bren, they're taking this early, especially now entering the mid, rather well, right? Beatrix, though, expect him to be much more online here after that second item because he has that BOD, but good dodge by Ogwen. Now Team Liquid, they're looking for something. They know that Beatrix here is already feeling it with the damage, but they will wait for that flicker from JP to be online again.
Yeah, I mean, losing an implosion is not a big deal. It's the battle spell that really makes the difference. Gives you no time to react to the implosion, especially if you anticipate it. Super Marco, now without that tier 1 on that top side, he doesn't want to be around that area. Now that the turtle is spawning there as well, more reason not to stick around longer than he should. Oh, wait, hold on. Eden getting a good engage on towards JP's side. He quickly gets the heck out of there, even committing to the implosion and Sacred Hammer. But now Samford has to flicker forward with the penalty zone to try to make things happen. But on the opposite end, Dominator's Descent coming up from Sanji is going to zone the rest away. Flap trying to do the exact same thing with the split, but it goes into nobody's favor. They're just using battle spells. Few running out of mana, has to recharge. Wait, SOD does connect implosion into the Bennett's Rage. BennyQT finds it, and Carl takes the turtle.
Nasty sequence again. JP with the flicker. Oh,
he gets the knock up. but no follow-up immediately after. A good stun coming in from Flapteezy. These micro stuns making the difference as Tier 1 will collapse, and Super Marco on the opposite end takes his own Tier 1, unable to secure Tier 2.
There has been 3 big implosions in this game, right? From JP. Just before the turtle, Marco has to Purify though.
Okay, Purify to get him out of there. Auto attack penalties. Oh, he anticipated it as well. Oh, it takes the day with the Earth Shatter. They find one in Sanford, looking for a second with a split spin, pulls the boy back. JP needs some help, and the Dominator's Descent says, there's only so much I can do. He ends up dying. Repositioning, Sanji gets on out of there. He's got no more mana, and Flapteezy looking to chase him down. Landing the Goblins, keeping him, immobilizing him. Play Sanji zoned out from the reinforcements, and Carl, he's on his knees. He's trying to stay away. Oh, wait, Enhanced chain, Enhanced Sword already coming up as Benny QT, of all things, with a shotgun in the face of Few. He has to get away as Kyle lands the Retribution. SOD comes in as well from the base. Super Marco from death is able to find one more.
Oh, the reinforcements was just too beautiful from Falcon safety Bren. Kyle, he took the purple buffs of Team Liquid. Meanwhile, that was happening in bottom side of the map as well, and he came in time to shoo Benny away from that zone. And of course, that's SOD, Chris Clean, taking down Carl, and that just creates a lot of space for Falcon's AP Bren.
JP does spot out Kyle. Not sure if he knows where Few and as well as Ogun are going to be. Falcons AP Bren, they've been doing a pretty good job in the earlier stages. Yes, they've only lost one structure, but at the same time, the gold lead has not really extended past 2,000.
Well, it's still an even game, but you can see from the structure, from the lane minion management as well, Falcons AP Bren, they're ahead. Meaning, rotation-wise, they should be ahead, considering that they have a Super Marco, they have that Moskov that can, of course, manage that far lane as well. Falcons AP Bren, they should exploit this fact. Let's see Team Liquid, how are they going to cover? Because, yeah, technically, the 3 turtles, they have relied heavily on towards the Flicker implosion from JP. This is the Lord. It's a different story. So now I want to see adjustments as well from JP. Will it be a rinse and repeat, or will there be a different approach coming from the side row?
Well, let's find out here. Super Marco has corrected the bottom side. Let's see who gets this turtle. Bennett's Rage, and it's going to be Flapteezy who finds the Lord. They back away. They don't want to interact with Falcon's AP Bren. They don't want to give them that opportunity.
That's a great decision-making, right, Team Liquid? We thought that it was just to poke the Lord, but they managed to blitz it. And I think Falcons AP Bren, they weren't really ready to contest. So yeah, this is the first Lord going to the hands of Team Liquid, and taking at the items as well. Yeah, Benny, 3 items locked in, right? Malefic, and then that Wind of Nature as well. So he makes sure that he is a-okay when there's a situation going up against Super Marco or Calteezy.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Falcons AP Bren are willing to sacrifice Tier 1s just to make sure that they can hopefully take down this Lord faster than Team Liquid could punish them. That's the Lord already dealt with.
Yeah.
Tier 2 on the bottom side will get sacrificed, and Falcons AP Bren trying to respond, but Sanford and JP just there to slow them down. Look at that top side as well. Even Julian might just find another T2 as well.
Yeah, well, with the minions here, I think at Team Liquid, they will target that. But they are also now aware, very much aware, that Super Marco has hit his power spike. So again, moving and looking for engage by JP, he needs to be extra cautious, right? Sure, with the Flicker, there is a surprise play, but if Super Marco is not in the area, I don't think it's worth to commit a lot of resource on towards a fight.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Falcons AP Bren, they end up losing the magic barrier down on their bottom inhibitors. So that's something that they have to be aware of, right? And the rest of TLPH really just taking their time with every single one of these engagements. They want the perfect execution because there's no way that Falcons AP Bren can outplay it unless, wait, hold on. We see the conceal coming in from Owen. He's looking for a flank angle. He's now out of position, and we see the response. He has the Flicker away, but now JP says, no, it's my time to shine. Bennett's Rage comes out as well for Calteezy to secure the kill. Looking for a little bit more with the enhanced chains, but penalty zone from Sanford. Gonna zone the rest. JP with a Sacred Hammer pushes Flapteezy away as Kyle is out of it. Wait, Sanji and as well Sanford as well.
Kyle.
Oh, Benny QT flickers 4 and he finds 1. Can he get a second one as Calteezy is still alive? It's still gonna be 2 against 3. Oh no.
Benny.
One more hit is all he needs. Lands the shot. The empathy is seeking truth.
Benny, this is not M4. This is SPS, and now they're going for the base.
Oh, Super Marco, he tried. He cleared the minions. Ogwin, you started this. You better end this because TLPH want to end this fast. Few is going to be the next one to spawn, and he's going to focus on the minion wave as soon as possible. But it looks like he's zoning. Carl's easy way. Implosion comes off through. It's good. Few ends up blowing up under the raw damage of Benny QT, but they save their base to extend the game.
What a sequence. Team Liquid. The base is in front of their eyes, but there are no minions. Falcon Safety Bread dodge a huge bullet. It's a reset still, but Team Liquid have control and they have the Lord here. Potentially the Lord winning push with this Lord.
Yeah, I mean 42k to 37 TLPH, have the next item power spike, and even Flapteezy is like, man, right now, Benny QT is doing way too much damage, right? And I mean, even if though he does have the blade armor, Benny QT already has the Malefic Roar.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? He has another penetration item as well with that Hunter's Dragon. It's a purple buff contest. Well, IveCap will concede. They will not lose a member because of a purple buff. Lord is up now. Let's see the offense and defense. Malefic Roar already, though, for Kaltizi.
Yeah, they're catching up really, really quick. The cores are strong, and their damage needs to be true. The hardest part is getting in on the correct targets. There's so many iframes to deal with. I mean, even Samford is building full tank at this point. Wait, here comes the conceal, though. Do you see them actually make the play? Not just yet. I'm keeping my eyes on JP for now. He's not going to get repositioned as hard. Enhanced Chains forcing Few to use that all, but instantly we see JP come in with a big Bandit's Rage as well, coming from Benny QT. Forced the flicker away because of Flapteezy, but now Ogwin has to hold on to his own with the help of Kyle. He's running out of energy. He has to use the ult to get out of there, but no, it's Carl who says no. Dominator's Descent is already down to Super Marco is looking for a little bit more. Winds of Nature keeps him alive with the SOD to reposition. If he walks back into one more of those mines, he's dead, but Few manages to protect him. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Falcon's AP Bread, and it's all thanks to Flap. He's willing to give his life for hire. Samford takes him down. 2 for 2 so far.
It's 3 members from each respective teams trying still to fight it out in the Land of Dawn. But again, Falcon's AP Bread, they have defended the base, and we are going to see another potential Lord take here. Team Liquid, they got all of the turrets, but they weren't able to pull the trigger and end the game up to this point.
Oh, luckily a tech pause is going to come in and give these players some time. Hopefully our marshals are able to solve this issue quick because we want to get back into this, right, Eterna? Yeah, you're allowed to talk. I mean, this is the one time that we can get your opinions on the game.
Okay. No, because initially I thought it was muted, so I was like, am I allowed to talk about it? Okay, yes, wow, what a game so far. It's been trading blows left and right and center, and for the most part, Team Liquid, they have been utilizing their strengths in these team fights amazingly, right? Sanji picking up the Holy Crystal. Oh, looks like we're jumping back into the game.
No. This is just the replay.
Oh,
this is just the replay.
Sorry.
You're trolling us. You're trolling us, Eternal.
Just kidding. You know, keeping you guys on your toes, making sure you guys are awake. But yeah, back to the point, right? The moment that Sanji was able to pick up that Holy Crystal was really like that go time for Team Liquid to really push on the tempo. And it's unfortunate, right? Because in the early points of the game, it looked like Falcon's AP Brand did have a fighting chance. It looked like they did have a fighting moment. But Team Liquid, man, they're just so clean in these team fights, right? Benny QT has been performing amazingly. The fact that he was leading in lane, by the way, against the Moskov has been intense. He was able to get that power spike a lot quicker. And, you know, reminiscing back to the good old days of Beatrix in the gold lane, we do see that the power spike hits a lot quicker, right? She only needs the Blade of Despair and then the Malefic Roar for her to dish out that damage. But again, Implosion plays as well. We see this happening too. Was great on JP's part.
Yeah, it was a very different Tigreal from what we see. I think not the second game, the third game, right? I think a couple of games ago, where JP wasn't able to find the right targets with that Tigreal. But yeah, this game, different story with Benny QT. Behind you, all you need to do is find a good Sacred Hammer. And yeah, Benny will also dish out the damage.
Bye, guys.
Well, thanks to Turner. We got your opinions in on this game. Let's jump back into it. 16-12 if you're just tuning in to the stream with a 5K gold lead in the hands of TLPH as they're looking to equalize the score against Falcons AP Brent. But I have to agree that Benny QT's, well, sorry, I was about to say Benedetta. This Beatrix has been doing some really good work, right? With the extra burst damage, it just shows the value of this combination, whether it be penalty zone or even the implosion.
Yeah, the combination with the Tigreal has been working for Team Liquid. And yeah, I mean, take a look at items as well. Beatrix, man, the damage, yeah, that's why, right? Full items already. Wind of Nature, Malefic, of course, we mentioned that earlier, and Rose Gold. So, you know, just in case Flap or even Fuel have a say against Benny, that Rose Gold can come to clutch.
The extra shield might just be the difference maker, right? And let's not forget, he also has the Wind of Nature if he ever gets himself in a 1v1 situation against Super Marco, who also is fully itemized, right? So it's really just a matter of execution. And so far, Few hasn't been... Oh, whoa! Flap Teasy of all people ends up getting exploded here by JP, Benny QT, and Carl. This is going to be a 5v4 situation, not one that Falcons AP Brand can really do much about, as the Lord is being taken away in front of their eyes.
What happened there, right? They deny the rotation from Flap in the mid lane. And yeah, that's just Flap TZ instantly deleted. Team Liquid, they have a high chance here in taking the game with this Lord. The Flap, though, will be up in 10. So Falcons AP Bren will defend with 5 men still.
Oh, that was good. That was the pickoff that TLPH absolutely needed, because Flap has been causing a lot of problems for TLPH, zoning out that backline so they can't get effective damage other than Bennett's Rage or even Nibiru's Passion. But here we go. The Lord push. Earth Shatter is going to come out pretty quickly here. Semper looking for an opportunity as the Nightmaric Spawn gets repositioned. We still don't see the full engage just yet. Sacred Hammer on towards the Flap Team Z side once again, getting blasted once again by Nibiru's Passion, and now they're looking for the base. They're looking to equalize the score. Super Marco tries with Winds of Nature, and that is another win for TLPH.
They were down 0-2 game by game, and now they have equalized the series. They've extended, and now they have found the equalizer. 2-2 called TZ and friends. They made it.
They did. They have come back. Reverse comeback here, and it's going to, you know, who will be able to get that championship point first, Falcons AP Bren or Team Liquid. And both of these teams are showing strength. They are showing resilience. Both of them are. It's insane. It's insane. I think a lot of people were expecting with that 2-0 victory for Falcons AP Bren for this to go a 4-0 in this best of 7, but you know, Team Liquid, they gear up and they're like, not today. We're gonna come back, and we're also gonna prove why we were considered one of the strongest teams here coming into the Snapdragon Pro Series.
I mean, basically they remind you, right? We were the champions of M4. Benny was on the Beatrix most of the time during M4. And that game, that Beatrix was that difference maker.
Yeah, I would say a majority of this game was JP's fault. Because again, a lot of these pickoffs that we saw against Flap, especially in the later stages of the game, where Falcons AP Bren really needed him to just, even if he doesn't find anybody, just use the split and slice that composition in half, separate the front from the back.
Yeah, I agree. And even that was evident, right, in the final push that they were able to make. Yes, that's how you split things in half, by the way. It was really evident even in the final push, right? The fact that they were able to pick off Flap TZ first didn't allow Falcons AP Bren to have a solution as to how they were supposed to shut down Benny QT. And by the way, at the very end, he sold his boots to pick up the Has Claw. So even if somebody were to jump onto him, he did have a little bit more of a leeway to survive in these engages.
Nasty, right? I mean, even when he's low, he has that Has Claws in Nibiru. Yeah, what half HP? I'm full again. And yeah, Benny QT just... It's a nostalgia seeing Benny on the Beatrix.
I have a question, sorry, because we haven't seen the Beatrix too often in this meta. Is the Beatrix supposed to win lane against the Moskov?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the earlier stages, absolutely. She's able to get items earlier, more cost-efficient items earlier in comparison to Mardis, who, sorry, not Mardis, into Moskov, who really needs that Trinity before he really starts to pop off. Like, let's compare it, right? A Hunter Strike compared to a Corrosion Scythe. That's, I mean, the stats say itself that Benny QT will win per auto attack in comparison to Super Marco.
So working on that, it was actually very brilliant of Benny QT, right? Because initially he didn't even go for a core item. He just went Fury Hammer first, went to BOD, and then he went into Malefic Roar, and then Hunter Strike.
Well, here's the thing, right? Even though Benny QT itemized correctly, a lot of the pressure was given because of JP, because he hovered around that top side of the gold lane, as well as the mid side, controlling that area, while Ogwen was kind of like opening up the map for the rest of the team, specifically for Kyle to maybe find a pick in the jungle. I think that TLPH really doubled down on Benny QT walking out of that laning phase and playing around that combination of Nibiru's Passion plus Implosion plus Enhanced Chains plus Penalty Zone.
Plus the Dominator's Descent as well from RNG. Oh, this is we expected a very strong team fight comp from the side of Team Liquid, but well, Falcons AP Brand, they have somehow recovered, right? You can see here in the chart as well. But for the most part, especially after minute 12, I believe, it was just TLPH. Yeah, they were just rolling with JP.
Now, the interesting thing about this graph is this is one of the few times that we see a gold lead being in favor of the victor in the early stages of the game, but the EXP heavily actually in favor of Falcons AP Bren. It just goes to show that the main strategy was centered around Benny QT. As long as he gets gold, we win games.
Yeah, we can even see it reflected in his emblem choices, right? He does have a, what's the sub-emblem called? Thrill and...
Thrill and Master Assassin.
There you go. So he knew that he was going to win the lane against the Moskov, and he wanted to double down on utilizing that as their winning lane to improve in the later stage of the game, especially when they start to humble around and tumble around in these particular neutral objective fights.
It's so... seeing the locker room as well, they are so dedicated. But yeah, looking at the highlights here, FCAP, they have a chance with Super Marco joining the fray, but this was costly. I feel like Ogwen, caught, and yeah, take a look at the team fight right from side Falcons AP Bren weren't in sync. They were disconnected, and I think Liquid Echo, they saw that, right? Liquid, they saw that, and they just punish it. Here, they almost got the base.
Yeah, they were so very, very close, and I think even the weapon choice coming in from Benny QT was extremely intelligent, right? He knows that he needs at least one burst weapon. Usually he has Nibiru in his back pocket, but sometimes he's been even utilizing the shotgun to get maximum value if somebody's out of position. For an example, Few, you don't need the full blast of Nibiru's Passion. I'm just gonna shotgun you twice in the face and you're gone.
Yeah, the Wesker. And well, this was the final push. Nibiru on towards the base was the call for Benny. And ladies and gentlemen, we have 2-2 in game 5.
Yeah, we're going all the way, it seems.
2 apiece.
But it looks like we are getting a shot of the players just hanging back, you know, after that victory. It looks like the spirits are high, morale is definitely high as well, and hopefully that momentum can cross over to their next game. But, ladies and gentlemen, no, I don't want to go to a break just yet. I miss you guys. We haven't seen each other for quite some time. How long was that game? It was quite some...
It was actually shorter.
It was below 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was below 20 minutes. And I think, you know, keeping the game in a respective state, I like the fact that both of these teams said, you know what? We can't just keep going with these 30-minute games. We can't just keep playing sustained compositions. We need to make money moves. Money moves.
No break. No break, Zipper. No.
Money moves.
MM.
Money moves.
Double M. But a break starts with a B.
Not an M.
Not an M. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to throw over to a break. Zipper is calling it right now. So we'll see you after. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
congratulations.
If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me down. Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to say, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our things.
A. Roger. B. A werewolf. C. Her childhood friend. D. The Wolf King. What is the answer?
Not quite sure, but I guess D, the Wolf King.
Are you sure?
Not quite sure, but that's my final answer.
Okay, we're gonna try to lock D. Are D, the Wolf King, are the correct answer, and yeah. Okay, Joey already got it. Opie, you ready? Okay, let's show the second question. What is the name of the ancient structure that Uranus was awoken from? A. The Celestial Palace. B. The Library of Dawn. C. The Holy Castle. And D. The Secret Archive.
C.
C. The Holy Castle. Are you sure?
Yes.
Why are you looking at the audience? Is there someone in the audience? Tell him.
No. It's from me.
So it's C. I'm gonna lock the answer. Okay, are C, the Holy Castle, are the correct answer. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go to the mall first. Mall, what is the answer?
I think the answer is A.
A, so it's gonna be the Celestial Palace. Okay, are the Celestial Palace is the correct answer? All right, you got it. You may back to your seat now. No. I still have one more question for you. Don't worry. Okay, let's show the third question. Gatot Kaca fought to reclaim his glory as a mighty warrior of the blah 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 clan. A. Pakila. B. Pavlova. C. Takilas. And D. Pandava.
I'm gonna go with D.
D. Pandava. You want to lock that answer? Don't worry.
Lock.
Okay, are D. Pandava are the correct answer? Yeah, you got it too. Congratulations. So we're back to your seat and later we will give you the prize. So guys, the grand final is still on. I want to hear your voice again. When I say Malaysia, you guys say boleh, okay? Malaysia! Malaysia! One more time, Malaysia! All right, we're gonna go back to the game number 5 after these short breaks.